RCI 6-hour Esports Championship comes to a natural conclusion in sunny Barcelona, Spain. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final round of our Esports Championship live here on RCI TV. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Ted Edwards, with Stewie behind the cameras, bringing you all 6 hours of racing action plus qualifying just underway for the final round of what has been an electric esports series. Ted, welcome in. It's about time. What do you say? In about 6 hours or so, we hand out some hardware and some prize money.
Oh, excellent. Waiting for this for, well, the past 5 months. It's the 6th month now, obviously, 6-round champs. It's something we like to do every year, hand out some goodies to the top runners. But yeah, I've had a peek at the standings, Jesse, and you viewers at home are gonna love seeing them later on. But it's so close. I just can't wait for this race. And looking at the qualifying right now, Jesse, it is already close enough. And I know these guys are esports, but this is gonna be one hell of a race.
It certainly will do with every race. It starts with qualifying, 20-minute session on the board, all the drivers on the track at the same time, 30-plus cars here to do battle and for final positioning rights. Del Fonte currently quickest in the 179 Ferrari. Burnham second place, 5/100ths off of that in P2. And you've got Lee, almost the best last name in CM Racing, in the 996 Ford Mustang, 9/100ths off. Gonna go back to fourth place to Gorka in the 776 Mercedes before you get a car outside of 1/10, not 1 second, 1/10 of a second. What is it about this place, Ted, that makes qualifying here at Circuit Barcelona so close every time we come here as Brenham goes to the top of the heap?
It's just how the track works, Jesse. It can flow depending on what car you're in and how you drive it. It is a difficult track. Obviously, going down into turn 1 and 2, that can flow quite nicely. Round turn 3 is very swoop, and it's quite difficult if you get on the throttle at the wrong time. But there's part of this track where you can make mistakes, especially towards the end, where you got the tight left-hander after the back straight, and then you've got the chicane at the end. And if you nail that, which a lot of these drivers can do that, compared to like me or you, for instance, which not very consistent, I would say. But that's only speaking for myself, really. But if you can nail it like these guys can, then they are like so quick, and it's nice to see someone actually drive this track properly.
Well, I remember which way the turns go, and that's about it. Hit the apex, you might be asking a little bit too much from old Jesse Lee on that. But
you might hit some of these sausages though, right? And then invalidate.
I mean, you can always count on me to hit a sausage. I tell you that right now. Whether that be on the track or on the grill, I'll definitely take full advantage of that. If you're unfamiliar with this particular racetrack, official name Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It's been reconfigured ever so slightly. Of course, we're using the pre-2021 variant with the chicane. Collective groan from everyone watching out there, though they still use the chicane variant, I was told. But Of course, Formula One no longer does that. The version we're on is 4.675 kilometers around. For Nears makes no difference. 2.9 miles if you like old world measurements. Max Verstappen set the quickest lap ever here at a 2:18. Not going to trouble that today in GP machinery, but pretty much anybody who's anyone as far as racing series is concerned has raced here. Formula One, DTM, FIAG Racing, TTR, GT World Challenge, the 24H series, European Le Mans, MotoGP, I believe has been here as well. Just an absolutely star-studded, all-star amount of racing, and I'm also quite sure World Rallycross has been here in the past. Actually, was here for the better part of a decade, if memory serves as well. RCI is here today to do battle, and as we said, this is the final round of the 6-hour Esports Championship. Hardware still yet to be decided, and as Mr. Edwards alluded to moments ago, the championship standings as they run into today after the conclusion of qualifying. Work to do here. Half the time gone, 10 minutes left of quali. Bit warm out there, and I think that is an understatement. 46 degrees on the track, 36 ambient. That is a toasty day no matter who you are.
Well, Jesse, get the frying pan out, get your eggs, and we can have some breakfast because that track is warm. And I did see a lot of the drivers having a little bit of a conversation about tyres and how the wear would be, and if they can make it 2 hours on a set of tyres. Obviously, limited tyre sets. This championship is interesting. The community race didn't come here this time round. We only did 5 rounds. Unfortunately, we had some problems. That wasn't our fault, and we couldn't run Catalonia, but we ran Spa again. So sort of a lot of people saying, well, that's a good thing because Catalonia is difficult with the tyres, and I mean, you can make it on 2 hours, and I think a lot of drivers found out they can, as long as they don't push it too hard. And as you see, they're just going a bit wide there from Hutchinson in the SRT Esports 38. Probably a track limit there, invalidated that most likely. And yeah, it's okay if you're doing a qualifying like this. You can just push tyres as much as you can. They have unlimited tyres for the qualifying. Obviously, just for the race, they have 4 sets, and they'll have to double stint 2 of those. When they double stint, it's up to them. And I think today it doesn't really matter because it's going to be warm all day long for the 6 hours of this race. But yeah, tyre wear is a big thing that a lot of people were talking about. Nothing to do with fuel, nothing to do with the weather. Funny enough, because it's going to be sunny all day by the looks of it, and from what I have seen. So yeah, I know a lot of the community drivers in the other the IMB community 6 hours, they were sort of thankful that we didn't have to race here. Obviously, these guys are a lot better with tyre wear and car management compared to some other people, like for me, for example. Struggle a little bit, pushed a bit too hard early on in a stint, and ruined the tyres by the end. So, we're grateful that we didn't get to run it.
Well, there's a Ford inside the top 5 of qualifying. It may not be the one that you would be normally accustomed to seeing this far of the field. Cheng Li just went P4 that time by in the Drive Just Boys 996 Ford Mustang. Brenham still leads the way with a 43.132, 3/100ths off is Del Fonte now. Philip Minar in 3rd place in the championship leading 255 Aston. Everybody else chasing. One of the cars doing that is Raphael Hansen's B Alien Academy, number 71, but they're just outside the top 5. And I say outside the top 5 like it's particularly fast, the gap. It's only better part of a quarter of a second. In fact, the top 23 that we can see are all within half a second. That is kind of a product of what Ted's talking about. These are esports pros. These are the teams that make the big bucks to show up and race. But the other part of that is Barcelona itself. It is a track that lends itself to very tight sort of deltas. See that pretty much all day, as it will ebb and flow. Car packs will form and break up, and you'll even see that here in quali. About everybody in this entire field, in fact, I've just noticed within half a second, a product of this kind of racing. Final 6 minutes of quali. if anybody can improve. Certainly some teams will be looking to improve quite mightily indeed. They're slightly out of position. I see the number 39 Aston Valentin Barrier behind the wheel. That car's a little out of position. The CRT Pro team, I would have also said, with Makovkin behind the wheel, out of position, but they corrected that quite nicely up inside the top 10 is CRT Pro, that one.
Well, 5 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock to get their laps in. Obviously, everyone has got a lap in, but it's now just improving and try to push as much as you can. You've got your banker lap in. You've probably got your second lap is probably the better one. Tires a bit, I say, a bit warmer. It's not going to be hard today to get warm, but pressures are a little bit different. They'll probably have to take another lap to get up. Well, here we go. Is Singh coming off the track to reset in the 123, and Martin Grady going around the track. Now, this is a difficult corner down here, Jesse, especially in the race when you've got fuel on. It's tighter than you think, and that curve there on the left is very tricky, and then obviously on the right hand side you can easily invalidate your lap. There's a little sausage curve there as well that really unsettles the car, and obviously for this race we're using our own BOP, and so all the cars are different. I know the Bentley will have weight taken off, so that's going to be a bit more unstable on the rear. As Grady is probably invalidated, just letting the car behind go in front. But yeah, the Bentley's going to be a bit lighter on the rear, especially with less fuel. It's going to be a bit more sketchy. I saw a video from Spa, funny enough, with this driver here, Martin Lawrence, in the 769, coming out the top of a Radeon, and he cuts across the whole top end of the track into the pit exit lane, almost hits the wall just because he got the rear unstable and had to try and save the car, and he was millimeters away from touching that wall and having a big crash, but this guy saved it and kept out of the wall, which is one of the reasons why he's an esports driver and I'm not, because I'll probably be in that wall and backwards. But yeah, so the BOP here is a bit different from Spa. I did see the Mustang has not as much weight put on, but we'll just have to see how it goes in the race. Obviously, we know the Mustang's really quick in a straight line. I've been driving it in the Community Series and really enjoyed it, and it did need that bop because it was a little bit too strong against the other cars, and obviously the Bentley needed weight taken off because it's not as strong as it used to be. But just I have to wait and see. We've got a load of Astons I see and a load of Ferraris in this race, which is something we didn't see in the Community Series. But yeah, have to wait and see. 3 minutes 20 seconds left, a few more laps for the drivers to get in. A lot of blue dots on that track map. That means they're either invalidated or on their out lap, so have to keep an eye on who can get across the line and set a faster time.
Well, it's not a good day to be the in-house RCI Esports teams. They're bringing up the rear, both of them, caboose on the train, that live in countries that have cabooses. So he figured out, was told that that sort of idiom doesn't really make sense to a lot of other people around the world because their train configurations are different. But nevertheless, the RCI Esports teams, both blue and red, bringing up the rear by a little bit of a margin, I'd say. Standing in the back of their garage prior to qualifying starting today, they were discussing strategy based on how hot it was, when they were going to double stint the tires, when it was most advantageous. I see a little bit of tricky strategy at play for those teams. I won't completely dox them of what they're actually up to, but could see an interesting strategy. Maybe that will help them out quite mightily. The Brenham continues to be your pole sitter. No movement up at the top. 3 100s. Del Fonte is off of that. Cheng Li is 48 100s off. And then Philip Minar is still 1.5 tenths off, only now to a different car in Brenham. And the Bonds now in their 5th place car, the 777 Mercedes. And it goes on and on from there. Magnani, Walshingham, Gorka, Hansen, Kovkin is your top 10, and we see Louis Fleischer for the Veloce 55 manhandling the car, looking to get something out of it here to get up inside the top 10. He might just be able to do it. How far does Louis go? And he does not. He loses it in sector 3 and posts a slower lap. That was 15 100 slower than his quickest. Oh dear, and he was up right before that. Sheng Li, Chinese driver from Drive Just Boys Classic, kind of like that livery. It looks good. I mean, the Mustang kind of brings out the greatest parts of liveries. An excellent choice. Pretty much any color works on this car, but does this lap work for the 996 coming to the line? This wouldn't be their last lap. They have another one if they have the fuel, and they've gone to pole. Shang Li has just put the Drive Just Boys car on provisional pole. Look at that Mustang run.
You know me, Jesse. I do love a good Mustang, and yeah, that's so close between the top three teams right there. So just to wait and see. I do see the P2, the number one car, is still going round. They're halfway through the track. On the back straight, I can see going up to sector 3, so we'll just have to see if they improve on their lap, to see if they can take the pole position away. Obviously, I think Lee's still going round. I think they just got across the line. Yeah, obviously still 20 seconds left. Lost my timing there, Jesse, but I'm back with it. A few teams
15.
in the pit lane.
Only a handful of cars in the pit lane now. Pretty much everybody else out there. Unfortunately, a couple of cars are invalid, and I think the 800 might just get there to start a lap. Very close. 42 definitely won't. The 769 will also not have another lap in the bank, and apparently the 800 did not get there in time. 39 is also invalid as well. You can play along at home. Any dot with a blue that is represented by a blue circle indicates a car not on a valid lap. Anyone that's gray is. And all flying laps, of course, do count. This is, well, they got to make it count now, as there is no other time but the present. Qualifying over, all these laps will count as long as they come to the flag. Gigi Wang, the 5-star Racing Ace team, coming to the line, and I believe I just spotted them invalidate coming through the third sector, so this will not be an improvement for the number 24 anyway, because they invalidated.
Yeah, it's that last before the last corner there, between second to last corner, the exit there is very difficult to stay within track limits. Obviously, you want to extend the track as much as you can, obviously without invalidating. But qualifying, you've already got a good lap in, so you might as well just try and push the limits as much as you can. As you saw there, they went a bit too far, but only a few cars left to go on board with the number 20, Madcap Racing. If they improve their time.
I think they may be up here, Ted. It might be an improvement, and anything is massive here, and it wasn't. Another late loss in the time, and that will do qualifying well. All done and dusted here for the final round of the RCI Esports Championship. Looks like, yeah, everybody back to the pit lane. So we have Cheng Li for Drive Just Boys on pole for the very first time, and the very first time a Ford Mustang is on pole in the RCI Esports Endurance Championships anywhere. Very first time done here at Barcelona. I wouldn't have called that. I would have said it would have happened much earlier in the season, but it makes no difference here. They get it with a 143.120 over Brenham in the number one BMW, who has no quickest sectors of all. You got to go to third place. Del Fonte in the 179. They have the quickest second and third sector. That's what the magenta sector times mean there. So Lee took the first, and Del Fonte took the rest, and it all equals out to, well less than a tenth of a second between the two of them. Wow, very close indeed. Well, we've alluded to the championship standings and how it's shaken out. Let's get to it and show you how they're looking coming into the final round. Championship standings after 5 of the 6 rounds, 2-5-5 competition, absolutely leading the way. And unless my math has completely failed me, they are your champion-elect, Ted. Nobody can touch them out front. Be Alien Academy. My goodness, it is a story of what might have been. Had they not had their issues at Monza and had to withdraw, they qualified and withdrew from the grid. Had they not done that, it would have been, in all probability, a completely different ball game. But if and buts were candy and nuts, as they say, P2, pretty solidly so. 255 competition, your champion elect. B Alien looks safe, but not quite. You can get a maximum of about 72 points, 65 in the race. What does that mean? Well, that means that Team Racing Point in the 32 Ferrari has a legitimate shot to dethrone P2. If the 71 were to not score points today and Team Racing Point won the race, it is possible, however, unlikely. What is the more likely scenario is you've seen it already, I'm sure. We have a six-way fight, essentially, for P3 in the championship. What does that really mean? Well, it's hardware, it's prize money, it's a lot of things to these teams. And finishing third sounds a lot better than finishing about fifth or sixth, doesn't it? But currently, Team Racing Point has 225 points. Visceral Esports 44 has 222. Quite tight indeed. We'll be watching the battle between those two all day. Veloce Esports 55 has 212, tied with CRT Pro in the 138 Aston. Those teams not only tied, but only about 12 or so over 13 points off of third. Very doable indeed with 30 some cars on the track today, but not to be outdone. Veloce Esports number 39 and the RCI Esports Blue team are also tied for seventh place at 210, and they also have a legitimate shot and claim for third place. Ted, looking at this, what do you make of it?
It's gonna be an interesting race today, Jesse. With them all close for the third place spot. I just wonder how they're gonna drive. Hopefully they drive sensibly and fairly. Um, because I don't want our stewards to be overwhelmed today. For the last round, just sort of chill out like we are going to do with the commentary. But it's gonna be a close one, definitely, especially with the qualifying just happened. It's all about where you start and it's all about where you finish, and it's all about your strategy. Hopefully, it just goes all to plan for all of the teams because it's going to be one hell of a fight.
Six-way fight for P3, and that's going to unfold on the track. There's no tomorrow. This is, of course, the final round. All six of those cars will be looking to one-up each other. Could we see some crazy strategy at the end of this for somebody to try and steal that position? MG ITJ setups in the in the 179 has 191 points with an outside shot of getting inside the top five here. Not too far away to do that. Visceral Esports 45, 183. Gladius Competitions has 179. That's the 202 car. And the Veloce Esports Thrustmaster team, the number 800, rounds out our top 12 with 176. All those teams quite close indeed on points. It's going to be really hard for us in the booth to keep it all straight, considering there's so many positions up for grabs. And it doesn't get any more clear as we head outside the top 12. Renwelton for Ignite has 167. BF Racing Esports on 163. Gladius Competitions 201 has 158. The West Competition Racing number 1, who did excellent here in quali today, 149. Already starting off in plus territory. Vincenzo Superi Racing 148. Home of Sim Racing Esports, the 42, 143 points. STR Esports on 129. Williams Academy 777 has 118. That's your top 20. Madcap Racing on 112. G League Esports Elite on 106. Bravo Motorsports 52, 101. And the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinich 97 rounds out your top 24. Because you're in the mid to the back of the pack doesn't mean that it's been any easier. In fact, usually it means the opposite. Ren Welton for Future, 94 points, 3 points in front of Sky Sim Sport in 26th place. BS Plus Competition has the same car number as their points total. Visceral Esports 123 on 87, 2 points behind them. Brabham Motorsport 62 has 78, and Skidmark Racing rounds out your top 30 with 77. RCI Esports Red has 75 points. Drive Just Boys Classic, all no big deal, just your pole sitter today, has 60 nice points. Gladius Competitions has 66. Vesta Sport with 60. Williams Academy 776 on 59. The Prime E-Racing GT3 team with 55 rounds out the top 36. Final page, the 5-star Racing Ace team with 52 points. Ren Welton for Friends has 44. Pratham Esports 32 points. Flyby Prime 22. Low Fuel Motorsport Esports 18. Team Nitro 15. Drive Just Boys FU2 14. And Flyby Esports number 95 has 8 championship points. 44 cars on the entry list, some 30 or so on the race track today. Qualifying was very interesting. A lot of our top players, Ted, not where we would expect to find them out there, if we're completely honest. What did you make of quali, and what do you think that's going to mean for the race?
Yeah, quali was different because obviously I only just peeked at the bot, thinking that the Mustang, we've seen the Mustang World Championship be on quite a high weightage for added weightage on the cars. This time it's not. I was very surprised, and I realized it was a Ferrari that's got the most this time around, and it's quite surprising. Obviously, seeing the second and third sector from that third place team having the fastest sectors there, and I was like, okay, yeah, that sort of makes sense now looking at the BOP, and then because it was a bit weird seeing a Mustang being quick in sector one, especially around here. Yeah, it's quick corners, but the Mustang doesn't like to lean too much, and if it does, it starts to chew its tires a bit, and it gets a little bit wiggly in some places. But yeah, obviously with the less weight, the less BOP it's got, it's doing all right. But it's very interesting to see what's going to happen today, Jesse, with where everyone's starting really, because it's not what I would have thought of. It's not what I would have predicted. I would have predicted the people who are in the top spots in the standings to be near enough in the top of the qualifying, but it's not. It's just not.
Well, I expect chaos, and we haven't had a ton of that in this series, but I think because it is the last race of the championship, because there is a lot at stake, 6 drivers fighting for a worthy position, and of course, there is prize money be given out for top positions and prizes. So that considered, I think with all on the line, I think they're going to be going for it. I think it's unfortunately going to be a rough day for stewarding as well. You might see a higher volume of things reported because of the gamesmanship involved, and I think because the way Barcelona races, it's going to be a very physical affair. Rather, unfortunately, hopefully, I'm incorrect with that assessment. Well, I promised you we're going to talk to chat in the interim. Of course, we're getting all the teams into the race server, strapped into the cars, and on the grid, ready to go. Not missing anything behind the scenes. We're just going to the grid. In the meantime, hello and welcome to all of you in chat. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Ted Edwards and Stewie behind the cameras. And, well, read some of the chat messages live both on Twitch and YouTube as we usually are. Hello to everyone out there. Pran says, can't wait to watch this race unfold. I'm as nervous as a driver right now. I don't know what that means. It's almost an electric feeling for the final race, and you wouldn't expect that with a championship pretty much in the bag for 255 competition. You'd expect it to be calmer, but because of the complete deadlock behind them, it really isn't that case at all. Hello to Kevin Boss. Stig in chat says, Jesse and Ted, the dream team. Hi, chat. Hi, Stewie. Hi, Stewards. Well, hello to you too as well. We'll get back to you in a minute. Stig, Vocia Rybecki's joined us. Hello. Katrina, you know her, has joined us as well. Hello to you. Kevin Boss has insider information that Les Stevenson has been eating a lot of chocolates. 'Tis the season, after all. Very interesting indeed. Grim Lilith, the fastest controller player in the world, joined us. Basically royalty. Rybecki reckons there's going to be a lot of melted tires out there today, and if the race is anything like quali with 3C, going to make double stinting a very tall task indeed. Stick, I've got to ask, did you indeed eat all the candy, and why would you do that? Knew you were only going to make yourself ill. Do you have any chocolate at all, Ted?
No. No, I did the stupid thing though. I woke up with cramps this morning. I ate a really big bag of peanuts. Almost ate a whole bag.
Bag of what? Excuse me.
Peanuts. Peanuts and cashew nuts. I woke up in chronic pain with my stomach feel like someone was twisting it, and I was like, oh, so no chocolate. I don't really eat chocolate that much. Really, Jesse. Funny enough. When we do, it's normally
Okay.
Christmas. You know, we get one of those celebrations or holiday treats that we get over here. One of those
Mm.
tins, or get given it. Not really a chocolate person. I'm more savoury. I'm more of a meat eater. Uh, me is. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a garbage disposal. I'll eat anything, as my partner well knows, and I'm quite happy to do so. But I'm a I'm a I'm a cookie kind of individual. I like cookies. I like more the well, chocolates, sweets, not so much. But any sort of cookie, I am on board for that. Ate a fair share of them yesterday. I did have some chocolate, but
So, thing is, Jesse, a cookie in America that's
sure.
different from a British cookie, right?
Yeah, yeah. A
Is it a
biscuit, a
biscuit?
cookie. Yeah, a biscuit, a cookie. We very, very different indeed. As we now are on the grid, looking at the liveries from this
Oh, it's so
wonderful
pretty.
series. For the final time, you see the 255 competition car, your champion elect, right there on the left-hand side of your screen. But there's so much eye candy on this grid. Certainly, I'm gonna miss it. I'm a little remiss now because I will miss this. Got familiar with these cars, these liveries, these teams. Uh, Being the last race, this will be the last time we see this grid all together in this configuration, and a little sad. But it's like my parents used to say: "Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened at all." I think that's really good life advice. Uh, Reading chat again. Katrina says that she bought herself flowers today. Thomas, how come you didn't buy your partner flowers?
Well, let's say Katrina hasn't been asleep yet, and let's say I went to sleep at 6 o'clock this morning, and then she went shopping because had this to do.
She went shopping without you. That's
Yes.
rare. That's rare, isn't it?
It is. We go shopping every Saturday. Yes. Yeah. We don't really have a set time at the minute. But we do the shopping together. It's just a nice thing to do. It sounds weird as it is, but it's I've got to this point, Jesse, in my life where I'm like, I'm old. I'm getting older. And
Okay.
I'm doing more adult stuff.
I really
Normally,
appreciate you saying that when you're younger than me, but go ahead.
well, Trina keeps reminding me that I'm 30 this year, and
Yeah.
I have to remind her that she's 29 this year.
Wow. Are you just gonna do her like that, huh?
Yep, yep, yep,
Interesting.
yep. But like, that's the thing, Jesse. But no, I realized that when I for some reason don't mind to go shopping for food, that's when I'm like, yeah, yeah.
If you don't know what
Get,
we're on about, it was Valentine's Day yesterday, and it has been interesting to see how the different couples and how folks have reacted to that. Les Stevenson has ate himself into a diabetic coma. Ted Edwards hasn't necessarily uh, celebrated that at all. His partner has bought themselves discount flowers, apparently, is what's going on here. Kim Boss has asked, how's it feel to have been cozy with both Ted and Katrina in the same 24-hour span in the comms box? You don't know. Ted and Katrina are an item, I'd say, for the past 6 or 7 years. They also help us out here at RCI TV and do commentary with both of them. They're quite lovely, very different sort of style, I think, is my overwhelming sort of reaction to that. You guys commentate very differently indeed, but it's always a pleasure to have you around. Thomas in chat has said, go Madcap. We got a Madcap Racing fan. We love to hear about your fandom in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, no matter where you're watching, Twitch or YouTube. Well, let's see what's going on. One's leaving the grid the final time this season. We'll have got the race setups in the car. The strategy, at least for the very start, has been selected. And now there's nothing to do but race, Ted, because you're already gone. Didn't get anything done on the grid. Too late now. You're out there for 6 hours.
you sure are, and I will say, after driving, iRacing and Le Mans Ultimate, driving ACC is very tiring. And I spoke to Harry Conway, 3-time Night Owl champion, Harry Conway, and he did a Night Owl race a weekend or so ago, and he was even tired after that. And he even agreed that compared to the other sims we do here at RCI, this one is more taxing on the body, and we don't know if it's the physics behind the game itself. Obviously, replicating the real life GT cars that this is based off, and heard that it does it very well. Or if it's just how long your stints are anyway. But I've noticed it. That's why I don't really drive it much. The only times I drive it is when there's a Nordschleife race coming up. Just because it's a bit of fun, Jesse. You don't know whether you're gonna make it around the track for one lap or you're gonna end up in a wall halfway through. But it is very tiring to drive this game nowadays, and it's yeah, it's a bit sad because we've been here. God, it's almost 5. Is it almost 5 years now, Jesse? RCI has been going. I think it's in around May time, April time is when we started up, and this has been our main simulator for the past 5 years, and yeah, it's been one big ride, and we've seen all these new cars come in. Obviously the M4s come in, the Mustang, the Ferrari, obviously the Aston Evo, and the AMG as well. So all these cars we didn't have when we first started 5 years ago. But going around the last corner, Jesse, it's going to be interesting.
Folks, strap in, wake up grandma, take the phone off the hook. 6 hours of racing here at Barcelona, about to kick off the final round of the RCI Esports Championship. Hardware, points, and perhaps most importantly, prize money on the line. As we get ready to go green, Shane Lee will bring them to the line. Pappen has a drive-through penalty for being out of position on the start. We'll see what stewarding decides to do with that. They fan out down into turn number 1. 2 and 3 wide in the back, 2 wide up front, looking for the lead. Can't do it. It looks like the Drive Just Boys Mustang is going to get it done. Still 3 wide behind them for about 8th or 10th place as they get down to at least 2 wide as they head up the hill into turn number 3 and finally around into Repsol. And it looks like they just about all made it, only just with a little bit of body contact. Clearly out in front is the 996, followed by the number 1 BMW, has just about gotten away. Sure, Del Fonte in a fight. Del Fonte is able to retake that space, only to be overtaken themselves again. Sure, back to P3. DeBon's fighting Romane, and they all just about make it except the 99 of Paul, who gets spun around in turn number 5. Oh, and it's all gone wrong down here in turn 7, I'm afraid, as they just about sorted out that they're still 3 wide heading back up the hill.
It's getting a little bit crazy on lap 1. They need to start chilling out. The 49 that got the penalty, Jesse, has been cleared by our stewards, so it's good news for that team. Yeah, the 99 having an incident we'll probably see in just a bit. But yeah, it's going to be like this for the next hour, how close these guys are, unless they start fighting and split into different packs. As we see the Lamborghini in the background trying to make a move into the chicane. That is a scary place to make a move. It may seem from the camera that Stu is showing that it is wide, but when you're actually racing in the cockpit, it's not. It's on the grass for the Mustang. This is getting risky, Jesse. Only just completed lap 1 into lap 2.
Lap 1 looked pretty good, all things considered, but lap 2 is a whole different thing. Everyone settled into their battles here. A little hip and shoulder check right there. We'll put Valentin Barrier for the Opolite Esports liveried car down a couple of positions, and that was a bit naughty indeed. No space afforded to two cars side by side. Really, only the one casualty being Paul's number 99 car. Everybody else has been able to sort themselves out. Sheng Li leads it for Drive Just Boys. And you got Shimitan in the number 1 BMW, has pulled away ever so slightly in P2. Behind them is Sure in the 201. And it is anybody's guess. DeBons, Del Fonte, Romane, Walshingham, Minar, they're all together in this train. The only one that has any daylight is your leader, Sheng Li.
Yeah, the 996 is pulling away 1.6 seconds to the number 1 car. It's pretty crazy. Obviously, we're using our own BOP for this championship, so it's going to be a bit different from any other communities out there. I did read from Twitch chat, Thomas asking why are there so less BMWs. Well, I don't know if that's just due to the BOP or the pre-queue BOP. Obviously, the drivers don't know what the BOP is going to be for each track until the month before or after that race. They'll find out for the next one. What the provisional BOP is going to be, and it'll be confirmed on the week before the race. So maybe it didn't look very favourable for the BMW. Obviously, we see a BMW at the back. Obviously, the 99 did have a spin, so that might be it's not their fault they're at the back, or maybe it is their fault. Who knows? We'll see soon, hopefully. But obviously, we have a BMW in P2, so it's it's very interesting. Obviously, take us back a year, 2024, start 2024, end of 2023. BMW was pretty used through any championship you saw anywhere, and now it's just dropped off. I don't know if that's because the Ford, the Mustang, is basically on a BMW chassis, because that's how they did the car, and we know it uses the Jaguar engine sound for the V8, and some other factors from other cars in the game, because that's what they had to work with. So maybe that's the reason why there's not many M4s, and Mustang is obviously, we know it is a good all-round car, and that's why it's been given quite a heavy bob. Only today, though, it's got a +3 kg compared to the Ferrari of a +20, Jesse. So that's why the Ferrari's a bit lower down, and let's see what happens here.
This first lap contact, seeing some of the cars. I was narrating that battle between Sure and Del Fonte. That was the 3rd time that they had swapped that position. They started swapping it in turn 3. That was down in turn 5 and 6. And by that point, they had swapped the position 2 or 3 times. And they did it with their elbows out, muscling each other out. Sure looks like they have won that fight. The ball in 4th. Del Fonte down to 5th place now. They've all sorted themselves out, at least for the time being. Lee still holds a 1.5 second lead. Chimitan has not been able to gain any ground, literally any ground, on the leader right now. That's got to give the Drive Just Boys team a little bit of a shot in the arm, and I think that was the big thing for me, sitting on the grid thinking, well, they've gotten pole as the 996. Could they hold on to it? Well, really, the answer is yes, they can. 7 minutes into the race, they've done an excellent job. It has reason that may sound unfair to some, I'm pretty sure. Oh, well, of course they do. They have the speed. Well, qualifying speed and race pace do very different things and do completely different skills.
Yeah, sure is. I can't qualify anywhere, Jesse, unless it's Watkins Glen. I might have a good shot there, because I do know that track pretty well. But my race pace has got better. But yeah, qualifying is different. You're on low fuel with new tires, and it sounds easy, but the car is so much more slippery and light on the rear end. You can either understeer or you can just oversteer on the exit, and it's very difficult. And obviously, these drivers, they know how to drive the cars. They use the setups all the time. They drive the same car basically anywhere they go, unless the BOP changes and they fancy a change. it's definitely something I've got better at, but still not good enough, and that's probably why I get Jordan Daly to to do the qualifying quite a bit, because he's my little cheat code. He is a quick driver. He's one of our esports drivers. Not here today though. Unfortunately, he's had some problems with his PC the past few months, so it's very sad to not see him driving, because you know that man can drive 8 hours straight, and he can do another 8 after that.
Look in the bottle right here as Linus Lucasen for Madcap Racing looking to take a position, looking to defend as well, depending on what corner they just happen to be in. Lucasen very close with one of the Brabham team cars. Oh, and there's going to be contact there as Gutzloff gets into the back of them. Absolutely nowhere to go. Didn't read the speed difference well and gets directly into the back. Luckily, no spin. Stefan Trudzinski in the Brabham 52, able to survive, gets another shot in the back. That time was that Jade Hutchinson's car that there was contact with that time. A couple of Fords with Brabham contact. Here it is, Jade Hutchinson in the STR Esports car. Luckily, once again, broken record, I'm going to repeat myself. Second time, no further issues there. That's so easy to spin a car around, especially when it's loaded up like that in a corner, but very close quarter. This is what I was afraid of today. Afraid of teams taking extra liberties, and they certainly have a little bit today. Well, while we have a minute, I just want to thank Turner 1 and Average Metal 92 for following the RCI Twitch channel today. Luka Busak has done so earlier on we first went live as well. And a big thank you to everyone who follows us over on Twitch. If you have an Amazon Prime account, do you know you have a free Prime sub every month? But did you know that we stream multiple times a week live here on twitch.tv/RCI-TV? Well, we'd love to have your Prime. It costs you absolutely nothing. And don't get those pesky ads right in the middle. You know when the battle hots up and then there's an ad and like, I don't need paper towels right now, get back to the race. You have a Prime sub, you can eliminate that entirely.
Well, just looking there, Jesse, the top 9 have broke away into their own little pack, and I think there's actually 3 sets of trains going on here. Already almost 11 minutes into the race, and look at the 179 is going for a move into the chicane, not going to make it work. It's so difficult to do. It's one of those sections of the track you just can't make a move. You could try and make a move like they just did, but to make it stick, to get the, obviously you're taking a tighter line in there. The Ferrari just couldn't get the traction down to get them round the outside to keep level. Oh, here comes the Mustang. Look at that. Oh, look at that speed, Jesse.
3 wide down into turn number 1. Somebody's got to give, and it's going to be the Williams Academy car as they continue. Running off of the racetrack. Was that sort of discretion being the better part of valor? Was that self-preservation a little bit by the Ferrari Del Fonte, the MG ITJ setups car, just driving off of the racetrack there a little bit. Let's see. Del Fonte, I think he realized he was going to miss the corner and didn't want to join in an gregarious angle and decided it's better to take the sausage curbs, the anti-cuts, and rejoin in a safe manner, which I'm sure everyone appreciates. Lost them a couple of positions, but you know what? That is good self-preservation. That is excellent heads-up driving by DeFonte. Did they lose a couple of spots? Sure, of course they did. Did they preserve their ability to fight for a top position today? They also did that, and rejoining or staying on the track when you realize momentum is going to take you into another car. That was the better of the 2 options, the smarter of the 2 options.
Yeah, viewers at home, I think, well, why didn't they just like ride the curb like a 50-50, if you like, with a curb in the middle of the car? Well, that is quite a high curb, and your offset to your angles like to the right. We see a car around after the back straight, the 52 flagged. Have a quick look here, see what happened. Here comes the 52, going to try and make a move. No, they're not. Going to tuck back in, and they get a little bonk. Yeah, they get a little bonk from behind, and again, and they're backwards. But yeah, the go on ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to say that's the same car, Stefan Trudzinski, The Brabham car, remember, that got a couple of bump drafts from some Ford Mustangs a couple laps ago, and now they found themselves completely spun around almost in the same place. It was almost foreshadowing just a little bit, but they are now dead last, and that is going to frustrate 52 Brabham team.
Yeah, well, you see here, look at that. It moves the car. It tilts it. This is what I was on about. That curve tilts the car, and if you get that wrong, you get too much on the curb, you might shoot, like understeer and shoot into the other driver because you ain't got no control over your front wheels, or you just loop it around and yeah, you take out the other car. So they did the right thing. They're very sportsman, like to just maybe they took a track warning as well. You know, you get 3 of those, the 4th one you got to drive through, and then it resets again. So they, take one of them rather than having all the damage and losing your car. Mustang gets pushed out wide. Will the Ferrari make it round the outside? A little bit of a tap. Will the Mustang's legs come into play now? Just a little bit. There's another Ferrari wants to come and join them 3 wide. Thinks about it twice and doesn't do it.
It was a heck of a move, though, you have to say, from Fabrizio Campanella, who was able to take and long through that tight section of the racetrack. And it's not where you want to make an overtake. You want to make an overtake pretty defined and definitive at the end of a long straight, but they have that option but once in this entire race and racetrack, and you got to take the runs where you find them. Was able to catch and long napping there. Campanella, see a seasoned veteran, going to take that move every time and gets it done, and stacked him up behind. They ended up almost about 3 wide. Look at him snake in the background. I think that's Zimbel in the 6th leading Papin in that train, and they're all snaking, trying to get the draft down the pit straight. It's super powerful, super long straight here at Barcelona, and they're all trying to make that move, and it's gone wrong for Jade Hutchinson, who had a look at a potential move on Fleischer. He was actually side by side. This is exactly what I'm talking about with the draft. And we've seen that. That is almost a replay of 2 other incidents we've already seen today. And again, same outcome. Luckily, no cars turned around. Race on.
It's Jesse. It's again the Mustang getting pushed out by another Ferrari. That's 3 Ferraris in a row, just getting themselves past the 24. And it sucks when you're in that situation, as you see the Aston Martin trying to make it run now as well. Oh, that Ferrari getting a little bit sideways into that corner there. But yeah, it's one of those things. The Mustang, it's good, and it's weird to see that it hasn't got much of a BOP as the Aston Martin's into the corner. Does it make it? It looks like they're going to make it, and they do. Now, Mustang on Mustang in just a second, I might see. But yeah, like I say, Mustang, it's good, it's fun. Straight line speed is off the chart, and really nice when you're in the draft of someone on the straights. But around here, you only have 2 straights. You obviously got the main front straight, which is the length of the whole track is really nice and fun. But then when you get into these corners, sector 1 and sector 3, Mustang, I can already see, doesn't like it too much and just get bullied by the Ferraris. That, yes, they've got 20 kg on top, but they're just really good in the corners, and you can see why it's got the ballast it does, because it just grips up very, very well. And as we see the Aston Martins, they're doing a really good job on board with the Lamborghini number 6. Looks okay. Only 2 Lamborghinis here as well, Jesse. Lamborghini not really being a choice for these esports drivers too much, and I don't actually think it might be 1 choice in the community series. I don't think I saw any more than 1, which is quite surprising why Lamborghini hasn't been chosen. That's like the Audi. You don't see the Audi around anymore, which is a sad thing to see, because do like a good V10.
Yeah, I think I know why the Audi wasn't selected. I'm not quite sure why the Lamborghini wasn't, though I will say the Lamborghini teams that have shown up to the RCI 6-hour Esports series are ones that I've known for years that have ran the Lamborghini in SRO, for instance, and other major competitions. So, seeing Zimbel out here, although the 6 team and of course the 44. That makes complete sense as they run the Lamborghini anyway. But yeah, you're right. Teams that would have or had taken the Audi in major competition before elected to take another car. But I think I actually know why that is. I just think it wasn't that viable, and it's a headache to run that car. The RCI Esports team ran that car last year, and there's a reason they're in a Bentley, an outdated Bentley, instead of running a mostly up-to-date Audi. So consider that the manufacturer bias, very much well and truly a thing here. But I will say to the Lamborghini teams, fair play to them. They are definitely in the minority, but they have shown that it would have been, had more teams selected it, it would have been a good pick. Of course, today, I don't think we have a single one of them in the top 10, but that's, I think, is the one round. I mean, we have a long way to go, first of all. But secondly, I think this is the outlier for that more than anything else. Close quarters racing here behind Finn Zimbel from the Vincenzo Superi number 6. And we saw Papin, Berrier, and Patuano all getting very close and cozy together. Of course, Berrier back here a little bit against his will. Remember, one of the first cars to be shuffled off the racetrack, lost a couple of spots. Now they're trying to fight their way back up. This is not where you would expect the 39 to be. Further up the field, this battle continues. Eric Del Fonte being hounded by the 777. As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. Del Fonte is hounding DeBall, trying to go the long way around. They touched that time as they come through the top of the circuit and down into the chicane. Not giving up is Williams and DeBall. DeBall will have to give up that spot. Eric Del Fonte takes over. Ellie DeBall for Williams Academy now under fire from Sam Gaskell. Sam Gaskell and your champion-elect team, Philip Minar, in the 255 competition car. Slingshot engaged. It's shake and bake, and the Magic Man bump drafting going around the outside, leaving DeBall the lonely single on the inside, but still has the preferred line on that side. No. But no, it's a little too tight on the curb. An excellent save indeed, and they all end up line astern again, but only just after significant contact made. Sam Gaskell immediately back on it, trying to get around the ball again.
That's some crazy racing, Jesse. Obviously, you see the 179, the Fante is just gone. They are like, I'm running away from this fight. Off I go, as we see Aston Martin coming back on the inside. Yeah, AMG just has to grunt out the corners with that V8 over the V8 Aston. So this is not finished yet. In the background, there's a spin. It's one of the
Williams
AMG
car. It's one of the Williams cars, the sister car. It's Ladke. Ladke in the 776 has gone around. And how did Mateus get into this situation? They're on the outside of the racetrack. Oh, and they just get ran into by the CRT.Pro team.
That's interesting, Jesse. I can see how it all started. Obviously, the first nudge with the car in front obviously just sets them off the line, and then the Aston Martin just doesn't really notice it and just hits him in the rear.
Well, moments later, Sam Gaskell does get around the 777 Williams Academy car, so put the Gaskell car, the Visceral Esports 45, up an additional position here. And it's all kicking off in the midway part of this race. You know, we talked a lot. Actually, we haven't talked almost any. Oh my goodness, close here. It's going to be contact with the RCI Esports team, I'm afraid, into Berrier's car. Oh, and another shove. Or did you say cuddling?
Cuddling. That's all that was,
dear.
Jesse.
That's not how we do it in my house. Oh dear. I don't know what you and Katrina get up to, but oh man, that's a little beyond cuddling.
Well, we call that cuddling, Jesse. Yeah, just looking, as you can see, the 49 has a 5-second penalty. That is for lap 1, turn 5 involving the 49, 769 and the 99. 5 seconds for the car 49, avoidable contact. Then we got another one that came through on lap 1 as well. Turn 7 with the 32, the 20, and the 138 is deemed as a racing incident of unavoidable contact. So no one really at fault there. Yeah, 5 seconds to the 49 for a avoidable contact. So interesting. That's gonna hurt them a little bit. I can't remember, Jesse. Can you take the 5-second penalties during the pit stop? I think you can, right?
Well, yeah, of course you can. Well, you don't have a choice. When you come into pit, which everyone has to make at minimum 5 pit stops, and you will want to make the minimum 5 pit stops and not any additional ones, you are required to take it. You take your normal stop plus whatever time penalty you have once you're in pit lane. If you don't have to come down pit lane again, it's just added to the time at the end. But since we're very early days, yep, that will be an additional 5 seconds that nobody else has to have sedentary, stationary in the pit lane. Just going back to the chat a second, Mike Redford said earlier, did I see a mustache on that 179 Ferrari? You might have done. Jack James asking, no live timing, no public live timing as far as I'm aware. And if it does become available, it will be pinned in that. I promise you that. Thanks for understanding. Redford also saying that in the 6-hour community series, which is the sister series to this, they had only a couple of Lamborghinis as well, but no Porsches was a surprise, and that triggered Joe Dauber, who is a Porsche enjoyer, but refuses to run that car based on its lack of prowess in some cases. Joe, sorry for triggering you. Eugenia says saw the part where they stacked up in the chicane, and he says, oh no, not the death chicane. Yeah, there's a reason that everyone prefers the non-chicane variant of this racetrack, and I think that's quite well illustrated a moment ago.
Yeah, I'd rather not have the chicane, and obviously where you can see the group of cars going through off the back straight now, that corner is now, obviously you can see it's modelled in, but we don't use it, is the wide line, the one that goes around the outside rather than the 2 tight corners. And you know, it's just a nicer line, nicer track to drive when you don't have the tighter corners. Obviously, the whole point of having them tighter is to slow the cars down, let them try and make moves, and whoever has the better throttle management and the better line will come out on top. But it's very difficult, especially with the sausage curbs that a chicane is. You push someone out on there and they jump, they're jumping into you and they're taking you both out. So it's difficult to defend and it's difficult to attack. But some people like it, some people don't like it.
Ben Zimble here, very much. I would have said dead in the water, but wasn't able to make the pass. Was Remy Papin for G League Esport Elite. They have to settle back in line. So well defended by Finn Zimble in the number 6. Thank you to Penny Simracing for the follow over on Twitch just now. Thank you very much. Remy Papin continues to try to make up this position. Meanwhile, Paduano, Gennady, and Berrier continue to wait in the wings here. And if they don't get a move on, Paul in the 99, who was the very first casualty of the race, you will recall, has rebounded to 25th. Is looking for more as they are the tail end of this train, with Zimble being at the head of the table for the moment. And this is kind of what I was talking about in qualifying when we get into the race. This is what it's going to be like all day long. You're not really going to find at any point, unless you're extremely lucky or extremely unfortunate, you're not going to find any huge gaps. You're going to find these little clusters of race cars as a move being made at the back of this train. Is Sven Paul for Skidmark, looking up the inside of Berrier. Berrier not having any of it. Valentin Berrier is going to be asking questions at the end of the day of, what did I do? What did I say to deserve this kind of abuse early in this race? Oh, and it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. Finn Zimble has been spun. Papin has gone through, and Zimble stuck on the inside of the chicane, and I'm assuming this is Zimble versus Papin, and it is.
Oh dear. Yeah, we saw that yellow Aston Martin a lap or two ago make a move into the chicane and make it cleanly, but yeah, just didn't see the Lamborghini just slowed right up there and just didn't really get going compared to the Aston Martin that had probably better traction and a better line. But yeah, very unfortunate. I was about to say about the car at the back of the field, Jesse, the 24 Mustang is way off. 7 seconds now to the 6, but was it's 9 seconds to the 52. Now, I don't know if they've made contact with someone. I can see on my side there might have been an incident with the 55. But they are really far ahead.
See
This
if
might
we
be
have
it.
Oh,
Oh, again? Isn't that the same corner we saw with the
it was
55
indeed.
earlier?
Well, pit successful, rather unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
LAPD wishes they were that efficient.
dear me. But we'll have to see what the stewards say about that one. I don't think they'll be too happy, especially with the amount of incidents we've had already. Not
Indeed.
even 30 minutes in, Jesse. We've still got 5.5 hours to go, and if they keep going like this, these stewards are going to be worn out. I do feel sorry for them, but the field has spread out quite a bit. Over half the track is now filled with cars, and the front end is not really too close compared to the rear end from the car 49 down to the 799, 776, I think, is where that train sort of ends. But interesting to see. It's interesting to see what the mindset is for these drivers. Obviously, you can see some of these drivers are sort of chilling out, trying to look after the tyres. They might be doing a double stint. This might be their first stint of a double. Some teams might be just doing a one stint and then switching tyres and driver. But we'll see.
Well, before it all kicked off, I was going to actually ask you that because it is the heat of the day. It's 1:37 p.m. We'll be pitting somewhere around 2 o'clock in sim time. Not expecting the weather to change much as far as clouds or rain. We don't expect that here in beautiful Catalonia. But the track's very hot. Presumably, it will be cooler and easier on tires at the end. What do you do?
Well, that's the thing. 2 o'clock is the hottest point in ACC. But for temperature, no matter what track you go to, obviously each track is scanned at a different point in the year. So temperatures vary. We've tested this as event managers. We were like, is it why are we getting different weather settings or different rain variables when we have the same settings, one track to another to try and get rain or whatever? And we've realised, it's just because it's one scanned probably near the start of winter, one scanned right in the middle of summer. Obviously, you see, Catalonia, it's a little bit hot today, so we've already said this was scanned around summerish time or thereabouts. So, you go to Donington or something, probably going to be quite a bit cooler with the same settings. But it's it's one of those where I'm not really sure what the strategy is going to be. Me and Daly, I think it was for Watkins, I think Kevin was with us for that one, and we decided to do two. I think it was we did a single, then did our doubles, and then left a single for the end or something like that. And all the other teams did different, and then they were all much quicker than us at the start, and it paid off for them for the end. And it's like, well, but we did that right. We doubled when it was hot, and then singled when it was cooler, so we could get more lap time. But now thinking about it, you should double when it's cooler, single when it's hotter, because then you can just use your singles up better, and you have better tyre wear in the cooler temperatures. So we learned from that then. Oh, okay, yeah, we did get it a little bit wrong, but we did it for Spa because it was cooler. We did the two doubles and then left Kevin with the two single, 2 sets left.
Oh, Lucasen!
Oh.
Avoiding action, Dave Purtell will go through, and Linus Lucasen for Madcap Racing had a little bit of a look, and it wasn't on. Purtell's going to be able to drive away from that, but will be frustrated that was a little bit of a late move. Prior to that, we saw Zimmer and Makovkin going at it for their respective 11th or 10th place position, I should say, but they ended up resetting to not. They'll try it again. That is the nature of this racetrack, because once you've done a move, it's very rare that it's done definitively to a point where they cannot come back at you, which makes the track fun and frustrating all at the same time. Sven Paul continuing to recover from the very early spin indeed. is working over Valentin Berrier. I don't know if Valentin Berrier got any Valentine's Day cards, but he definitely didn't get any from this field today.
No, he shouldn't. He's getting a little bit bullied, as we say. But yeah, he's struggling a little bit in the Aston Martin. Not unless he's just on a different strategy as he goes for a move into the hairpin and doesn't
it's gonna
work.
go wrong. It's gonna. Oh, he somehow kept the car straight. Valentin Berrier pulls off. Paul, not quite so lucky, being on the outside here. Helicopter cam, and it's a move, a somewhat late move there, with patience running out from Valentin Berrier. That will send Paul to the curb for the second time today, and will lose them several positions. Berrier in 23rd. Paul is going to go down to 27th, if I've done my math correct, and I have on this one occasion.
Your maths is getting better, Jesse.
No, it isn't. Don't.
Oh,
We
the
both-
799 is yellowed as well now.
Oh no, we both know that isn't true. 799, I think, drove off of the racetrack, or was it contact? I think it might have been contact.
Oh,
Now, was that contact by William? Well, it had to have been because they're tool pit.
it's a few pit maneuvers going around today, Jesse.
Yeah.
I will say I'm not going anywhere near that stewarding box today. I am staying way clear.
No,
because
you know what? Oof.
Yep.
Let me just say, we appreciate our stewards, our live stewards, and our post-race stewards that keep the racing fair and on a level playing field. But I will say this, as a steward myself, on days like today, I do not envy them. I applaud them and I commiserate with them, but I do not envy them. They do the hard job at the hardest time. They take all the guff for it as well, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't have to do that. But racing drivers are not known to be the most. Well, they weren't all born under the Libra sign. Put it that way.
Yeah, they do an amazing job, and if we didn't have them for an esports championship, it would be horrible. It wouldn't be worth doing it, because there'll be there'll be a lot of people moaning, obviously, because people getting taken out, and there won't be any repercussions or anything like that. But even if it was post-stewarded, Jesse, it would be horrible for the race. 6 hours knowing that, are they going to get a penalty? Are they not going to get a penalty? What's the point of racing? I'm all the way back here, as like you see the 24, the 799, and the 6 have all lost loads of positions. They might as well just go, you know what? I'm just going to sack it and just going to enjoy the rest of my day. But because we have a live stewarding team, it makes it a lot more better. Obviously we see two cars here, the 49 and the 123, who've just got a 5-second penalty. They've got a servo in the pit stop, and it changes how their race works, because they've done a silly, and they've been told off for it basically, and that's how it goes. But yeah, I appreciate our stewarding team so much. They do all this for free. It's all voluntary, and they don't have to be here, Jesse. We don't make them come here.
No, that's absolutely the case, and so my hat's off to them, led by the venerable Chief Steward Phil Roberts, and I mean, what a leader he is for that group. Goes to bat for his guys and girls, and as well he should. And I mean, I gotta say, as far as broadcast is concerned, they work incredibly well with us. They keep us in the know and addressed and pressed of things that are going on in the race, what we should look for, and what should be, or what they kind of give us perspective that we wouldn't have. That's why a lot of times if you watch our weekly stuff, we'll see an incident and we don't really know how to react. We'll say that there's probably more, if it's not cut and dry, we typically would say there's probably more than that than we've seen. And that's simply because the guidance the stewards give and what they have as far as tools for looking at incidents far beyond what we have, having a live look of it. Obviously, Ted and I make a judgment call on what we see after seeing it live or on one replay. They have the benefit of telemetry, camera angles, and more often than not, there's something that they've seen that we haven't. But it's a thankless job. It's a thankless job, and it shouldn't be. But it is a necessary part of sim racing, and sure there's a lot of drivers, especially ones that invite contact a lot, wish that live steering wasn't a thing. But what do they say? Too bad, so sad. On that, clean it up just a little bit. I know Valentin Berry is hoping that it gets cleaned up a little bit here today. They have gone forward, has the Oplite Esports driver, but sort of by will of force, just a little bit as they're working over Chinati for P22. A couple of cars have fallen down the order. We saw Zimbel get spun. Well, Paul has recovered. They were 27th. They're back up to 25th. The fight for the lead, by the way, should be on here a little bit. Shimitat has all but caught Shang Li for the lead of this race. It was 1.5 seconds for the better part of the opening 30 minutes, but in the past 10 or 15, it certainly closed down 3/10. That's just about even. You can see them all on our screen right now, as Shang Li has not been able to match the pace of anyone behind them. Shimitat's brought Schur, Ramone, Walshingham, Delfonte. All 6 of those cars are in a lead train. Now, here's the problem with that, folks. If Shimitat makes a move on Lee and it doesn't come off, as it often hasn't today, Schur is going to have a shot at taking them both, having the lot, and going into the lead.
The worst outcome is, Jesse, they're all going to stack up if the BMW tries to make a move on the Mustang and it goes wrong, and they get too wide and slow down, and guys behind probably can't see because of the car in front, and things start ending up in a disaster. But you just have to wait and see. Obviously, they'll have their teammates as a spotter, so they should have eyes in the sky. We just have to wait and see. Obviously, this is a fight for 6. This is 6 cars fighting for first place. And obviously, in the background, you see there Sam Gaskell trying to make his way, saying, "Hang on, guys, I'm coming."
Sam is gaining because this group is slowing each other up, running, in dirty air, and sort of augmenting their lines a little bit. We saw just a moment ago, Delfonte had a little bit of a look there on Walshingham, which was pacing Ramone. So when that happens, that helps drivers like Sam Gaskell, who is off the back here, catch back up to the lead group. Thank you, Raffle, for the follow over on Twitch. Delfonte just trying to find a way. Now, Delfonte doesn't stand a chance of taking the lead from this position. What Delfonte wants is Ramone or Schur to hold up Walshingham so he can get by him and start playing a little game of leapfrog, is what Delfonte wants here. It's got to be quite patient indeed to stay out of trouble. Martin Grady, who's been around earlier on, finds himself behind Zimbel in the 6. These 2 cars have had a frustrating start to their day. It's nice to know that they're nice, mild, tempered already in this race, and I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. Speaking of penalties, there's a lot of them coming in. McKenna handing me the slips of paper, as she so often does at RCI. Matter of fact, we're at the point, McKenna and me are at the point in our relationship where we don't even say anything. We just nod to each other in our working relationship, and that's how you know you've got a work friend. That's how it's worked out thus far. And, well, she shook her head the last time she came in here, and that's because 5-second time penalty for car 123 for avoidable contact back on lap 5. 5-second time penalty for car 20 for an off-track overtake. You don't see that very often. That also on lap 5. They overtook car 52, apparently. 10-second time penalty for car 55 for avoidable contact on lap 7. That versus car 52 as well. Racing incident, hard racing between the 769 and the 99 back on lap 9. 10-second penalty for car 776 for an unsafe rejoin on lap 11. That involved the 39 and the 49. I believe we saw that, in fact. Racing incident, hard racing between cars 45 and 777 on lap 11, turn 15. That's in the chicane. 10-second time penalty for car 138 for taking out car 776 on lap 12 in turn number 7. And I believe we saw that as well. And that should explain all the penalties that you see on screen thus far. So we can kind of glean some information from that by looking at what they're giving penalties and what they're letting go. We've seen some argy-bargy side-by-side stuff, Ted. And they've Racing Incident Hard Racing tagged all of that. As a driver, and I'm asking you as a driver, not a commentator, do you like that? Do you like when a stewarding team goes, all right, they got their elbows out, they may have damaged the car a little bit, but they chose to do that, they didn't crash, let it go? Or are you a, hey, he muscled me, I want a penalty for this? What camp are you in?
I think I'm with the stewards on this one, because I don't mind a bit of argy-bargy as long as it's, you know, just a bit of door banging, you're trying to get past each other, because you're going to make contact in a race. Like, if it's just one of those things of how much contact is too much contact. Obviously, if you spin someone around, then yeah, it's probably a penalty to be. It depends which way it goes. Obviously, if you close the door too much, then well, that's your fault. You've just got yourself turned. But if you bend on someone, which you've already seen into the chicanes a few times, people getting turned around, and that's just because the other car's just gone a bit too quick, and it just got a little bit silly with how much speed they've got, and you know, just turn the other car around. So, but if it's just a bit of door banging, like too wide into the chicane, and you make it past, and no car really loses much time apart from a position, then I think, yeah, okay, it's just a racing incident, let them fight, and they'll, you know, they seem relatively okay. There's nothing, you know, they're not being pushed off track, and they're not going to no damage from it. So
I think we had an exchange of the lead here on this lap. I could have sworn I saw the 1 in the lead, and now the 996 is back out in the lead, unless timing and scoring glitched on that lap. The Sheng Li Drive Just Boys 996 is back out front, but I would have sworn across that middle sector, Shimatat in the number 1 was in the lead of this race. Of course, this pack's broken up a little bit as I was reading the penalty reports, but I could have sworn I saw something strange there. Linus Lucasen in the pit lane for Madcap Racing. Now that's early. It's a scheduled stop at this point, but it is incredibly, that's 20 minutes early, in fact.
yeah, it's too early.
Here's a replay of how the pack broke up. It was 6 cars, 7 cars deep, and Romane going for a little bit of an incident there. Axel Romane for BF Racing Esports, one of the early star teams of this championship, came out swinging, looking good again today, but fortunately has had a little bit of an incident there, and that's what has broken up the pack. So I don't know, again, if it was a scoring error or what. The 1 car was definitely shown in the lead for me, but whether that actually happened, sometimes timing and scoring gets a wire crossed, I don't know, but I definitely felt like I missed something, because the 1 was scored the leader, but it appears to either not be the case or the position has been forfeited. Either way, makes no difference. Sheng Li still leading, Shimatat leading Sure, the top 3 in a pack unto themselves. But no, Ted, I agree with you. Back to the topic of conversation. Do you like it when they let the drivers race, or do you want them to be a bit more fastidious? No, I agree. If it's fender to fender contact, if it's door banging contact, if they're getting their elbows out, so to speak, as you British like to say, I agree. You got to let that go. Where I'm from, we say the cars have fenders for a reason, and whether you like that or not, I think it says a lot about you, your style of racing. But I don't mind it. If you are respecting each other enough to share the racetrack, but still get into each other a little bit, I think that is more than okay for the most part. It goes a little bit too far when you start forcing each other off the track. You don't give room, however, but a little bit of fender rub doesn't hurt anyone. Valentin Barrier, it's hurt Valentin a couple times a day, though, admittedly, so maybe Valentin's going to have a different idea. But up to 21st is the Oplite driver, able to make that move on Chinati. Finally, that came at great expense and over a vast amount of time. Christoph Estrepa in the background for RCI Esports Blue, looking to also get by Chinati. Tobias Schur for Gladius Competitions. We haven't really talked much about the 201 Gladius Competitions Aston. They've been quiet here in P3. They've not done anything to raise an eyebrow thus far. That's probably exactly how they like it, because they're in the best spot. P3 right now, right behind the leader. Wants Shimatat to make a move so that they can then plot their next move on whomever or wherever it occurs. And with credit to Sheng Li, they've been under pressure for about 15 minutes now in that BMW, but hasn't put really a foot wrong. Takes a little faux look right there. And that's not ever really a look, is it, Ted? Why do we do that when we're behind the wheel? We do that little fake move.
But one could be just to see how far down the track we are. Obviously, here it is wider down to turn one, so you pretty see your different markers of where you are on the track. But unless it's just to try and bait the BMW, because we've already seen once or twice now that the BMW's tried to block the Aston Martin from behind on the back straight that we have with the car 20s going now into sector 3. BMW went to block the Aston Martin, just say no, you're not overtaking me, you're not going to send it on me. So maybe the Aston's now trying to go, oh, you know what, I'm gonna try and bait you, try and go for a defending move, get the worst line through T1 and 2, then I can try and make a jump for you into turn 3. So it might be some of these plays on mental plays that drivers do on each other, and sometimes it works. I've definitely done it in the past where I've tried to fake a overtake or been on the inside and I've broke early because the other driver thinks I'm going to brake later and they've overshot the turn. I'm just like, I just go through pretty easily then. So yeah, it's just all mind games, Jesse. I think at this point, we're almost 50 minutes into the race and we've already seen a few incidents, but I don't know with these esports drivers, Jesse. They get a little bit too aggressive too early, for my liking.
Broadcaster in my ear saying that good reason to do that is to see where they need to brake because they have to brake early because they're in a train, and it's easier to pull out a little bit as well. And also too, leaving like that increases your braking distance, which is kind of the point. But I always do that kind of move just in case they miss their braking point. Well, then again, I'm also the one that tries to brake late and ends up in. But luckily, I'm not on the track today. I'm safely tucked away in the box where the only thing that I can run into is you two. Shout out to Esco Kloppert for the follow. And we just hit 490 followers over on Twitch. 490. Not that long ago, we had 100 or so. So 490, absolutely incredible. YouTube keeps plugging along. I think we're up to near 15,000 books recently. But it's got a 30 at the end of the number. It's 1,530 or 1,430, something like that. Nevertheless, we thank you very much indeed. Christopher Strepa getting elbows out here, making a move or trying to make a move as Paul is attempting to take that position from them, unable to do so. Strepa continues to catch Shinadi, and I think that was what set Paul on Verstappen is a move that didn't come off on Shinadi.
Just reading what Les says about the 20 car that hit early. It might be smart. 45-minute fuel load to spread the strat. So he's thinking that they might go 245 minutes stints on the tires, and he said they might double stint all 4 sets due to not risking a puncture, but I'm not too. Yeah, I don't know, Jesse. No, it could be a strategy. Just have to wait and see. I know the 20 did a 1 minute 9.8 pit stop compared to the 49 that's just been in the pit lane. They did a 1 minute and 5 second 0.5. So that's 4 seconds difference, which sort of there's tires. Someone's taking fuel. The 49 took just fuel, and the 20 took tires. So didn't driver swap, but it doesn't make a difference. Tires and driver swap is the same amount of time, 30 seconds, and that's the longest you can spend without taking a penalty on top. So it's already 2 different strategies in play from two cars that have pitted the earliest. So we'll wait and see.
Thank you to Samuel Shar for the follow. 491. Could we get to 500 followers over on Twitch today? Be absolutely incredible. Yeah, Stewie, our broadcaster, is pointing out that we have seen this strategy before. I have seen these games before. What a reference. But yeah, I have seen that where you split it up into 45 and it takes about 15, 20 minutes or whatever out of your double stint. It does put you in a box, however, of potentially having to do another stop. But at the same time, if you're quicker anyway, you end up making up the difference. But the point I'm making here is we'll have to see if that works today in this field. It can work sometimes. It is the riskier of the strategy. It's the less proven, the wild frontier end of the strategy spectrum. The smart money would be to double stint, or the smart money would be to single stint the entirety up until the final bit of the race, and then double stint in the cooler hours of the day. But as I theorized, and as I said earlier, standing at the back of some of the garages today, that isn't exactly what all the teams are thinking about or were going to do. We've already seen that already with the double stinting 45-minute stints to put less through the tire and get the double stint done anyway. So we will see who is right, because right now, this is the brilliant part about motorsport. Nobody is right as of yet. Only when the checkered flag comes out is somebody right or wrong. Isn't that neat? Cheng Li has led the entire way thus far. Shimitat has played their part. They've been incredibly comfortable behind. This is at the back of the pack. Martin Grady, I believe that's Zimbel he's looking at. Going to go wide through that section there. Being off, or diamonding the corners, we'd say. Issue there. Sure has also done such a great job of just sort of hanging out in third, realizing that they're probably in the most advantageous position. You'll remember this was a 6-car pack earlier, went down to 3, but now it's forming back up again. Aiden Walshingham for Veloce Esports has recalled them. Del Fonte not too far behind either. Another lap or two, Sam Gaskell will have rejoined this group, you would expect. Though right now they are second off. Del Fonte, I do believe, has in fact now caught the back of Aiden Walshingham. Oh, and see how the thing in the bottom right has changed the third, despite the fact that they're actually in fourth? That's what I saw earlier with the 996 and the 1. That's what I'm talking about with the timing and scoring. Threw me for a loop a little bit earlier on. In fact, it's just done it again. Look, you can see the one car, the second car in line has the diamond or the triangle saying that they're the leader of the race, but they're not. So sector 2 here at Barcelona, the timing and scoring gap is played early.
I will say, Stewie did correct me. The 20 took a 5-second penalty, Jesse. So that's why their pit stop was
so
long.
That wasn't a strategy
it's not tires.
call.
Nah. It was just they did pit early. They did pit 5-10 minutes early than the 40.
Yeah. It was still
the 49.
early. It was an early stop regardless.
Yes. But they took the penalty on top of their pit stop, so that's why it was longer. The 24 is in the pit lane as well. Along is in with, I think that's maybe a Mustang. I think we saw them get turned around earlier, as we see into turn 1. Ooh, Ferrari on the outside of the Aston Martin. Will they make it stick? Might be some rubbing. That is fine on my end. And the Aston Martin just gets you a bit wide, but can they keep in front of the 179? And they just do. Still, Ferrari is still there. Aston gives them space. And, oh.
Aiden Walshingham up into third position. Sure, falling down the field here a little bit into fourth place for Gladys Competitions, trying to hold on to it. Slots back in and will hold on to fourth place, but it's a position loss. Sam Gaskell has, what did I say, one lap exactly. The Visceral Esports driver Gaskell up to the back of him. Christoph Strepa has brought the RCI Esports blue car, the 769 car, into the pit lane. They've been in the wars a little bit, trying to make their way up through the field. These are still early stops. These cars, anyone pitting now, these are scheduled stops, but these are early stops. These cars could have gone an additional 7 or so minutes, 65-minute driver stint limit. That doesn't mean the driver has to get out of the car. It actually doesn't mean the driver has to stop in pit lane. They've merely got to trundle down pit lane at pit road speed to reset their 65-minute stint limit. They can stay in the car, but of course, it makes sense if you're coming down pit lane, time to put fuel in the car and potentially consider changing those Pirelli tires. But early stops a little bit here. I think anyone coming in right now is doing so in a offensive manner instead of defensive. They have something to gain out of this. I think the bulk of the field we won't see for another 2 or 3 laps, in fact.
Yeah, talk about strategies. Again, going back to the community race, the one that me, Daly, and Kevin we did, I think for the whole season, was when we were double stinting on our first stint, we'd try and go this as close as we can to the 65 minute stint time, and then for the second one we'd only do about 55 or 60 minutes. So, you know, we go long and then go a little bit short because we didn't want to risk getting a puncture. We never did any testing really to see. We did like a stint to see, okay, how much are we using this stint? Okay, then we're just like, we'll just double the wear and it'll be fine. We sort of just winged it. Spa was close. I did pit earlier by 2 laps, which was lucky because it was a 0.3 tyre wear on the rears. I think I would have been fine to go another 2 more laps, but I was pushing that Mustang the whole time, so it worked out. But yeah, same again. I went for close enough to 65, and then went for about 55, 60 minutes. That car has no wheels.
Yeah, I think that's a graphics glitch based on them disconnecting. But the Racing Point card was driven by David Pertil into the pit lane, and they are gone. So that was indeed what that is. Sometimes when the team disconnects, it takes their wheels for some reason. I'm not quite sure why they decided to park in southern Los Angeles, but they definitely did. Now the tires and the rims are gone. Man, I tell you what, if you've never been to New York and saw a car up on cinder blocks, man, you missed out. Yeah,
that's what they forgot. Cinder blocks.
Yeah, well, you know, it's hard.
Cosplay's not well.
Well, we don't need them. It has pneumatic jacks, right? So
oh no, that's true. Yeah.
They find the air hose, and it's super simple. I mean, what do you reckon a racing tire and rim goes for? It can't be cheap.
Oh no, yeah. All you need. Not saying you do this. You just get some canisters and an adapter that works, and you got yourself some free wheels, Jesse.
Well. Nuremberg for Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic, going well. More cars coming into the pit lane. Looking at the chat as the pit window is well and truly open. And we had several takers, mostly from the middle of the field thus far. Just cleaning up some things from chat earlier. Les, you're absolutely correct. F1 does use the 14-turn no chicane layout now, and the racing has improved because of it. The tire deck has gone the opposite direction, but that just makes the racing more fun for me. I like it when drivers have to drive the race car. But yes, they do use the 14-turn variant instead of the 16-turn variant that we are using today. Other than that, basically the same race. Hello to Daly. That's been talking about Daly. He's joined us in the chat. Jax asks, has anyone gained as many places as the 38 car, Jade Hutchinson? My quick math, Jax tells me that no, they have not. That 38 Ford is the biggest gainer in the field today, and by a pretty considerable margin. There were a couple of cars that got close to gaining as many positions as STR Esports, but they've lost them again, unfortunately. So STR Esports and Jade Hutchinson has gained the most and kept the most. I think we can say safely here in stint number. All right, Ted, you're the race engineer. Scary proposition, I know. But you are the
Very.
race engineer. It's 46 degrees C. It's the heat of the day, 2 p.m., a little after. Am I taking tires on my first pit stop here, or am I going to send me out and have me deal with it for another, presumably, 60 minutes?
Well, that all boils down to how you feel with the car, Jesse. As we
Oh!
this corner again,
Choke
Dom
point.
City. But yeah, it's the question you ask to the driver of how do you feel? How are you? Main thing is how your tire pressures. There's not many curves here that you hit and that's going to make your pressures go lower. But when the wear happens, and obviously take into account fuel as everyone dives into pit lane.
Well, they don't have a choice. They can't
Well,
make
that's
it around
true.
another lap
Oh,
comfortably. They could. The
oh,
leaders arguably could have made it incredibly close. It's a 1 minute 40 something around here, and they had only just about that, but I think it would have been a few seconds shy. There's no reason to risk it, especially this early. Everybody down the pit lane, and when we say everybody, just look at the state of
that
it. It
pit
is a
board.
long pit lane. I want to make something clear. They were told in the driver's briefing, as far as I know, they could use the green sections of the racetrack to come into pit lane. They just couldn't hit that board. They couldn't get anywhere near that board. But coming into pit lane, you'll see them going over the line into the green. They are allowed to do that. They're not allowed to touch the red coming in, which you can see around the corner there, obscured by the trees. But they are allowed to come in on the green or go over those lines. That does not count as out of bounds. And I think that's smart by the stewards to make that decision, because what are you going to do? Hit the wall if you go over it? You're not really going to gain a whole lot. But they cannot get anywhere near the pit board. Here is the live pit stop times as they finish up. That updates when they come out of the pit lane. A couple of 1 minute stops. Del Fonte currently quickest at 1 minute. A 1 minute 15 by Sheng Li. And they will certainly lose the lead here, because behind them, Shimitat was a 1 minute 11 or a 1 minute 12 nears. Makes no difference. That's several second net for them. But quickest of all is Del Fonte, who was at a 1 minute 0.796 down pit lane. By far and away the quickest by several seconds, in fact, was Del Fonte of the 179, and they are going to take the lead of the race. Gaskell's up to P2, Campanella's third. This has completely changed the complexion of this race.
Yeah, anything over a 1 minute 10 will be tires taken, Jesse. Just a little heads up. I do see there a 59-second pit stop from the 123 of O'Sullivan. So that's pretty quick compared, especially with sorry, P3 a 51.9. I thought I saw a 51.9. Or 52 if you like to.
How have they done it that quick? That seems suspiciously quick.
They've not taken full fuel. Obviously, there's no tires taken, because it would be a
Sure.
lot higher than that. But they've not taken the full fuel, and they've not done the driver swap. So they're staying on the same tires, is obvious there. But I don't know how much fuel they've taken, because that's.
Yeah, that's what I didn't even conceive of that in my mind, because that seems too low. How have they taken what maybe to get track position? They've taken only just enough fuel to get to the next stop instead of brimming the tank, which I know can happen. But they're going to have, effectively, no matter how way you look at it, they're going to be set in pit lane extra long next time to even out the balance if they've only just taken enough. I just imagine they're going to have an extra long stop next time is what I'm getting at.
But it doesn't matter for the extra long stop, because they're taking tires anyway. So it would just be, because the max is 30 seconds, because fuel's only like 27 seconds, I think, is the max for a full blown tank from like zero, I think, is what it is. So in tires, no matter what, because you can't choose sides or have 1, 2, 3, 4, you have to have all 4, is 30 seconds, and a driver swap on its own is 30 seconds. But driver swap and tire swap happens at the same time. So yeah, so that is something we both didn't think of for a strategy,
Yeah.
and don't know why they've decided, okay, that's a good thing. Or, you know, I've never, you know, I speak to our esports lads quite a bit, speak to Daily quite a bit as well, and they have some strategies that they come up with, and they confuse me sometimes of why they do that, and then they explain. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, but nothing like this. So the quite interesting.
It sure is. Emilio has inherited a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact that happened on the previous stint, lap 23, that involving the car number 27. I do apologize if I've read any of these already. I may be repeating myself. I may not be. 10-second time penalty for car 769 for avoidable contact on lap 12 versus 52 of the 24. A warning for car 32 for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. Now, important, didn't gain a spot because they would have said that. Stewards very, very clever, very smart about this. They left the track and gained an advantage, however, and that is only a warning instead of a time penalty. That was on lap 18. 5-second time penalty for car 39, avoidable contact versus the 99 on lap 19. Warning for car 99 for avoidable contact in a subsequent corner on the same lap versus the same car. 10-second time penalty for car 776 for avoidable contact on lap 19 versus car 799. We're all caught up on the penalty points, and you understand how everyone is shaken out. Currently, everybody, those penalties, barring the Emilio penalty, were served on that pit stop. So if you saw weird pit stop times 1 minute 15 plus, that's what it was. Them serving
I
those
forgot about that as well.
in the pit lane. It's easy to forget as we go on. Folks, we're going to go to break here in just a moment, but before we do, just want to thank AK Esports for providing our server solutions. For more on how they can help you host your esports series, go to akesports.it. Follow the link in the description of the video. Coach Dave Delta and Coach Dave Academy. I wouldn't be surprised, and I can almost guarantee there's a huge amount of the field on those Coach Dave setups. Did you know they have LMU and iRacing setups over there now? Coach Dave, check them out via the Coach Dave Delta link in the description. Moser Racing, direct drive hardware, quality stuff that doesn't break the bank. Get yourself a direct drive wheelbase now and catch up to the 21st century without breaking the bank. Moser Racing, gotta love it. I've never heard anyone say anything negative about the Moser Racing wheelbases and direct drive systems. Also, shout out to IMB Racewear, custom gloves. A couple of folks that have some of the IMB Racewear gloves, and they think they're absolutely lovely. Get yourself a pair today at IMBRacewear.com. And last but certainly not least, Green Man Gaming. Don't need any introduction. They're the place to go for mega deals on games. Right now, they've got a star deal for Red Dead Redemption 2, the ultimate edition of that game, for less than 20 USD. Convert to your local currency. 83% off the ultimate edition of Red Dead Redemption 2. If you like games at all, or horses, or the Wild West, or really compelling stories, I implore you, if you have not played Red Dead Redemption 2, do it now. 83% off over at GMG. Follow our link in the description. Pick that up for less than 20 bucks. Ultimate Edition. Also, Metal Gear Solid Delta officially announced, coming out in late August of this year. You can get 25% off your pre-order by doing so on Green Man Gaming. $70 convert to your local currency game. But you get 25% off right now when you pre-purchase that game. Well, the first stint of the race is over. The complexion completely changed. Drop Just Boys dominated, but had a long pit stop. New players up front and cars out of position. Strategy all over the place. Only time will tell who's right and wrong and how this is going to shake out, as the teams have fanned out quite a little bit. But don't worry, they'll all come back together. Thanks for being with us thus far. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Ted Edwards and Stewie. We're going to take you on board for the sights and the sounds of the 6 hours of Barcelona. We'll be right back on commentary in just a little while. Enjoy. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the RCI 6-hour Esports Championship. Final round here at Barcelona, midway through the race, 4.5 hours left to go. We left you with the sights and the sounds and the onboards of some of these magnificent GT3 machines. You saw some bumping, rubbing, and banging in the interim as well, some of which between these two competitors, O'Sullivan and Nuremberger, racing each other quite hard indeed from 16th position, continuing to do it as we are bolted to the front splitter of the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic 111. O'Sullivan's held on. I gotta say, Ted, welcome back in. The pit stops really shook up this race. We've got a lot to cover, but it has not deterred the drivers for going for a lot of these moves. They're still getting the elbows out here as there's still positions on the table.
Yeah, so while we were just having a little break, that they're still rubbing paint, trading paint with each other. You know, an hour and a half into this race, and I don't think it's going to let up any time soon. I don't think people are just going to start, you know, sort of relaxing and just get into a groove. I think it's just going to be push, push, push all race long. But just want to point out that number 20 has pitted again, has taken the fastest lap, I believe, at the moment in time, but they've come in super early again, so they might be doing what Les said, which is 45-minute stints, 90 minutes on a set of tyres or something around that. So it's very interesting. I think they're just in front of the leader on the track map. So it's very interesting. And yes, we've had some more penalties come through, Jesse.
Yeah, we sure have. We're going to see some contact here with Nuremberger, and this has been going on. And when we were at break, it's still continuing to go on. As you can clearly see, a hip and a shoulder check. That'd be legal in hockey. I'm afraid out here, racetrack, that may not be the case, however. But yeah, as you said, more penalties that have come out since we went to break. We take a break. The stewards don't take a break. They are relentless, and they have to be. We commend their effort. 10-second time penalty for car 55 for avoidable contact on lap 12. That's a later one. That must have been reported right near the deadline for that to be reported, indeed. 10-second time penalty for car 49 for avoidable contact on lap 15. Warning for car 996 for pit lane entry violation. Had two wheels off. That doesn't mean the green area. That must have been in the red and white painted area. Same thing for car 39. Warning for car 39, pit lane entry violation, two wheels off. That was back on the lap 36 pit stop. 10-second time penalty for car 202 for avoidable contact on lap 38. That involving the 799. Warning for car 44, cutting the track and gaining an advantage. This is a lap correction from lap 41. Warning for car 49 for a pit lane entry violation, two wheels off. So several cars cut coming into pit lane, not the green section, as we've said earlier, the red section around the corner that we could not see. They still can't cut that. They can't make a late decision into pit lane. Several cars running afoul of that. I think that's the most we've seen on a first pit stop in the series' history, I'm pretty sure. That might be, and if it's not, it's very close indeed. We had a lot of penalties in a couple of rounds, but that was throughout the entire race. I'm talking about the first stop in general. See that area right there? You cannot cut in once the track sort of splits. You have to have committed before the, I think in America we call that a gore point, but before the track and the pit lane separate, you have to have made a decision. If you go over those lines, that is unsafe. Could be a penalty. Sean Arnold for Veloce 55 has stuck it down the inside, but left the door open here for Schubeck. Schubeck back through. Sean Arnold will have to give it another go. Ted, is racing around here frustrating because of that? That's my experience as a driver around here. You get a move, you go, that's got him. And then the next corner is not in your favor, and they're back by you.
Yes, very annoying. It's one of those things where you can defend, and they can still get around you, and it's like, well that shouldn't work because I defended, and it's just like, well, the other guy just got a better run on you. It's the same if you just let them have the corner and you try and line yourself up for a better exit, and then they just pull away from you. It's like, well, That's annoying. But it is a frustrating track. As we see the 49s coming down pit lane for a DT. Jesse, I was going to ask you,
Oh
when are we going
dear.
to see the first track limit DT come in? But too
Would
late.
you like me to still answer that question? I'll
Yes,
still
please.
answer it if you want.
Go
I
for
think
it.
it would have happened about 5 seconds ago when Papin got the first
Ah,
drive-through penalty. Folks, the
good call.
RCI stewards do not give drive-through penalties. Any drive-through penalties or stop-and-go 30s you may see are almost certainly going to be ACC assigned penalties, and the easiest way to get a drive-through penalty is to use up your track limits. Ed, you talked about this at length earlier on after qualifying that this was going to be a problem here today. We didn't make it 2 hours, and we've already got our first one.
Yeah, well, you're pushing, especially like out of this corner here, out the chicane on that curve there. You can ride that curve pretty well in these cars now. But you go too wide, and you can go same here. Any exit curve you see on this track is so easy to get a warning for track limits. You can get one down here to turn one if you take too much. Obviously, what you see the drivers doing there, going really wide onto the green, is you just get better run through turn 1 and 2. And then coming through turn 3 here, you think, oh, it's just really long. You keep your foot planted. No, you have to let it get in and then plant your foot as you go understeer out. And as you see the cars in the background doing what I just said, it's just so easy. So to get the warnings and then to get the drive through here, and it leads on to my next thing of you were saying about the red and white area coming into pit lane. But you might be thinking at home, well, why? How is it so hard to not
Just don't do it.
Yeah, how hard is it to not hit the red stuff? Well, you're pushing the car. You're in a normal mind, me and Jesse would let off and let it grab the front, and then we can
when I take an exit on the interstate or the dual carriageway or the motorway, depending on what part of the world you're on, Autobahn for Stewie, you let off a little bit when you hit the asphalt, don't you? But in sim racing and in motorsport, you can't do that because you're giving up time. It's just you treat it like it's another corner on the racetrack because you have to.
Yeah. But the thing is now they've got a warning over their heads, and if they get another warning, that's a 5-second penalty. And well, there you go. You've lost yourself 5 seconds where you could have lost yourself half a second just letting off and getting your car turned into the pit lane entry road. So it's one of those things where when you're driving, you don't really think about that sort of thing. And you know, we're watching it here. We're not doing anything. All we're doing is we're talking. We're talking about what's happening on the race, and
it's a hard job, to be fair. I mean, I'm sweating.
But like when you're in a car, like especially around this sort of track where you need to have full concentration, basically all the time. The main straight and the back straight, the only two places where you can go, okay, I can sort of relax now, gather up what I'm thinking of, listen to my teammates, we'll see what the plan is, and oh right, I'm back into a corner. I need to concentrate on following this car, and it's difficult because you're learning what the driver in front or the driver behind is doing with their car and what they're trying to do with you, and they're thinking the same thing of like, oh, what are you doing? Like, where are you going? Are you just gonna stay here? You comfortable staying here, or are you gonna try and make a move on me? So there's a lot of things these drivers think about all the time. You're never not thinking. Some drivers might just go autopilot. I know I go in autopilot mode, and people try and talk to me, and I don't answer back because I'm just blocking everyone's words out, and because I'm just comfortable driving, sort of forget where I am at some points. As Stewie well knows, sometimes I forget to take a corner and end up in the infield at Daytona, but we laugh about that one.
Well, sometimes you're the goose, sometimes you're the gander, right? And sometimes you're the foot, sometimes you're the ball. I think is what happens. And today, you have to be immaculate, I think, is what it turns out to be. You can't give up room on the racetrack, but you can't put yourself in trouble. Michael Moaning for STR goes around Hansen in the 71. Or well, that's Rodriguez, isn't it? No, that is Hanson. I was right the first
Hey,
time.
you're right.
The Alien Academy 71. The livery threw me from the helicopter cam. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the 71. It is indeed the 71. And Michael Moning has brought the 38 car. And that STR did not really qualify where we thought they were going to be. Obviously had a Ford Mustang on pole, so the pace was always there, but STR not quite where we would expect them to be, but that seems to have all been corrected now up into the top 6 or so for that team. They've been the leading light in the Mustang camp. Of course, this is the first major campaign for the Mustang that we will have seen, and likely a lot of the drivers will have seen as well. And they've done pretty darn well. We've got a slew of them now inside the top 10, 3 of the top 10 cars. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying. Ford Mustangs currently.
I do like a Mustang. I think that's the thing with me nowadays with racing, is it's either Cadillac for hypercar or GTP, depending on what series you're following, and a Mustang. That's all I like right now, Jesse. I will say I do like the BMW sound. It does sound quite good. Oh, and the Aston Martin Valkyrie that is coming to IMSA and WEC. They do sound pretty good as well, especially they're taking the silencers off now. But yeah, I am a Mustang fanboy. It's just V8 motor, isn't it? Really, Jesse?
Well, I'm a weird American because I prefer a turbocharged V6, or even better, ladies and gentlemen at home, please prepare yourselves, a twin-turboed V6. My particular flavor, an RB variant, don't care which, any RB is great, but you gotta love the sound of a V8. It snarls. Some people like V10s. I only like them when they're screaming. V12, good, nice low rumble to that too as well. Different sounds for different people. I'm a V6 turbo man. I like turbski noises, but there is still that American in me that does love the rumble of a V8, a Mustang, a Corvette, Cadillac. As you well know, Ted Edwards makes a very wonderful sound. The WEC.
I do like it. I was quite grateful we had one in the race last night, Jesse. Because we're missing one from the split one, which is a shame. But yeah, it's one of those things in racing where there is so many different sounds, and it's not just the same sound. Obviously, if you take Formula One for instance, it's all the same sound. They might have a different sounding exhaust or pops or whatever you want to call it, obviously because they've got different components compared to each team, but it's all the same power unit at base. Whereas when you come to GT racing, you go to the WEC, you go to IMSA, you have V6s, V8s, V10s, and back in the day you had the V12 Aston Martin that I know Martin Lawrence likes to drive. Yeah, I do like the sounds, and going to real racing is so much nicer just to listen to the actual cars, and you feel the different vibrations from the different engines that come past you, and it is a nice feeling. And yeah, I hopefully I go to a race this year to get my fix. I don't think I went to one last year, unfortunately, but it's not the same watching it on TV compared to actually going to watching it in real life.
Yeah, there's something said about it's a visceral experience to go to a race in real life. You feel it, you smell it, you taste it. I think a lot of people have come up to me over the years and at my urging to go see a race live, and they don't understand. Like, well, I can watch a race at home and I'm comfortable and I've got my snacks and I'm in air conditioning or heating, or depending on what time of year it is. And that's fair. Yes, it's a more uncomfortable experience, but it is more of an experience in person. And almost all the time, people will go to their first race, come back and go, I get it. I liked motorsports before. I love it now. I get it. I understand why it gets in you. It becomes a part of you. Even if you've never driven a race car in your life, you kind of, you still understand. You understand it's man and machine, and it's us versus them. But there's more to it than that. It's sensory overload, I think, for a lot of people, their first time. And I think that's kind of part of the experience as well. But a lot of oval racing where I'm from, and it's the same thing. It's when the cars go by, it is the craziest rush. The only thing I can explain oval racing to somebody who's never been or kind of sticks up their nose at it, it is like being passed by 5,000 bullet trains all at the same time, and you're a foot away from it, or approximately half a meter away from it. That's what it's like. And other motorsport is exactly the same. I'm sure you've stood at the fence at Donny before with the GTs going around, and they're blasting down the straight.
Yeah.
And
well, I was about to say
it pushes you back almost. The air does.
But yeah, and it's just like, especially it's like you watch wet racing through the internet. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's difficult. There's a lot of spray. When you're there and it's raining, it's like, oh, this is crazy. Like, rain's scary. I mean, you see these cars coming down the hill at Donington after turn one, and they're on the grass backwards and spinning. It's like, oh, that's bad. But yeah, we've been to Donington many times. A few of us here at RCI together, and I remember we went to the chicane for the GT race, British GT race, and I think it was the Bentley just caught the tire barrier, if you like, stack. And in this game, it moves. Real life, it doesn't move. Yeah, that Bentley didn't have a front left. It had a front left wheel. It was still attached, but all the carbon fiber and bodywork was just all over the track, and it made like you listen to it in game, it doesn't sound too bad. You hear it in real life because obviously everything's breaking apart, and that thing was loud. And it was just like, oh, and it was it like you say, sensory overload. And it's if you haven't been to a racetrack or watched any racing, it's not that expensive. Obviously, Formula One is a little bit expensive.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be expensive.
But like British GT was like, it wasn't even 50 quid for a ticket. I think that was for 2 tickets. Me and Katrina went, and you're there all day. And you're not just watching the GT racing. You got all the mini events coming up to it as well. You got F4s, you got the Ginettas, you got all sorts. And just get out there and have a go, and just even if you go for a few hours, it is an experience.
I've had the pleasure of exposing many people that otherwise would not have had the experience of going to motorsport before, and I've been able to kind of show them why it's special. And of course, some people, they're not into it. Sometimes it's too loud, too brash, and some people are indoor people, and that's fair enough. But I think the vast majority of them kind of get it. It's a rush that you do not get just about anywhere else or doing anything else, and certainly impossible to explain adequately. But I think my big takeaway from GT racing, the races that I've been to, is whenever you're actually in the car, be it virtual or real, you slow down for a chicane, right, Ted? I'm sure you can understand this. But you slow down for a chicane, and you feel like you're trundling wrong. You're crawling through that chicane. You stand at the fence and watch them do it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going 1,000,000 miles an hour. It looks absolutely insane.
Again, Donington, you think you've slowed down because you're coming off that street. You think you slow down, so you think you're walking. But when you actually stood there, oh my God, when I say they are sending it, they are sending it. And you can see why they end up in crashes, and they hit the anti-cut curves, and it will break something, or pop a tire, and they'll be off or whatever. And that's because they are not going slow.
No, not by a long shot. We expect the next sequence of pit stops to occur sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes from now. They've got 14 minutes and 24 seconds, as I said that, to come down. If they came at the last possible second, the vast majority did. The 799 is in already. That is their scheduled stop, as they are slightly off sequence. Remember, they came in early anyway, and they are continuing that trend. Tom Watts joined us earlier, and event manager and steward, a head steward, in fact, one of the head stewards here at RCI, who reckons that we were talking about one of the Lamborghinis who had an incredibly quick stop earlier, and we're talking about their pit stop sequence and what they could be doing. He laid on the take that they only fueled for 30 minutes, and that they'll do 90-minute stints on the tires, which, yeah, that makes sense. We kind of covered that a bit. What I'm worried about with that strat is that could bite them in the end, but then again, we don't know if it will or it won't until later. The track has cooled off and degree. It was 46 when we started. It's after 3 p.m. in sim time here in Barcelona. It's now 45. Ambient has done, well, pretty much the same. It's cooled off. It's 35 degrees, and we expect that trend to continue. We're talking about how much tires and rims costed earlier. Ryan Gill, he basically offered up the information that he drives an expensive car. So maybe we rob Ryan Gill. I'm not sure. Les Stevenson, known weekend race car driving enthusiast, says that magnesium rims equal ridiculous amounts of Wonga. A lot of dosh indeed. Not cheap at all. Austin has joined us in chat a little bit ago and enjoyed that Stewie left them on the Aston. We talked at great length about different car engine notes. Matt Malcolm comes in and says you can't beat the sound of V12. Well, like I said, everyone has their own preference, and some people like a Madraz, some people like a Blue. I'm a Korma guy myself, I think, most of the time. I do enjoy spice. How do you take your butter chicken, Ted?
Well, what do you mean? Like what?
What's your order? What's your
curry?
takeaway order? Yeah, come on.
We don't do takeaway.
Hey,
Yeah, we don't do Indian takeaway. We just normally make it in.
you make your own.
Not from scratch, obviously. I'm not that good. Katrina is. Katrina can cook anything. I'm not very good. Kettle's my best friend.
Marco Badowski, I think it's Marco Badowski anyway. It's a Marco nonetheless. Was remarking on the tires being tortured, and that's something we covered. Keep in mind, if you weren't with us to start, hello to Vela Racing, who's just joined us over on Twitch. Hello to you as well. If you just joined us, they have 4 sets of tires to go 6 hours. It is incredibly hot. We started in the heat of the day. Some teams, we suspect, have already done the double stint. A lot of them have elected not to do the double stint in the heat of the day to sort of alleviate tire deg, which is absolutely going to be a factor. It's a factor everywhere. It's definitely going to be a factor here today in this heat. We suspect what they'll do, the vast majority are going to single stint the first couple of stints, wait for the track to cool down, which it already is doing a little bit, and then double stint at the end. Now, the problem with that is that is going to leave you susceptible to teams that have already double stinted now. They are going to be on a fresh set of tires in the coolest part of the day running the quickest lap. There's 2 different ways to go about that. Those are the 2 ways, slow at the end or fast at the end. Who's going to win out, we'll have to see in about 4 hours time from now. There is a other strategy that at least one team is using, and they are doing 30, 45-minute stints, or at least they were doing, to not run. They're double stinting the tires, but to do less time on them, which means that they will have to do longer stints later. At least one car is on an interesting fuel strategy, one of the Lamborghinis. In fact, I think it's that one we're looking at right there. with Schubeck behind the wheel, is doing an interesting strategy with the fuel. If I'm very much mistaken, one of the cars is.
I think it was the
At
44,
least.
Jesse.
Was it the 44?
Yeah.
Apologies in. It's Kevin Toddy who's doing that strategy. But nonetheless, a lot of strategy going on, and they all seem to sort of negate each other thus far. That's only because the race. Thomas in Twitch telling us keep an eye on the Madcap Racing Group. We do indeed. Very much interested in seeing some of the progress that some of the teams have been able to do today. Michael Moaning, we were asked earlier, was the 38, the STR group, the car that has gained the most spots. Well, not even a speculation at this point. That car is inside the top 6 and has continued to drive towards the front of this field. 8.3 off of the top 5. Close racing there with Sean Arnold. You know what? Do you know what happened at the Daytona 24 with the Corvette? I would be doing a similar thing right now.
Yep. We don't need to explain that. We all know what that is.
I shan't explain it.
We'll leave it
but
there.
if you were there, if you know, you know, as they say. Oh, he's going for it here. He's a little upset. Sean Arnold puts the Veloce 55 back down the inside. Philip Minar goes ahead and lets him do it. Del Fonte has brought the 179 Ferrari to pit lane. That's a scheduled stop. That's about a lap. That's about 2 or 3 laps ahead of the vast majority of cars that will pit. But it might be worth it to cut your stint short to get yourself out of traffic just a little bit. You know, a lot of pro racing or pro esports drivers, Ted, they're streamers, so they have to kind of watch what they say so they don't get terms of service tossed, as we call it. We obviously have to do the same here on the various streaming platforms. I feel there are times where I am jealous of those that don't stream their perspective.
Yes.
Because they get to say what they want. I've heard you say what you want to say sometimes, and there's some words in there.
Yep. Sometimes I've been streaming and I'm like, oh.
You know what I've also heard? I've also heard Katrina tell you to pipe down in the middle of your moments as well, and it works. I don't know how that works, but it works for you. It kind of
scary.
calms you down.
Have you heard her shout, Jesse?
She's scary. She's not scary. She's wonderful. What do you mean she's scary? Ted,
she's wonderful with you because you're not her boyfriend. You know.
Well, I mean, you really think that matters to her? You don't think she'd tell me to shut up if she needed to?
No, because you're too nice.
I've never met a woman who's afraid to tell me to shut up.
Well, before the leader crosses the line, we're on lap 69. Nice. Just wanted to get that in.
I don't get it.
Okay. I know you don't. But there's still some penalties out there. 10 seconds for 3 cars. You can see it on the screen. 2 more cars come down pit lane, Gaskell and Minar. A follower in Twitch chat, Akama Starship, thank you for the follow. Is much appreciated. And Samuel followed as well. Appreciate the follows down there on Twitch. And
we're getting real close to 500.
We are
close. Not that we have a particular goal in mind, but we thank you all for joining us on our journey. Here is Brenham for West Competition Racing. They took the lead off the benefit of an excellent pit stop in strategy. They were patient in P2 the entire first run. They've been afforded the lead. They've not looked back. 6.5 seconds back to Emilio, who has risen all the way to P2. Unfortunately, that car has a 10-second penalty, and they're going to fall. Oh my goodness, they're going to fall maybe outside the top 5, in fact, is Emilio, and that will mean that Romane will take over P2. Romane's right behind Emilio, by the way, so it's not like there's a huge gap there. It's still about 7 seconds first to second place and third. Cheng Li stayed in the Drive Just Boys 996 Ford Mustang, and they are in 4th currently. I think they came out in about 5th, though, so they've gained a little bit of ground, but they are on a different strategy compared to the front-running cars right now. Lee dominated, or led, I should say, the entire first section of today's race. But there are 2 different strategies at the front of this field, and because I am a small-brained individual, I have no idea who's using the correct strat currently. I think only time's going to tell that one. But for now, West Competition is out in front, which this would have been by design. They would have done this on purpose. And they've also gone the distance. All these cars pitted at the same time. They've just elected to take tires or not take tires. I'm also told by our broadcaster, Stewie, that one of the reasons that Cheng Li's stop was so long, Ted, they missed their box and had to be pushed back onto their mark.
Yeah, that's a big thing in this sim. Getting moved, it can cost you so much time. It is one of the most annoyingest things in this game. Is not you have to be so perfect getting into that pit box. And you know we've seen it in our Friday series for LMU. You get moved, but you get moved anyway. Like you don't get a perfect thing. Everyone gets moved roughly about the same. So it's not a big thing in that game. I think iRacing, you just plonk it inside. You got a massive box basically where you plonk it. You just can't be too forwards or too backwards. Whereas this game just punishes you. You have to learn your pit stop.
Precise. That was a huge thing in 2020 when the sim was coming into prominence. Drivers practicing pit stops, or drivers. I remember George Boothby getting excited in a race he was doing at Spa. He had 2 or 3 pit stops, and he was giddy a little bit that he hit his box on every single one and didn't have to get moved. And I think for anyone else, like, so what? It doesn't matter. It does matter. It's tenths of a second. It's seconds if they have to move you a lot. And if you nail it, you go straight up on the jacks, and you're good to go. And it is a huge thing, and it's kind of unique to the sim, like you said.
And it's also the thing. I don't know if many people know this. The driver swap bug, if you like, to keep the car running. When you switch drivers, you normally just switch drivers. Obviously, you turn the engine off to do a pit stop. As we see a replay going into the chicane.
I think this might have been close coming into pit lane. He's safe in,
you
but
can
did
go
he
on
get
the
a
green.
little out of sorts? No, I mean, that's pretty textbook entry, if you ask me. Used all of the road available,
Yeah.
and it, to my eye, did not violate the limits, the bounds of pit entry. But that was a well-illustrated entry into pit lane. Everybody has to come in this time. There's not enough time to go around again. All the cars have to be in by 3 hours and 50 minutes left on the clock. It's a minute 44 on a really good lap around here. Nobody could have come and gone another lap without violating the 65-minute stint limit. This is the group coming in, and there will be more that comes in behind the 52 that in the background. They pitted a lap ago, so they're going to pass all these cars. But they are also a lap down. 202 is in. Alberto Prina for Gladius Competitions. Now we'll see what the stops look like here. Those of you wondering what you're looking at pit stop times for any team that has like a 35 at the beginning of that new graphic that we have. That's their first pit stop. Current pit stops are around laps 69 to 71. And what that tells us is how quick or slow the stop was once they break the timing beam exiting pit lane.
Well, I remember 202 and the 55 both had 10-second penalties. There was another car, and I can't remember who. There was another car. Was it? Yeah, that was the 800 had 10 seconds as well. So looks like the 800 would have done a 56-second stop, so that would have been just fuel, if I'm correct. And then we'll see the 202 and the 55 in just a second.
Did Brenham stay in that car? Is that a triple stint
Oh.
for the West Competition driver? Surely that would have updated by now if that was. I'm being confirmed. Oh, never mind. That's right. It's not. It's a double stint for Brenham, not a triple stint.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the pit stop with the driver swaps. Normally you just turn the engine off and you have your pit stop set up and ready to switch to whatever driver you have chosen in the MFD. And once you get swapped in and the car drops, you have to turn the engine back on. The starter will already be on, the ignition, so you have to use the starter to turn the car back on. But there's a thing where you can the driver in the car who's come into pit lane You'll turn the car off. 10 seconds to go, you turn the car back on, and they'll put their foot on the accelerator. Then the driver who is getting into the car will then put their foot on the accelerator. And once it switches, you can just drive. The car will still be on. And it just saves you a second or so. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes the engine just turns off, and sometimes sometimes you can probably have a crash, so a game crash. So it's one of those things. You shouldn't be able to do it, and there is repercussions of doing it. But I know a lot of people do it because it is the quicker way of doing a pit stop. But not sure why it's never been patched out, Jesse. I'm not sure why we can't just leave the car on for the next driver.
Do you know? Well, the car's got to be off for fueling.
Well, you meant to have it
it's
off.
supposed to be off for safety regulations. But I'm going to go out on a limb here. Do you know why most things in games don't get patched out when you think they should?
Is it because it's too difficult?
One, if it's not game breaking, don't mess with the code because code is fragile. Number two, probably can't. Probably it's an unintended bug, and fixing it would be such a hassle. You'd have to redevelop part of the simulator. So why not? I got a funny anecdote about that though. One of the first races I ever ran in ACC competition was an RCI race. It was many hours of Bathurst. I don't remember how many hours. Many hours of Bathurst with Mike Jones. Remember that guy? It was me and Mike Jones in a McLaren. The old McLaren, by the way. The new one wasn't out yet. This race is in black and white in my head. Let's see. Something happened to Jan Gutslav. Looks normal to me. Unless they're going to get sideways.
It's not a replay.
Oh, it's not a replay. Never mind.
No.
I saw it off of the out of the corner of my eye. We were removing the pit stop time off the screen, and
we're like a trained
Gerbils?
dog, Jesse, right?
Oh.
It's just like, the screen switched. It's a replay. Oh no.
You gave us far more. You gave me far more credit. I said gerbil, you said dog, and I was like, well, one's more noble than the other. But I'm happy you went that route. I have the mind of a gerbil, but no, that pit stop thing where you hold the gas. The very first time I ever tried to do that, it was a Bathurst race, an endurance race. Me and Mike Jones, we're leading the race. We're dominating that race, in fact. And I get into the car. He goes, all right, we're going to hold the throttle. I'm on it. You're on it? Yeah. The car drops, and the car dies. And I have never hit the button box harder. I was flipping every switch. I was hitting every toggle. I was like, I was saying words that Twitch would give us a week's vacation for. I was like, you are doing this to me in the lead in the last hour of the race. And I was absolutely fuming that it had done that.
It's one of the reasons why I have starter button matched to my wheel and my thumb is ready on it, just in case it decides that, oh, I'm not gonna start, and I'm ready to just hold my thumb on that button with my foot on the throttle and just wheel spin that thing out of that box, because you do lose time, and that's the thing. Especially with these guys racing this close, you come into the pit lane and you're like half a second difference to the car behind you, and you have a worse pit stop than the guy behind. You're going to lose that place. Easily going to lose that place, and you might lose a slipstream. Down this straight, for instance. Mustang probably doesn't really need it as much.
Mustang really does not care.
As you can see,
it's just absolutely speeding by. The Canadian driver down the inside was in sixth prior to the pit stop, lost a spot in the cycle, but has gained it back. The STR Esport car back up into sixth place, making that position up on Kevin Toddy in the 44. He was on that interesting strategy. It seems to be working, though. They're hanging out in the same position. We haven't talked about the fastest lap at all today, but it has somewhat recently changed hands. Adler in the number 20 Ferrari, that is the quickest car on the racetrack. And that's interesting because they're down in 8th place. That would be troubling if you're directly in front of them, and that car is all of a sudden now about the quickest one in the field, which it is. So it is. That case exactly for the Madcap Racing team. We've been told to keep an eye on Madcap, and that's exactly why. They are setting the pace. Brenham continues to lead in the West competition. Number 1 BMW. Sure in the 201 is now into second place. The Gladius Competitions car all but took that spot prior to the pit stop. Remember, Emilio in the 800 had an additional penalty for Veloce Esports Thrustmaster. They did not take tires. West competition and the 800 did not take tires as far as we know. Everyone else did. So sure in the 201S tires, Humvee in the 27 also has tires for BF Racing Esport. And the same could also be said for the 996 with Gong installed behind the wheel and this car. Jade Hutchinson, Dennis Adler for Madcap in the pit lane, and is that out of sequence?
They pitted. Wait, this is so off sequence, Jesse. This strat is got in my ear. 25 lap stints, Stewie says. So they are. How long is a stint around here anyway? It's like 30 laps. No, yeah.
Yeah, it's
something
like 30. Yeah, it's like 31 to 35 laps depending.
So that is very interesting. They're already going, so they're not taking tires. They've just taken fuel. I can already tell you that because we've just seen them come in and stop, and they're already moving. I see them on the track map. I can't wait to see 3 hours time to see what they are going to do or where they are.
I think that's the fascinating thing from our standpoint is they know what they're doing. Nobody else. I don't know what they're doing.
We've never seen this.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this is going to work out. They've clearly, most of these teams, I'll explain for the benefit of folks at home, they have an engineer or strategist or somebody that helps them with strategy. And even if it's just the drivers, they come with a predetermined plan. They usually, teams don't just wing it. They have a plan, they show up, they have a plan A, B, C, D through Z. This is a plan that they've had because they're repeating it. I have no idea how this benefits them, but it might be something with the car. It might be a survival tactic. I'm not sure.
I think it's got to be something to do with tires and the heat. Like that's all. I've not seen this, and I haven't heard anyone mention it in the other races. Like I say, I haven't really been keeping an eye on the esports series so far. Obviously, I know where people have been finishing and what's been happening with the drivers and all that sort of thing, but not really been keeping on strategies because there's not really been anything that stood out from anyone saying anything. So this is mind-boggling. But I do know in Twitch chat we did have Thomas in there saying keep an eye on Madcap Racing. So I wonder if they've got something to do with that number 20 team.
I just think they're fast, Ted. I think is what's going on with Madcap. I think that they're just bad fast right now.
Well, less fuel would help them so much. And if you think about it, less fuel with the tyres, less wear, less weight. Less weight, less wear.
Less weight and less wear does not compute with a Ford Mustang, but we'll see if that is the case. I've been wrong before, as my wife tells me quite frequently. A couple of things that have happened since the last pit stop technically right before it. Lap 67, warning for car 49, avoidable contact, up to a 5-second penalty because they received multiple warnings. Ted told you about that earlier. 2 warnings equals a 5-second penalty, and that's what's happened to the 49. Racing incident, hard racing between the 6 and the 49. We saw a little bit of that. 60. Now working lap 78 after the second pit stop of the day. And Brenham continues to lead for West competition over the 201. But there is a lot of strategy left to be played out here. Gladius Competitions has closed the gap for sure. Quite handily indeed. As Sure continues to run down the leader. We are not done here. And by the way, we showed you championship points coming into the day. We haven't mentioned them since. There's a good reason for that. You boys are confused. We don't know who's... We're going to wait. We're going to know when you know how this is going to shake out. They're all over the place. Started off with qualifying with about 8 of the top 10 drivers in the championship not qualifying inside the top 10. We've had 5 different pit stop strategies in 2 different stops. It's everywhere. We don't know who's going to come out on top. What we do know is it's going to be epic here in a minute with another battle for the lead. Now down to 1.1 second between first and second. Oh, it's worse than that. It's closer than that. Something's happened to Brenham. Something's happened to the leader of the race. It's gone from a second down to less than half a second. And here he is. Here is Sure for Gladius Competition on the back of the West Competition car. It's already happened by now. It happened in the middle sector because it was over a second, and now it's down to 3/10. I would imagine Brenham got a little out of control over a curb, maybe left the racetrack accidentally, but there is nothing in it between the top two. From a couple of laps ago, it was near 2 seconds. Now it is nothing. Looking down to the inside is Sure, has the inside angle. Brenham affords him space. Brenham trying to get the wide normal angle into the corner. He will, but he's been cleared by Sure. Tobias Sure for Gladius Competition in the lead, blocks the rebuttal from Brenham. New leader here today in the 201 Gladius Competition's car.
This is interesting. Stuart's just pointed out as well. I don't think anything happened, Jesse. The number one car, the BMW, in second place. Yeah, that sounds weird. 1 second, Stuart. They didn't take tyres. They took fuel. The 201's taking tyres.
That's true. I might have said that backwards, by the way, earlier on. I don't know if I said that backwards, but the West Competition car and the 800 Veloce Thrustmaster car did not take tires. Everyone else did. And if I said that backwards earlier, I do very much apologize. I'm not dyslexic. I feel like I have to validate myself by saying that, but I just say things backwards sometimes. But that they did not take tires, so that is true. And you know what? I think you and Stewie have a point here, because same thing happened. Middle sector there, gained about a second, did Sure, over Brenham, and that's the difference between new versus old tires. What that tells me is people that are double stinting should have a large advantage at the end of this race. I would love to have, I mean, I'm a driver at heart. I would love to have fresh tires every time I come down pit lane. I'd also love a gold toilet, but I won't have that either. But God, that'd be uncomfortable, wouldn't it, a gold toilet? Anyway, moving on. I would love to have tires at the end of this race, and there's going to be some teams that will likely have to run the next 3 hours of this race on one set of tires. So they're going to give up time, and if it's that obvious between Sure and Brenham, probably going to be worse for some of these other teams that have elected to take fresh sets every single time. It makes sense, though. Take fresh sets in the heat of the day. Don't overpressure the tire. Don't run the risk of a puncture. Makes sense up until you're left defenseless with an hour to go.
Yeah, it is interesting. The number one car and the 800 are the only two at the top that didn't take tires. So, as you can see in the background, I think that's the... No, that isn't the... Is that the 800 in the background? I think it is, right? Yeah, I think the 38's just... No. Who's it? Wait, what? Who's that BMW in the background? That must be a back marker, I think.
That's the skid mark racing car that you're seeing right there.
Yeah, that is the 800 behind them, though. I just noticed that those two cars, it's orange and black. It just reminds me of Fast and Furious. The Supra and the Charger. I watched some Fast and Furious last night, yes, and that's what brought it to mind.
You know what's great about the Supra?
Go on.
Twin turbocharged V6.
Oh, here we go. And then you know the Charger. Got supercharger, mate.
That's cool. How's your lag on that?
I'll beat you off the start.
Do what to me? Sorry.
You only want to listen to things when you want to listen, right?
You'll spend. What are you, my wife? I hate to reuse that joke twice in the same hour, but you're setting me up over here, man. I don't know what to do. Gong for Drive Just Boys trying to continue their climb back up the field. Makes short work of a lapped car, but still, I think you can see the pace is still there with Shu and Gong and that entire 996 team. I just think it's a matter of time. There's some 10 seconds back, I believe, from Brenham, who's now been moved back to third. Yeah, they are exactly 10 seconds back. Humby has now taken P2 in the number 27 Ford Mustang. West Competition down to third. Don't panic if you're a West Competition fan. don't panic yet. This is their strategy. They knew this was going to be um, a rough stint because they didn't take tires everyone around them did. For all intents, they probably should fall down to fourth. Gong should catch them, but that should be as far as they fall. They'll get new boots on it next time through new Pirellis, and they'll be the ones that are flying. Swings and roundabouts, as you said.
Just watching the Bentley behind the 996 just then, and they got really wide through turn 3 compared to the Mustang. And I don't know if the Bentley took tires or not, but I know the two RCI cars have been struggling with the Bentley in this championship. Now, is it because it's Bentley things, or is it just is it the BOP that's making the effect, or probably both? Obviously, it's going to be such a light car, and I did some testing because you know, we were going to try and take it for the community race, and it was just very, very light compared to, very snappy as well, compared to let's say the Mustang that felt like a big old fast brick that was just planted to the floor. Probably the same as this Aston Martin here. Pretty grippy. We've not got the straight line speed this Aston compared to the Mustang. So, but it's interesting how each car handles differently. I know the Ferrari is very good through the corners. Doesn't really have a good top end compared to some of the other cars in the fields. And obviously the BMW sort of, it's where the Aston I think used to be with. It's good if you can drive it quick and you can hit your corners pretty well. But it's the Aston Martin used to be, we used to call it still is the safe car. When you play this game for the first time, mainly the car you choose because it's very easy to drive, and especially if you don't have setups, which, you know, I think a lot of people have setups nowadays. You know, the Coach Dave setups are very good to use. As I've used them a few times, and they just help you drive the car better. It stops the understeer from the default setups catching in. But Aston Martin's the easy choice. I think now with the M4, it's been long enough in the game. That is also an easy car to start driving compared to, let's say, the Ferrari. You can get a little bit snappy. The Mercedes AMG is a little bit understeery with the front end of that thing, because it's got a big old V8 in the front, and it's got a lot of horsepower, so it can get a little bit slidey out the corners. Lamborghini is one of those cars, I like to say, to the McLaren as well. You have to drive it on the edge of the limit, basically. You feel like you're gonna crash, and yeah, basically, if you go too far, you will. It's a car you've got to get everything out of it to make it a good, quick, competitive car. But that's the thing with this sort of thing, Jesse. This racing, these guys are always pushing their cars, no matter what's happening. We've seen that in the early stages, the first hour, the fighting, the pushing, people having to jump off track, go through the anti-cut curbs there at turn 1, turn 2, just so they didn't have an incident, because everyone's fighting for space on this track.
Yeah, I've been trying to do the maths, as you might expect. It's not my forte, but I do it anyway. That rhymed accidentally. I do apologize for that. But we actually saw something interesting just happen there. We saw the 40 or the 44 of Kevin Toddy for Visceral Esports be overtaken by the 71 of B Alien Academy, and that kind of illustrates what I'm about to talk about. Zimmer and the entire 71 B Alien Academy team came in second place. Now, if they had a bad race, they could have lost second in the championship. As it stands right now, they're doing just enough to guarantee a second place championship finish if they finish in and around where they currently are. They passed the 44, which is interesting because the 32 Team Racing Point Ferrari came in third in the championship. The problem with them is they're running dead last, a couple of laps off the pace. That is going to drop them out. I don't think they have a chance at recovery here today in the 3.5 hours left. What does that mean? Well, Visceral Esports is 4th place in the championship. They're running about 8th on the racetrack with Kevin Toddy currently. They are going to take 3rd in the championship as they run. 3rd place belongs to Visceral Esports 44 Lamborghini. If B Alien Academy had issues and Kevin Toddy finishes in the top 8 or so, it is possible, if the 71 has a bad day like the 32 Racing Point car is having, it is possible for that 44 of Visceral to take 2nd place. But right now, 255 competition, your champion elects today. The Alien Academy holding on to P2, and as they run, Visceral Esports is 3rd in the championship. And behind them, your guess is as good as mine. It's a jumbled mess, but just wanted to give you a little update on the prospected top 3 as they run right now.
Maybe you guys at home got that, because my head is just melted from all that information Jesse's just
by the
way,
I don't know, because we're delayed. Ryan Gill,
yes.
RCI CEO, he's watching the stream. He's not in the room with us, but he's watching the stream. Did he do the points at the exact same time?
Yes,
I was
did.
also doing
He
the
did.
points independently of me. You know what they say? I've been with Ryan Gill most of my broadcast career. I will say this about Ryan Gill. Lovely man, beautiful man. I sound like my president now. Beautiful man. Wonderful man. But great minds think alike. But the points as the best man. My broadcaster's goading me here. Top 10. Ryan Gill has done the maths, and I trust his maths more than mine, so I'll give it to you. As they run nearly halfway into today's finale, 255 competition has 363 points. Not going to be caught. The Alien Academy has 317. Visceral Esports, I correctly theorized, in 3rd place, 274. CRT.Pro is in 4th place currently with 252 points. Number 5, Team Racing Point, falls all the way from a podium to 5th place at 236 points. 2 points behind them is the BF Racing car, or the 27 BF Racing car, 234 points. 1 point behind them is the 201 Gladius Competitions car. This is why I said it's hopeless to guess back here, because it is very close indeed. Keep in mind, Team Racing Point in 5th, as they run, has 236. BF Racing has 234. Gladius has 233. Veloce 55 and the Jardier Community Team, that 39, they're tied at 232 points. And oh, by the way, 4 points out of a top 5 spot, even though they're tied for 8th place. And it doesn't get any better. The number 800 Veloce team, the Veloce Esports Thrustmaster team, has 231 points. They're only 5 points out of the top 5. 5 points covering the top, or covering 5 of the top 10 positions. It's insane. We'll try to keep you abreast of any major changes. Huge shout out to Ryan Gill for not only putting all of this together, of course, but helping us out with stats in the booth. I miss Michael Hamlet. Michael Hamlet was my stat guy for years in esports. Ryan Gill, you're just as good, buddy. Thank you.
So what you're telling me here, Jesse, is, as you can see by the track map, a lot of people are spread out there.
As I'm telling you, Ted Edwards, it's hopeless.
Well, here's the thing. Everyone's spread out. There's a few cars following each other, slipstream, trying to probably saving a bit of fuel here and there, tyre wear and stuff like that. When we get to the last hour and a half, I think that's when things are going to start spicing up. Because people are on different strategies, sure. And people might have to come for a splash or half a stint, whatever. It's going to get spicy, and there's going to be, I think what we saw in the first hour, with let's call it the cuddling phase, there's going to be more cuddling. I think it's going to be aggressive cuddling.
Are you describing a race? Or what are we talking about the after party? What are we talking about here?
Driver's just cuddling Jesse, that's all it is.
I don't know if I'm barking up that tree, but I will say Louis Fleischer here continuing their work for the Veloce 55 team. They're part of that group and mentioned that are only a couple of points off of each other. Huge. What does that really mean? Well, folks, one position is what it means. One position changes it all changes. One position here, like for instance, Fleischer gets around the Jardier community team. Jardier in the car currently. That will propel the Jardier team back and Fleischer up. And that's realistically a 1 or 2 point swing. But when you consider they're racing against each other head to head in the championship as well, it's actually double that. It's close to 4 to 5 point swing versus 2 if you were racing just a random car. So because they're both involved in this close championship final position battle, it is magnified quite literally in that case. And don't know if the teams are aware of it. They probably don't care. I know some teams, I've talked to some drivers that at the top of the table, they're like, yeah, I'm kind of aware of where we are, but we don't really do the hard points most of the time, especially when it's, we call it a rat's nest, where it's all just a bunch of cars that are separated by a point or two. When you're in that kind of fray, you don't really get to do the math. But I would be curious how many are aware of it. Obviously, 255 knew that they just got to run the laps today. That's all it was. 71's just got to have a clean race. Perhaps the 44 group know that they're in third place because they would have known that they had a little bit of a buffer to some of the other teams. But that might be where it ends, with the teams actually knowing where they're standing.
Number 1 car is here in 4th place, is dropping off due to double stinting. All the other cars around them at the minute on fresh tyres, we believe. So I wouldn't say they're struggling, they're just trying to keep those tyres safe, try not wear them out too much. They were right behind the 996 Mustang of Gong, but just dropping back now 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds back. They were by at least half a second there for half a lap back, so it shows you how much time you lose on an old set of tires, a used set of tires compared to a fresh set. It's one of those things. Yeah, it's one of those things you don't.
Did you
really
expect
think
it to
about.
be this much? Because I didn't.
No, I like.
I expected it to be significant, but it's like a second almost. I mean, we saw the lead change hands earlier, right? And it was the better part of 3/4 a second a sector, at least in the early part of the run.
Yeah, it's crazy because when you do a stint in an hour race or whatever, you notice your drop off if you've hurt the tires too much at the start of the race, and you notice towards the end, like, oh yeah, I'm like half a second off, but even though I've lost the fuel, I should be quicker because I've hurt them. But when you're doing a double stint, that's 2 hours or whatever your strategy is. Yes, you have low fuel at the end of the first one. Yes, you're quicker. But when you put that fuel back in, my God, you are so slow. It's actually crazy, or the pace difference you have, and you won't be sliding. You won't be understeering or anything like that in the corners, out corners. You'll be doing it fine, like we've seen with the number 1 car. They looked fine, looked composed, and nothing looked wrong. But they're just so much slower. 3 seconds now from the 996, and that's 2 laps. That's second and a half a lap. They're losing just from the older tyres. Obviously, that's the strategy they're going with. They still have 2 sets of tyres, maybe. So they've got a double stint, another one, and then they've got a fresh set to use whenever they do. But now they're trying to stick on to the back of the 38, I believe, that was there. So it's one of those things where you get to the end of your second stint on those used tyres. Yes, you got less fuel, but you are still second and a half, maybe 2 seconds slower than what you were at the start of those set of tyres. It's something you don't think about until you're racing it, and you do feel the grip difference, and it's it doesn't make you feel good when your delta is down, but then you got to always remember and remind yourself of these are old tyres. Like, this is going to happen.
Long game.
Yes, it is.
Everyone's on that strategy.
It's endurance racing. That's what it is, and that's what you do it for. You've got to. It's the waiting game. It's like, okay, but first hour, we try and get a good position. 4 hours or whatever, okay, we've got to try and keep this position and look after the tires. Last hour, let's go and fight for position.
Let me try to simplify what Ted's telling you here and what it feels like. Let me simplify the feeling. You're having a salad, which is perfectly nutritious and balanced in every way, except the guy on the other side of the partition is having steak and ice cream, and you'd really rather have that. That's what being on old tires is like. Salad, it's good for you. You need to have it. Could be steak and ice cream, and that it's the fear of it. It's not really FOMO, but it's quite similar. It hits you, doesn't it, though, Ted? I'm sure you've experienced this, where you get passed by somebody on new tires, and you obviously can't even fight them, and you go, "Oh man, that could be me," but it will be at some point. The equal and opposite reaction. Shout out to Newton, by the way, is that whenever they don't have it and you pass them, and they wish they were having steak and ice cream at that point. But it do be like that.
Steak and ice cream right now.
I don't want steak. I do. I unfortunately do love me a good salad. Gonna have one a little bit later on today. Makovkin for the CRT Pro Team. We saw them earlier on. It's quieted down for them, but they are in a fight with Emilio, who stayed in the number 800 car. Remember, they had a penalty, did the 800, that moved them down the field, but they've since fallen even more positions here. Now they're under threat of falling outside the top 10. Makovkin goes to the outside defensive line for Emilio. You can make this pass around the outside if you get there, but he's going to try the up and under, and he just about got there. If he gets far enough in front, he could get clear, and he does. Makovkin brings the CRT Pro car inside the top 10, and that is not what the 800 wanted to see for their championship final points hopes.
3 hours and 17 minutes, 20-ish seconds left of this race, Jesse. Oh, it is a long one. Track 10 down to 44 from 46 degrees. Ambience dropped by a degree or so. I think that's what the drivers look at more, is the ambient for the tyre temps. And track temp does have an effect due to graining, and I think that's the main thing they're going to have with the double stint tyres, is graining is quite an annoying thing to have on your tyres, to happen to your tyres, because it just makes you understeer and oversteer quite a lot more. And you're like, well, my pressures are fine, they're not overheating, what's happening? And he's like, oh yeah, my tyres are graining. And you don't find that out until after the race, of how much they have grained. And when it says significant, that's when you've really grained the tyres, and that's why they feel like you're on balloons. And yeah, it's crazy. I would not want to be driving around this track with the temperatures that are today.
It's hot. I mean, it's still hot. We've lost a couple of degrees. The ambient is still 35°C, but the track temp, because the sun is not beaming down directly on the racetrack, it's sort of offset just a little bit. It is cooling down. The thermal dynamics, et cetera, and so forth. I'm not an engineer. I know several who would love to explain that to you. I'm not him. But it's 44°C. The track is not shaded anywhere, but it is cooling off. The ambient is going to drop, and then the track is going to drop as well. The lower the sun gets in the sky, it will continue to do that. Still 44 degrees. It's still very, very hot. This is uncomfortable at the end of your first stint on a new set of tires, let alone halfway through your second stint. This is a bit like purgatory. Joe Dalber reacted to the Sir Isaac Newton reference. I don't know why that activated Joe Dalber, but I did. I used Newton's third law in a reference to pit strategy somehow.
The Buddy Stone is in the chat, also known as Harry Conway,
Oh, you mean the three-time night out champion?
Night out, baby.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
He's graced us with his presence. Welcome in, Conway. I think he's doing the night owl race tonight. That is going to be happening in about 7-ish hours time.
Yeah, I heard that might be the case indeed. For the three-time champ, shares that with Juna Savalainen. This might be. I mean, I don't mean to announce something that maybe hasn't been announced. This might be the last time anyone has an opportunity to win an
Yeah.
ACC 9-hour race. This
Unfortunately,
season number 20.
so it might be coming to an end on ACC. Not the not Night Owl as we know it's gonna end fully. Might have some plans in the works, but it will be go for a break for a bit. The name itself, who knows? Might come back in some way on a different sim. I'm too sure yet. Just have to wait and see. But yeah, for ACC, it's might be coming to a close. Season 20, Jesse. 20 seasons of Night Owl.
Oh dear. That
That's
was
been
news
going
to Les
for-
Stevenson. I just want you to know that was news to Les Stevenson. Kevin Toddy has
Yeah.
brought the 44 Lamborghini down to pit lane to the attention of their team. And they are continuing their strategy that has... I'm losing hair up here trying to figure out what they're doing. I mean, I know what they're doing, but to what end are they doing it? But the number 44 Visceral Esports car down the pit lane to the attention of their team. They're off sequence. This is a scheduled stop for them, for those following along at home. It is off schedule, it is off sequence, but this is a scheduled stop for them. So nothing has happened to them other than they're sticking to the strategy that they brought in.
Yeah, you might find that they're going to take new tyres and try and go 65 minutes on the next two because it's got a little bit cooler. You know, you never know. A degree cooler can help a lot with the tyres. So we're just commentators here tonight. These guys are the ones who drive, and they have their engineers in their
We are
ears.
quite literally passengers at this point.
Yes.
I wouldn't have called this. So I talk strategy a lot at the beginning of a race, and when it starts, like, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think stopping early? We mentioned this, stopping early or taking tires early versus saving them for the end. Do you risk it for the biscuit early on to race that hard in the heat on worn tires? We couldn't have conceived that there were going to be multiple cars that did something different than that. We thought those are the two strategies, the most likely thing to occur, but somehow these esports pros have found a way to invent additional strategies, and to the credit of Visceral 44, it's worked for them. They're in the top 5. They're currently winning the fight, or at least they were prior to this pit stop, winning the fight for P3. The credit to them. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're only trying to beat the cars they have to beat to win that third place.
So look at this racing here, Jesse. 255, sticking right on the end of the 111 through the chicane there. This is what you call race crap. What is? I'm sorry. What was that? There an animal in the road they had to dodge then, because that was. If not, that was a really big snap, and I don't know why the rear end came out like that. They looked like they were just coming for a straight line off the exit curb there, and almost had a tank slapper.
Yeah, you got to take care of yourself out there, and it's easy to lose your head racing against somebody. And I wonder if maybe that was just a lapse in judgment for the moment. Kicking off in chat, Joe Dauber is poking fun at Les Stevenson based on a race that happened this week that may or may not have required a tire choice, and Les Stevenson might have been on the wrong one, losing into that proposition. Les is no longer talking to Joe Dauber. That's it's unfortunate. Lawson's a huge fan of that. Making away here to the halfway point in today's race. Oh, and chat's asking, is this ACC? You bet it is. Unless I've set the stream up wrong, then it's whatever I set it up to be. But yes, it is ACC.
Hell.
It is what I say it is. And today I've decided it is Assetto Corsa Competizione. Yay, we got it right. Here's Jade Hutchinson, who has continued to impress. Do bear in mind they're in third place now. They've just, they've just overtaken. They
Oh.
were in fourth.
Yes,
They
sorry.
have themselves overtaken. You'd be forgiven. There are 3 Mustangs in a row. Humvee, Gong, and Hutchinson. Well, actually, now it's Humvee, Hutchinson, and Gong. The tower on the left will update here
No.
in a moment.
No,
Oh,
the
and-
996 is in
it
front.
doing-
I am right.
It's doing the thing again, Ted.
So it will
where
change to the bottom right. There you go.
It's
So
throwing us a dummy.
the timing tower is the one that updates first.
That isn't true.
No, it's not true. It's
No.
I'm done.
Remember when I said the middle sector is kind of wonky here? That's what happened again.
Ah,
Yeah, it's throwing us. It's throwing us 4-1. It's only the middle sector, and it fixes itself when you hit the timing gate entering sector 3. But it will throw you for one. But Hutchinson, it says he's in. Well, now he is in third. Is what's going on here. I'm pretty sure at least he has taken the spot. But Jade Hutchinson inside the top 3 or 4 cars. Why not? He is in third now as he's got by Gong. But they're not actually in third. They're closer to 4th or 5th because of the strategies of the other teams. But with the pace that they have, they might be P3 at the end of the next pit cycle.
Mo's asking how to get notified about events to enter. Well, if you look in our description below, you'll find our Discord link and our website link at RCI. You can find all our events there. We've got quite a few events going on now for ACC iRacing and Le Mans Ultimate. RaceRCI.com is where you can find our website, and obviously the Discord link is in the description below. We post in both. You can see on the website a bit more prettier view than Discord. You can see what the championship's called, what races are coming up, what the pit stop requirements are, and the how long practice, qualifying, and the race is. Also, along with the license points and how long you can do a stint for, and all the information is there. And easy to sign up. We have Inter Endurance Championship coming up for iRacing. You can do it as the championship, or you can do it as a one-off event. So obviously we have Sebring first, Sebring 6 hours. That'll be coming up. Oh, bit of contact there with the number 1 and 777. 777 trying to go around the outside. Number 1 getting a bit understeer into the Mercedes there. Williams Esports. Williams Esports are trying to get past this. This Mustang in front. Not sure if that's a bad marker or not. No, I think it is the 42. Well, it was right. They lost 2 positions. Trying to overtake 1 car there. So very unfortunate indeed. But yes, we have it into Championship / singles. You can sign up to whatever we want. We've got Sebring, Daytona, Laguna Seca, Watkins Glen, Road America, Indianapolis, and Road Atlanta. You can sign up for them individually if you want. You can just do them as single events, or you can do it as a championship and see how many points you can get at the end. That is GTP class and GT3 cars for those. We've got at the minute we've got the Deutschland Masters Season 2. That is got the last round on Monday at the launch live for an hour and a half. That is German cars only. Audi Evo 2, the M4, the Mercedes AMG Evo, and the Porsche 992. I'm actually racing that one for a bit of fun in the M4. Come and join us for that. And we have 4. We've got Night Owl on as well. Night Owl is tonight. Is funny enough, it's at Catalonia. Coincidences. I put it on the same track just to make it a bit easier for some of the drivers if they want to join. And then the next race is Watkins Glen. That is going to be in 2 weeks' time, as we have a week break next week. Come and join us for season 20, as it might be the last ACC Night Owl Championship we have here, unfortunately. And also for Le Mans Ultimate, if you fancy a bit of Le Mans Ultimate, for some hypercar and some LM GT3 racing, we have LMU Fridays Multi-Sprint Series. Next race is Sebring in 2 weeks' time, followed by Spa, Circuit of the Americas, and Interlagos. It's been very fun to broadcast that. I've been on the cameras, had Jesse Lee on the microphone, along with Katrina. She's been very good. She joined us for this season. She's just been smashing the commentary. She's never done it before, and she thought, you know what, I'll give it a go, and she's just been brilliant. But yeah, it's been some good racing through all of our championship that we have on the website, and obviously we will have some one-offs coming at some point. We just need to work out some dates for the future. We have a lot of planning to do over the next month, so keep an eye on that. We're trying to find a free Saturday when we don't cross over is very difficult, especially when we have the 6-hour series, when we have the community and the esports weekend after the next. And not many free weekends we can do endurance racing for single events, but we'll get there, and we'll definitely get some LMU endurances in there at some point as we go to a replay with the 55. It's just a simple overtake on the straight. Aston on Aston makes it look easy, really. Yeah, every bit of information you need to know. RCI, racerci.com to look at the championships, and you can find our rules there as well. You find the Discord link there, or you can find it in the description below. And there's all sorts of channels you can talk, chat, and just make some new friends. Well, 3 hours and 3 minutes left of this race, and almost halfway in. It's still getting fighty up here, with the 27 on the back of the 201, and a back marker behind that in the Ferrari. It's what's that, Mustang on the Aston Martin. Going to be an interesting fight. I think these are on a new set of tyres. They'll be probably double stinting these for the next stint. So we just have to see how this Mustang goes. Obviously, Mustang quicker on the straight. Yeah, it's sort of closing a little bit there, but not as much as I would have thought. We'll have to see down the main straight. Yeah, it is in the corners as well, because obviously we know Mustang's not great in the corners. It can hold its own with the defending part. But as you see, Ferrari behind, back marker. It doesn't matter if you back marker or not. You can still overtake to unlap yourself. So there's no harm there. But if you can't get out of the second range, 1 second range gap with the blue flags, you might have to let the faster car back through. So it's a risk you take. But going out the corner, the Aston Martin just has the legs. Going out the chicane and the final corner. Can the Mustang catch back up? We'll see just in a second. 0.4 over the line. There was the gap. Yeah, we just closed that gap on the straight. Not by much though. The slipstream not aging too well, so it depends on how they've set that Mustang up.
Just about the only thing that rivals the Mustang is an Aston. That's the sort of almost a stalemate between the two of them. Everything else pales in comparison besides these two cars. Now, how they're driving at this stage in the run, that's rather beside the point. But down the inside is Humvee. Humvee looking for the move. He's got it done. Tobias Schurz for Gladius, not giving up yet. Hounded him. May have ran into the back of the diffuser of that Mustang, but it's job done. For the second time today, we have a Mustang leading the race, but it is a different Mustang in Humvee. The number 27 takes the lead of the race. The BF Racing Esports, and this is, I mean, there's a slew of Mustangs now that we sort of think about when we think about some of the strongest in the field. Just Mustang in general was good. TR Esport, another one of those up there as well. If we're getting to Humvee, it is going to plan. Another leader in today's race, and we're fast approaching the most unique leaders that we have had in a single race in this championship.
Yeah, it's a lot of switching backwards and forwards, which is it's so nice to see. But it's one of those things. The 20 is in again, Jesse. I'm confused.
Yeah, it's strategy. The strategy's all over the place. They're doing 25 lap stints. That's 10 laps shorter than you could feasibly do maximum. You might get less laps on an older set of tires just by virtue of just going slower by a few seconds. It might take a lap or so off of your total, but typically you're doing about 34, 35 laps. Some drivers are doing 31 to 32, but 25 in coming in, they're basically babying the tires, and by virtue of that, I'm assuming they're going to have one massive stop at the end of this race, or a sixth stop. Now, most of the time, conventional wisdom tells you want to be in pit lane as few times as possible. But if they're able to make up that gap by not having as worse deg as some of the others, then perhaps it may be worth it. I just saw the 799 in the pit lane with John Dalton. I saw Emilio bring the 800 Ferrari into the pit lane. Jardier for the Uplight Esports car, the Jardier community team as it's known on our screen, in the pit lane as well. These are all scheduled stops for these guys.
He was close to cutting that. I've been having a look in the stewards box, just been having a little nosy of what they've been looking at. They've been posting a lot of images of the cars cutting the line, and I'm not really sure who's been getting the penalty, because obviously they do that through voice rather than text, but they've been posting the pictures of people cutting it, and where it splits for the race edge of the racetrack and the edge of the pit lane white line, it splits to the red, doesn't it, Jesse? Well, on that first bit, it's a white triangle. Now, I don't know if they've been penalising the white triangle bit, or if it's just when they touch the red, and that's when they have a look. So if you see there,
now that's a good point. I don't know that. All I know is that the green is fair game as long as you don't hit the pit board, which is right there on the left. But I don't know if the triangle is in play. You know what?
Because that's right on the edge.
Ted, I got an idea. Here's what we're going to do. We don't usually do this live. Stewart's box is right beside ours. I'm going to get up. I'm going to go ask. I'll be right back.
Well, while Jesse waits to come back, the number one is in for, I guess, in fresh tyres, because they just did a double stint. They're dropping back a bit. They were in first place, and they did drop back quite a bit due to everyone else being on fresh sets. So have to see where they end up after everyone else is coming for their pit stop. But that seems a bit early. Probably covering the fact that they might get a puncture. They might be feeling like, oh, I don't want to risk it. Just trying to stay out of that danger zone and seeing what happens. What did you find, Jesse?
Oh, man. Isn't Phil Roberts a lovely human being? No, you're absolutely right. You're spot on. That they were told that in the briefing. They cannot clip that white triangle. So you're absolutely right. Your intuition is precise. They can't clip that or any part of the red, and I would dare say you're right. That is where they're running afoul of the rules. They think that they can get away with it. They cannot. That white part is where the separation starts. You can't cross that. You got to be inside of it. And there's where your penalties are coming from. That was told to them in the briefing by Ryan Gill. But obviously when you're behind the wheel and at speed, it's easy to sort of lose where that is, as we've seen. And people have been penalized for it. But well done indeed, calling that. The
reason why I say that is because Hongzek came in and he looked like he just nicked it a little bit with that front left. So that's why I questioned it, because in my eyes, it's sort of gaining. Only a little bit. It's been a little bit picky, but I mean, rules are rules.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If I'm told not to go in the freezer past 9 p.m., and I go in the freezer past 9 p.m., even if I don't take a popsicle, I'm in trouble, aren't I? Because I was told not to do that. No sweets after 9, Ted.
Oh.
Your non-reaction tells me you had very different rules as a kid. You had very different rules growing up.
Oh. Yeah.
You were the kind of kid, you'd have sweets at all hours of the night, and then your school teachers would wonder why you were falling asleep in class. That sound about right?
It does sound about right, Jesse Lee.
moving right along. Jan Gutzlav, home of Sim Racing Esports 42. One of the armada of Fords in the top 10. We're used to having 1 or 2, but we've got 4 or 5. Top 10, we've actually got 4 currently, and they're all in the top 6 currently as we continue on with the cycle. Humvee took the lead of the race a little while ago from Schur, who had taken the lead of the race away from the number 1 BMW West Competition, who is all the way down in 20th place based on their current strategy. Gerardus will get some of those spots back surely, but is going to have to use their new tires that they inevitably have. They double stinted last stint. We will have new tires now, and they're going to need to use those to get a move on here as the pit cycle continues. Emmanuel Tadin for MGITJ Setups brings the 179. We're having a quiet but decent day, right when they needed to. Gutzlav continuing to hound Jan Zimmer. The 71, the B-Alien 71, doing exactly what they need to do here, Ted, to guarantee their podium position in the final standings. They know if they finish high enough up, top 5, it doesn't matter what anyone else does. They cannot be misplaced or overtaken themselves.
Well, just looking across a piece of paper that we just got given from McKenna, lap 97 turn 12 involving the 777 and the 1 racing incident, hard racing, fair enough. But the next one, lap 99 pit entry involving the 24, they got a 5-second for 4 wheels off. That's 4 wheels over, well, onto the red basically. And I've seen the little image, the screenshot they've taken, and yeah, that car was way off. They've come into pit lane way too late, and yeah, 5-second penalty for the 4 wheels. So, you know, 5 seconds doesn't sound like, but it's a lot of time sitting in the pit box waiting for that 5 seconds to go, and it could be a few positions you just lost.
Yeah, not to paint with too fine a brush here, but looking at the 24, looking at the photo evidence that we have, that car wasn't over the line. It was halfway back to Lisbon, which I know is in Portugal, but nevertheless, that's how far they were over the line. That's a late call to pit lane, certainly, or a misjudgment, a huge misjudgment, you'd have to think. And that was incredibly close by Aiden Walshingham, who probably didn't realize how close he cut that on Michael Herman Fry. But they just about get on with it. The 111 continues their fight. It's getting past the halfway point. And a lot of these teams are now grouping back up. We had a middle part of the race where everyone fanned out, but they're grouping back up now. They'll do this again at the end of the race, where we'll have these little pockets of cars that are racing on top of each other. Second place has pitted, the 201 into the pit lane, sure, for the attention of the team, the Gladius Competitions pit crew. It's going to be interesting for Humvee, Sure, Hutchinson, Gong, the lot of them. Are they going to double stint here? Or are they still on a single stint strategy? Some of these cars will have to double stint, maybe all of them. And that would likely mean right now they're going to have to. And how much is this going to help West Competition, who's down in 17th currently, of course, one of the first to pit? Time will tell. I'd bet my milk money at the 201. Yeah, 201 did not take there. Pretty sure a 1 minute stop, it's almost impossible for them to have taken tires. They're down and gone. So presumably Tobias Schur, who stays in the car, double standing the 201 as we kind of expected based on how the race has gone. They don't really have much of a choice. They have to double stint from here on out. But the track is cooling off. Another degree centigrade off of the track temp. Ambient temp, not so much of a problem, even if it doesn't move that much. Track temp, we worry about taking the life out of the tire. As you can see here, The majority of drivers still with a pit stop to give, a lot of them coming in. It's on Humvee for BF Racing, bringing the 27 in. Looks good to me. You'll notice that they have 70 and 71 next to their name. That's the lap that they pitted on. Currently working lap 106, 107. For anyone with a last pit lap in the 70s has to come in sometime imminently. We work lap 107. Jade Hutchinson stays out for another lap here. Something to be said about that. Is it worth it? Is it advantageous to stay out? I suppose it doesn't matter if you're going to double stint, staying out extra. Obviously, if you were going to change tires, you'd want to come in as soon as you possibly could. Unlikely the case here for SRT Esport, who we assume have to double stint from here on.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If Hutchinson can just keep the lap times in there, then he'll just be fine. But it's one of those things where you stay out longer, and if you make mistakes, then it's just you're just going to lose time. Whereas if you took fresh tires, you would have been quicker. So it's the risk you take. Just have to see if it pays off for them. Ferrari and Ferrari action. Will the 179 make it? They do. Looks pretty easy from where we see Jesse. It looks like the 123 just decided to let them have it, really.
Yeah, you kind of made your bet at this point in the race. We're under halfway to go, and you sort of know what you can and can't do, or who you're racing. You know who you're racing, and if there's somebody else on a different strategy, usually these teams, I mentioned earlier, they have a strategist. They likely have somebody who's spotting or watching along, and they'll say, this guy's on a different strategy. Don't put them in an awkward spot because it puts us in an awkward spot, or don't race somebody you don't have to race. We'll get them back, or whatever it may be. But you don't want to get yourself into trouble and racing somebody that you have no chance of actually beating by virtue of them having newer tires makes absolutely no sense. Of course, if you're a top runner, as most of the top runners are in on this lap, you may argue that there's something to be said about delaying their progress, but at some point it may become a bit dangerous to do so. All the cars into the pit lane. I think they could have, in theory, done one more lap, the majority of them, if they wanted to, but they haven't pushed the envelope, nor should they have. No reason to. So they're in on time. Jade Hutchinson brings Gutslav, Zimmer, DePaul, Makovkin, Paduano into the pit lane. Remember, the 201 pitted on lap 105, as you can see on the graphic. Humvee pitted the lap after. Sure has jumped Humvee in the pit lane. Humvee had a 3-second, call it 2-second slower pit stop on pit lane, and that's all it took. All she wrote. The 201 with Tobias Schur will go back to the lead here. Jade Hutchinson comes out in third. I said with pace and strategy, they weren't in third proper earlier, but they could be after the stop. Oh, baby, I got one right. What do they say about a broken clock, Ted?
What did they say, Jesse?
Well, it's right twice a day.
That's true.
That's about my streak. But look at this. Look at the pit road times. Nearly everybody double stinting here. Several cars not doing so. A couple of cars had penalties or issues that they had to deal with. Just about everybody double stinting. 777, I'm pretty sure, didn't double stint. And they are on, or excuse me, 777 had a really quick pit stop, I noticed. At least I think that was the 777, and in the 56s. Everybody else around the 1 minute mark. But that's not enough to take tires. It has to be 1 minute 12-ish to take tires.
The 44 is again.
Well, yeah. 25 laps.
Yeah, the 52 second pit stop again. The second time this race, so it's quite interesting
What do they do? What they're gonna have an
Well,
extra stop, surely.
well, it's double stinting, is what they're doing, but they're doing a short second stint.
Yeah, but that's
I
gonna require surely that's gonna require a sixth
so
pit stop.
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take a guess. They
Hmm,
haven't done any testing on the tires to see how much wear they actually use. So
okay.
they're playing it super
They're
safe.
erring on the side of caution.
Must be like,
They,
or they've
they're,
done
they're
testing and
okay.
the Lamborghini can't make it, like the other cars can.
What if their setup can't take the extra wear as well? What if they've
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
really knowing that it was likely
Maybe
going to
the
be,
graining.
yep, knowing it was going to be hot, unlikely to cloud over or rain, and they went for it. They went full send on the setup. I guess that is a possibility, but it is interesting that they have elected to do that. It hasn't hurt them. They're in the top 5. They're currently 3rd in the championship as they run. By sure, back to the lead on the cycle of stops. 2 seconds quicker on pit lane equals the lead for the 201. And that was another brilliant play. They lost it on the racetrack, got it back almost immediately on the pit lane. Gladius Competition leads the 27 out there on the road, which leads Jade Hutchinson, 2 Mustangs, and an Aston in the top 3. Just about time for us to take another break here on RCI TV. Don't go anywhere. Turn the volume up and listen to the sights and the sounds of the 6 hours of Barcelona. We'll be right back. Back at it with continuing coverage of the 6 hours of Barcelona here at the end of the RCI Esports Championship. And you saw it live. Tobias Schur for Gladius Competitions retaking the lead from the number 27 Ford of Humvee. This battle has been going on for the better part of the last couple of hours, and it's not over yet. Here comes the Ford around the outside of the Gladius Aston, and if he can hold it there, he might be able to continue. There's going to be contact over the anti-cut curves. Gaten Humvee will take the BF Racing Esports car back to the lead, but was it a fair overtake? I'm not sure.
It's going to be something that Stewards will look at quite a bit and quite for a while, I think, to see if gaining an advantage there. You know, yes, they got pushed off, but was that at the 27's fault, or was that the 201 pushing them off? Just have to wait and see, because if it is the Mustang's fault, they're going to get probably a penalty.
Did I just see a car get turned in the background as well?
Oh.
Fabio Zerbin here. This is fine. Just a huge arc here by the Gladius car. And I think this is not the obviously the place where I thought I saw a car get turned, but what a move that was.
Is this going to be it?
Might be. This is the area I thought coming down into the bottom of the racetrack. And yes, the Brabham Esports car getting spun, and you reckon that's all net code, huh?
It looked like they didn't touch. Unfortunately, that's very rare to see in ACC. Is net code like?
It's been a long time, hasn't it, since we've even talked about that?
Yes. We've seen, but the past 3 hours 45 that. People have been trading paints side by side, door banging, all sorts of stuff. That was nowhere near. You could fit a person between that gap that we were in. It's just unfortunate. And then we saw the Bentley come around the corner, and they got a bit loose and almost joined the Ferrari that was in the gravel. So, but yeah, that would be something that Steelers again. They're going to get swarmed with stuff again. We haven't had anything come through since we've been on the break, which has been nice. Nice for them and nice for us. And nice for the drivers as well. Obviously, you don't want to get penalties now. 2 hours and 16 minutes left, Jesse. It's time when teams start thinking about what their strategy. Are they going to stick to the plan A? Are they going to switch on to plan B? Or are they already on plan B and they're going to need to switch to plan C? Or back to plan A if it's worked out that way. Who knows? It's going to be interesting to see as we see Barrier going on the outside of the 45. Making it look easy.
Down into turn one, Valentin Barrier, probably the easiest pass he's had just about all day, getting by Ubenausch in the 45. Michael Herman Fry back installed in the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic car. I think they've been single stinting this team. Probably not to wear out the drivers too much. Could be wrong about that, but he was in the car earlier today. Back in it now, finds himself in a fray as Louis Fleischer directly in front of him and Michael Hadke right behind them. Mentioned earlier that these races sort of accordion. They start close together. They end up spreading apart and they get close again at the end. A lot of that strategy and just the natural flow of the race. But to further your point, Ted, you're right. This is a point in the race where you're pretty set in your strategy, and if you're not, maybe you've got that extra wild card you can throw out because you haven't committed too far one way or another. A lot of teams have, especially the 44 has committed their strategy today. I would say the number one, the West Competition car, the 800 in the same boat as well with committing the strategy. Everybody else has played it nice and sort of mid, and that's good because they have a little bit more wiggle room. And we'll see if they're willing to change anything up. But right now, you kind of know what battle you're going to be in. You're still fighting for position. You'll still try to out-strategize each other on pit lane. We've already seen that work out for several teams that have taken the lead today by using their pit stops as a weapon. Oftentimes easier to make passes on pit lane than on the racetrack anyway. We've seen that work to great effect, though. We course, did see the 201 from Gladius do it on the racetrack a moment ago, though now it is back the other way around. Humvee back out in the lead in the 27. But I don't know. Of course, that has to be reported. Somebody would have to report the BF Racing car for that to occur. And I didn't notice, but that I'm also not paying attention. There are people going in and out of race control. Hard to tell who's who, though, down there.
Oh, just looking at this fight here, Jesse, you got P1 and P2 in front, and then behind you got P22 and P23. The two fights going on.
This ain't good.
Ferrari's trying to make a move.
These cars must be on new tires, and they're being held up by the lead group. But this is a no-win situation here, fighting over 21st position. That's Singh and Martin Lawrence fighting over that spot. The Ferrari riding on board the Bentley with the steering wheel in the wrong place.
The right place.
It's literally in the right place. I'm old. Leave me alone. Martin Lawrence had a look, had a go, but was unable to do it. There's a no-win situation. You force your way by the leaders, and it may go a bit wrong. But I think they just about everyone involved, both battles, got away with it there. Been paying attention to Gerardus and his entire team, the West Competition Racing #1 team. Remember, they're on the second strategy where they are double stinting. They double stinted early, and that initially got them the lead. But they have fallen through the field. Now they're trying to make up some of that gap. And our broadcaster, and me as well, now believe that that's not going to work out for them. They're not going to be able to get back to the lead anyway, based on how it's gone. They've given up too much time doing that particular strategy. Caught behind too many people as well as they're fighting Gutslov. Right behind them, Aiden Walshingham for Veloce Esports Thrustmaster, trying to take a spot. We're trying to keep a spot, I should probably say, from Zimmer in the 71. No immediate threat there as they exit into sector number 3. Tobias Schur was in the lead for a brief moment, Ted. Contact. Humvee went off the racetrack, took back the lead, didn't give it back here. But we'll see. Time will only tell if maybe Gladius wanted to report that, and if the stewards felt that it was justified in the end as well.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see on that, because it's interesting when they come and report. Obviously, they can come and report live straight into race control and just do a manual report, which is quite nice. That's an extra thing with live stewarding. Yes, we have our tool that picks up all the contacts, and you know, we can look back on the replay and find it quite easily, but you can also report stuff. Like, for instance, blue flags. These two have just had two back markers come past who are fighting each other. You see in front of the Ferrari and the Bentley, and you have to be getting away from the leaders or the faster car as being a back marker, or they can report you for blue flag infringement. If you're in a sector, I think is it a sector or two, and you're only sitting 0.3 ahead of the faster car, and you don't make any leeway, you have to give back position, basically, let them back through, or you can be penalised for blue flag infringement.
Yeah, you certainly can. New reports coming in from McKenna, as always. 5-second penalty for car 123 overtaking another car with contact. That was versus the 169 back on lap 124, or 123, pardon me. And on lap 124, 10-second time penalty for car 123 for avoidable contact versus car 52 this time. 15 seconds worth of time penalties in effectively a single lap around the racetrack. That's quite unfortunate. That's a very expensive lap for the team. Sketchy moments here for the 6 and Zimbel. Ladke's gonna pick the Williams Academy car down the inside, and easy as you please, 17th place for Matthias Ladke.
Yeah, the Lamborghini get a bit little bit slippery
It
on the rear
definitely got
end.
lit.
Yeah, it did. I just looking back at the 123 with Martin Lawrence behind them by a second. Martin can just sort of, I'd say, relax a little bit, but try and keep in the slipstream. Now it's gone to 1.4 seconds or 1.3 seconds back. So out of the slipstream on the 123, maybe different tires or fuel load, so the speeds are different. But 15-second penalty for the 123 means mine and the car 20 should be able to get past them at the end of the race, or in the next pit stop, should I say. So they don't have to worry too much. But we'll have to wait and see. 800 trying to overtake the 777. Oh, Williams Esports Academy, and they do.
Back, and he does.
Yeah.
Reverse the fortunes. Aiden Walshingham back up to 7th for Veloce Esports Thrustmaster Williams Academy. Back down to 8th place for the time being. Gerardus, less competition, up to 4th place, but we don't think that their strategy is going to take them out of a shot to finish in the top 5, because obviously they're already there, but we think that the win might be out of reach. I think the cars in front of them, the 27, the 201, and the 38, have made a little bit too much headway with the opposite strategy of theirs. But that doesn't mean they're not going to try. 15 seconds behind Jade Hutchinson. 2 and a bit hours left to go. Just want to thank our partners one more time today that help make this race and every race we do possible. AK Esports. For more on how they can help you with your esports hosting, go to akesports.it. Coach Dave and Coach Dave Delta. Check out their website. They need no introduction, but I would hazard the guess there are many Coach Dave setups in the field today, working to great effect. We've not seen a single puncture that we are aware of, an obvious one. Setups made with care do not create such punctures when driven appropriately. Green Man Gaming, your one-stop shop for everything, well, gaming. Currently 83% off the Ultimate Edition of Red Dead Redemption 2. Metal Gear Solid Delta, the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, supposed to come out in August of this year. You can get 25% off that game by pre-ordering it on Green Man Gaming right now. Free real estate, that, if you ask me. Moser Racing, a leader in direct drive sim racing hardware, direct drive fidelity that does not break the bank. Go check out their selection of direct drive systems over on their website, Moser Racing. IMB Racewear, who was the title sponsor of Spa 1 month ago and has been with us this year. We love having IMB Racewear with us in 2025. Check out their full range of driving gloves at IMB Racewear. And of course, Motorsport UK. We became a recommended esports community over on Motorsports UK. Very prestigious indeed. We thank them for their partnership as well. We also thank all of you for being with us all season long. And we hope you've enjoyed the esports series for what was 2024, bled into 2025. And we've had a ball bringing it to you. It's been unpredictable, entertaining, and it's left us speechless on a number of occasions. That may be an understatement a little bit. If you are interested in getting involved in any racing action here on RCI TV, bear in mind we race on Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing, and Le Mans Ultimate coming up in weekly or bi-weekly series. You can check us out at racerci.com. Got a new IMSA Endurance Series on iRacing coming up, as well as a Sebring 6-hour one-off in iRacing as well. The World Tour is coming up as well. If you join our Discord, you can vote on what you want the 24-hour, where you want the 24-hour to take place in ACC. Janetta Cup was announced. That's the next Monday champ in ACC. And of course, Ted and I, not to brag, we like to do a little thing on Friday evenings called Le Mans Ultimate Sprint Series. And my God, was Portimao incredible.
It's been some good racing, some close racing in both hypercars and the LMGT3s. It's a very pretty game as well.
It's absolutely wonderful. And another little thing that Ted Edwards does, Night Owl Season 20 continues. That starts tonight. I think you still have time to sign up. If you're listening to me right now, I think you have time to sign up and get in the race tonight. Only 2 races left, and this could be the end of Night Owl in the ACC simulator. Keep in mind, I didn't say the end of Night Owl, but the end of Night Owl in ACC, foreshadowing a bit. 2 races left, including tonight. You can sign up and race and say, I was there for the 20th season, RCI's longest running series. Am I right in saying, Ted, the series isn't going anywhere? Steuben Roush is pitting the 45. They're off sequence. This is a sort of a scheduled stop for them. Am I right in saying the entity of Night Owl's not going anywhere, but maybe the simulator is changing?
That is correct. Obviously, our crazy pit stops that we have will obviously change depending on where we go, which simulator we choose, because obviously settings are different. But the premise is still there. We can still do stuff with Night Owl. It's might be a change, time to change simulator. Go for something different.
Well, LMU has been absolutely electric on Friday. I've got Ted in my ear for that one and Katrina on the comms with me. And we have been left gobsmacked. And I'm not going to spoil it. But I am going to tell you that if you have not seen the Portimao broadcast that we did a day ago, round 4 of the LMU Sprint Series, go watch that after the conclusion of this race. Or watch it now, I don't care. The final 5 laps of that race was stupefying in some of the craziest ways. You think that everything's buttoned up, and we as broadcasters, we sit up here and we're like, oh, what am I going to say at the end? And I'm going to put a nice bow on this. And then it all goes a bit pear-shaped. You got to throw it out and start all over again. That's exactly what happened last week. It was a very enthralling race where the winner was always in doubt, it seemed like, in both categories, up until Ryan Gill stunk up the show in the end in LMGT3. Ryan Gill returned to form there. But the hypercar battle at the end was absolutely legendary. High drama indeed. Worthy of the name Le Mans Ultimate. It was an ultimate showdown, ultimate drama. We're only halfway into that season as well. Take a week off this week, be back in 2 weeks to start the second half of the season. Keep in mind, you can join any season, any championship, any simulator mid-season. Just got to go to racerci.com and check it out. While I've been yapping, they've been racing. Martin Grady in the RCI Esports red car, continuing to try and claw up the field a little bit. Philip Minar is somewhere up the road from them. But this is the difference in tires. That's the 38 car. They're on the lead lap inside the top 5 or so. And obviously new tires on the 799 here. Going to get him down the inside. I got to say, though, Philip Minard, the champion-elect car, 255 competition car, it's just been a bad day. And if you're going to have a bad day, you might as well have the championship in your back pocket when you're doing it.
That's true, and you just saw there as well. The Bentley, the new tyres, take that corner easy, and out corner that Mustang. But on the straight, Mustang held its own, even with the worn tyres. Boy, I love the car. I love the car. It reminds me of the Lexus on the straights, where you know it's just super quick. But better in the corners than the Lexus, because Lexus didn't know what corners were. Really? Poor thing.
I worry sometimes, Ted, that you might be more American than I am.
Yeah, probably am.
I do worry about that. Matteo Cinatti may be overtaken here down the inside by the 55. That's exactly what happened, as Louis Fleischer is able to get by, but not without a little bit of incident. But if I know my race control, and I would like to think I do, but they'd probably let that go anyway, as they have most of the day. I've not seen anything come of the off-track overtake from the 27 earlier on. So it's either not been reported, well, it's not been reported because we don't have a report for it, and nobody in the stewarding box is looking for it, which if it's not reported, they don't. So gladius competition, Ted Edwards, let that go.
Interesting. Now, what's happened here with this race replay?
They are every single one of us in the box, and keep in mind you can only hear two of us. We reacted viscerally to that move. That was real close to being over the limit and in that box.
Yeah, it's you could blame that on SEA, but at the end of the day, sure. You're the one that needs to. You're the one driving the car. You're the one.
Well, you could also you could also let off, but who's gonna? Who's
gonna do that?
You ever ask a race car driver to do that? It's never gonna happen. You might as well ask for all the money in the world. It's not happening.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You play dangerously, you're gonna get penalties, but obviously wait and see.
You're always pushing limits, aren't you? Really?
Yeah, you are. Yeah. If you're not pushing the limit, then you're not going to be quick and you're not going to be competitive.
You might as well be on a circuit safari at that point.
Well, that's the thing. You might as well be driving in your own class. But that's the difference between me and these drivers. For instance, I can push the car, but I would end up crashing the car, or getting more drive-throughs than anyone would. As we've only seen one so far, which is surprising to see one, because I don't really see where you can get. I know you can get one at turn 2. You can get one here, but you have to be really over the line. You can get one here if you cut too much. Obviously, you can see they're cutting that corner quite a lot. The exit of turn 3 here, going out onto the green, as we've seen some cars do, and see they go quite wide, but I've seen them go wider. See, this car's on fresh tyres. Coming down to the hairpin is another one on the exit. You can easily get one, and then obviously coming up the hill is everyone's nightmare for track limit. As you see, coming down here with the number 1 BMW, it's a sharp left, and then coming up onto a sausage curb. So it's this bit here where you see the cut. It's so easy to get a track limit, and then obviously at the next exit, it's all the exits really. This is where you can get one, because you're just pushing the car. You're trying to get the car as straight as you can to get the most speed as you can for the straights, and well, that means you've got to push out onto the exit curbs and just take as much as you can. But if you go too far, that's when you're going to pick up either a no time gained, which is what you want, or you're going to pick up a warning, and 4 of those, and you get a drive-through penalty, and yeah, this loses you quite a bit of time. As we've only seen one so far, hopefully we don't see any more.
Hopefully we don't see any more incidents or penalties as well. Well, the top 10, as they ran a few moments ago, I can give you an update of the points. The 255 competition car has mathematically locked themselves into the championship. We expected as much, but it is officially confirmed by Ryan Gill, the statistician behind the scenes, that the 255 competition, regardless of their performance today, as long as they get points, are your champions. B Alien Academy is in second place. They've got 314 points. In second place, that 71 car course. In third place, Visceral Esports on 256. That's the 44 Visceral Esports car. No movement from them or CRT.pro as the off-sequence pit stops continue. The 138 CRT.pro team, 255 points to their name. In fourth, the Jardier Community team, the number 39 car, has 248 points. It's a bit trickier the further we go back. The MG ITJ Setups 179 has 246 points. The Veloce number 55 in 7th has 142. Team Racing Point and BF Racing Esports are tied with 238 points apiece in 8th place. Team Racing Point is just, this is going to be a race that they cannot see the checkered flag quick enough. RCI Esports Blue has also had a mare of a race, down in 10th place now, 230 points. But that middle of the field, all very jumbled up still. If you consider that Visceral 44 has 258 points, in BF Racing Esports in 9th place, the 27 car has 238 points. That's 20-point swing, but there's 65 points on offer here. So if one car has a dramatic exit, that completely changes the complexion, even for a podium spot. Even behind that, you want to be a bit more pedantic about it. 5th place back to 8th, 10 points. That's a couple of positions only. I have been told additionally of some interesting scenarios, Ted. If the 71 went on to win this race and the 255 finished 30th today, or 28, as there's currently 28 cars left, the 255 would still win the championship by 5 points.
That's crazy, Jesse. That's just like 255 does not need to do anything silly in this race. They just need to just drive.
Yeah.
Just drive home. Obviously, they might not know this info. This is
They probably do.
They
I
might
would
do.
assume
They
the 71
might.
and the 255 do know the scenarios. Most other people probably don't, because it's too jumbled up. But if you're at the top, you need to know you're back timing it or back tracing it to whoever's closest to you and what is possible. So 71 would have known there would have been, if there were enough cars, a possibility of winning. But the 255 would also know what they needed to do. They would have known the position they needed to be in. The 71 is easier. They need to win, and that's the end of it. Let everything else.
Was that net code again?
I don't know. Novikov getting spun off the nose. I think they were fighting. Maybe were they all coming into pit lane? No, Novikov was not.
No. We were too far away to actually see how close that was.
It was a T-bone maneuver is what it was.
That was a big hit for the rear end of that Mustang. Just go round like that. It just pivoted on the front wheels. Like the front just stopped and it just came around.
Leader in the pit lane, sorry to interrupt. In the 27. Tajdin will take the lead of the race.
Nice livery. And that one. They're all nice.
Yeah, that's the problem. You start talking about liveries, right? We do that all the time here. Folks, the amount of livery talk that you hear is probably the tip of the iceberg compared to how much we actually talk about liveries. It would go down this rabbit hole of, that's a nice one, but that's also nice. But I like this.
Mm-hmm.
What's that Top Gear meme from back in the day? This is brilliant.
But I like this. Yes.
that is literally what we're like. We're like a bunch of I think we're playing top trumps or something in a schoolyard. Mateo installed into the car in the 27 and back out there. Humvee out of that car. Former leader of the race. Tajdin will likely come in a lap or two's time. And will bring the entire rest of the field with them. All this is scheduled stops. The penultimate stop of the day as well. Sam Gaskell has taken the quickest lap of the race for the 45 team. Well, Esports looking really good on the pace front. Could stand to gain some positions if they could keep that pace. Here are the pit stop times. Anything around the lap 100 mark, 110. These guys are going to be coming in sometime soon. Durbin in the 44, a little bit less so for Visceral. But a couple laps time, be the majority of the cars to come in that haven't already. I just realized the majority have already come in. The 179 is the outlier here that has gone long for MG ITJ setups. And as if on cue, they are in. So the next car that will come in is the 44 Visceral Lamborghini, but that will be about 10 laps from now. Everybody else, the 123 is also on that strategy now. but they further diverged as well. There was a huge swath of cars, Ted, that were sitting on the same lap. That's no longer the case. They kind of split it up all over the place. 134, 137, 138, 139.
Yeah, it's very interesting with the stops at the minute. Does mean if they stop now, that was about what, 1 hour 50. So if they do an hour, then they only have like a 50 minute stint to the end. So these cars won't need to splash. They'll just need to either take the spare set they've got or double stint the ones they've just taken, if they have, but less fuel. So it should be a little bit better for them. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And looking at the 20 down in 13th, they're the old car out of all this, who have been off hitting compared to everyone else, doing 25 laps a stint roughly, as we can see there. They pitted on that 126. That's, what's that, 15 laps ago roughly. So they still got a long way to go. And then are they going to split it again? As we hear from Stewie, Stewie's telling me they still have to do 2 stops, so that is true. But are they going to split that? It'll be about 1 hour 30 they might hit, maybe. So they're going to just, I'm going to say they're going to split it 2 stints for 45 and not going to do an hour and then 30. They're going to be sensible and just split that in half. We'll have to see where they end up, because at the minute they're sitting in 13th, but that's not where they're going to be after they do their pit stop. It is interesting. The 123 comes in. I'm going to say the 15-second penalty as well, so they're going to drop back quite a fair bit.
Well, Ted, as we continue to work our way to our natural conclusion to the race and indeed the championship, Lucas Schuenbeck looking for a move down the inside of Martin Lawrence. A late move, and it's very late indeed. Space afforded him by Martin Lawrence. Martin Lawrence will have been saying some words in Czech, and they're not good move. But Nair makes no difference. Move made by Schuenbeck into 21st place. Hey, last race of the season, do you really care about making friends?
No, not really, because who knows when the next 6-hour series is going to come back round, and you know, that's down to Ryan Gills to decide on that one. Obviously, we do know we have World Tour coming up at some point this year, Jesse. The vote is out. 3 tracks to choose from. The vote is in our Discord. Link in the description below. Also on our website, racrci.com. The tracks, as I go and find my announcement, we've got Indianapolis, the Nordschleife, and Suzuka. And at the minute, the track that is winning is Nordschleife, which I think we could all see coming. 21 votes for Indy, 24 for Suzuka, 71 for the Nordschleife. Which is going to be interesting, because we haven't done a 24-hour race there yet, which is surprising, I know, but we just have to wait and see. 4-round champ, that will be. The dates have been posted, all on Saturdays. April 19th the first round, and the last round is July 12th. I think I need to move that round, I'm not too sure yet, but it will be final in, I think, 2 to 3 weeks is when maybe the announcement for the whole championship will be out there. But I'm looking forward to seeing what people do for the World Tour this year. Obviously, it's a round shorter this time, to have longer races instead of the short ones. We're going to move the short ones to one-offs. As we see the 27 find the one here with the 38 in the background. All I see is 3 Mustangs, or if you like, 3 M4s in a row.
Furious racing going on here for positions, and this matters. We told you the points earlier. It's basically anybody's fight. 3rd to 10th All it takes is one car to slip up to open the door for the 10th place car to gain all those points. And as dramatic as it's been for the 32 and the 769 who have fallen through the field, came in pretty decent in the points because their poor performance today. They've allowed teams like CRT Pro, like MG ITJ Setups, Veloce, to get into the fight. And if Visceral Esports, that 44 Lamborghini has an issue, CRT Pro has an issue, the Jardier 39 team has an issue, that's going to bump everybody up a spot. It literally is, folks. It's so close. It is basically whomever finishes of those cars, and keep in mind there's like 8 of them, 7 or 8 of them, whoever finishes in front of the other one is likely going to be the one who ends up winning that duel amongst themselves. Catastrophic exit here in the final couple of hours, it dramatically changes the entire picture. It's a free-for-all in the finale, the likes that we haven't ever seen. Not in the Esports series, not in the World Tour either. Ted Edwards, it's just about time for story time, I think, as the drivers continue to pound around. 5:30 nearest makes no difference here in sim time. The track cooling down, 39 degrees as we get closer to our natural conclusion. You know, I've done a lot of broadcast in my day, and I've had all sorts of commentary partners over that time span, but the one that's left the biggest impression on me in the weirdest way is a fella who every week I commentated with him, inundated me, and I mean that, inundated me, Ted, with facts about local flora and fauna. And while I don't expect you to have those kind of facts, I have prepared my own, as you might not have expected.
I didn't expect that, actually. But go on.
Well, folks, we are in a beautiful part of the world. You heard me say it. We are in or around Barcelona in Spain. More specifically, we're in Mamelo, which is a tiny, tiny place. This stadium fits 150+ thousand people. I think if you pack the hillside, you can get 300,000 people in here or something. Care to guess the town of Mamelo? Care to guess how big it is? How many residents actually live here?
40,000.
Less than 10,000 people.
Oh wow. Okay, my guess wasn't too bad then.
No, you were close. Less than 10,000 people live in the town of Mamelo, which is part of Barcelona, which is in Catalonia, which is in the country of Spain. Beautiful part of the world, and beautiful racetrack. I know people either love it or hate it. I love it. I love it without the chicane. I hate it with the chicane. It do be like that sometimes. But moving on to flora and fauna facts. Do you know how many different bird species call this? Now keep in mind, less than 10,000 people live here. How many different bird species, not birds, but bird species, call this area home?
45.
You'd think it'd be about 45, right? How many birds could there possibly be?
There's quite a lot of bird species out there.
What if I told you? What would you? Stewie has guessed more than 15,000 bird species. Ted, what was your guess? Your guess was 50-some?
It was like 45, yeah.
What if I told you there are 32 endangered species of bird that live here?
Wow.
There are a total of 478 known species of bird in this area. Somebody do the math. That is a bird per, what, every 5 people? Per species?
Pretty crazy.
That is absolutely incredible. I would have never have known that. So many birds. 12 of them are introduced. There's 12 bird species that have been introduced in the area. There's 32 endangered ones. This commentary partner of mine that I mentioned, he also had tree facts and everything for me. I don't have the mental capacity to do that. I'm not as good as them. But less than 10,000 people, almost 500 different bird species, and one world-class racetrack. Pretty incredible, all things considered.
They just like watching the racing.
I'm sure there's a lot of birds that don't mind it. I mean, you've seen. I think most of us look at birds and we think they're quite skittish creatures, and they are. But you know, you're used to the environment. It's a completely different thing. You ever been to New York? Those pigeons do not care. You ever been to Brighton Beach? I'm asking, Ted. You ever been to Brighton Beach?
Nope.
Seagulls do not care.
Oh, seagulls in the UK will just take your food,
They are
even if it's in your hand.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fun fact.
Ryan Gill in the chat. 6-hour series is a question mark for 2025, but our iRacing Championship has big news next week. Ooh. Even I don't know what that big news is.
I don't know what that is either.
Until after this race, and I question Ryan Gill on what's happening, and Tom Bryan. But very interesting indeed. Jax James says, can't believe STI is on for a podium given they started 24th or something like that.
I can believe that.
They've been doing so well.
Yeah, based on their pace and I mean, they haven't always got the finishes they deserve in the series, but I can believe. I mean, a podium. Well, actually, you know what? A podium. That's incredible. That's absolutely outstanding considering the competition and the fact that they've had to work strategy. They've had to deal with the newest car in ACC in very hot temperatures, the likes of they've probably not had to deal with up until this point. It is very impressive. Michael Moning, the American driver in the American prancing horse, that we call it a pony here. That pony's got some giddy up. STR Esports absolutely doing bits, we would say. Ryan Gill said that he's sending that clip to Mike Nouse. Yeah, Mike Nouse is the guy in reference. I didn't want to name drop in case he didn't want to be, but Ryan Gill has done. So Mike Nouse, I know you're out there. I know you're working hard, buddy. I miss you. I love you. Thanks for instilling me and inundating me with facts about local flora and fauna. And thanks for inspiring me to do the same to Ted Edwards, who is now my victim in the game of Name That Bird. How many different birds could you even name, Ted?
Honestly,
well, there's a white one, and there's a and there's a red one. I know that one. Yeah, there's a red one. Then there's a blue one with a white bit on it.
I know a few, obviously not a lot.
I can probably name about 10, I think.
Starlings,
and those are
sparrows, obviously pigeon,
I forgot
dove.
Sparrow. Can I admit something embarrassing that I did when I was a kid?
Go on.
Lucasen just got overtaken in the Madcap Racing car by Novikov in the 139 right there. Nice clean move into turn one. When I was a young lad, I remember looking up or Googling, is a pigeon a bird? Because they're not like any other bird, and I just had to. Tell me what you really... No, don't hold back. Say it. Go ahead.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Well, here's the thing.
But
is a pterodactyl a bird? Then a pigeon may not be a bird. That's how my mind works.
Well, I mean, the heads move like chicken heads, so I get.
Is a chicken?
The thing is, a chicken is a flightless bird. Same.
What's
as
in a bird?
Emu.
You know what I mean? What makes a bird a bird? An emu, which is flightless, that has, Kim Kardashian legs. How is that a bird? If it has wings, it's a bird.
Is bird defined by lays eggs, has 2 legs, and doesn't have arms but has wings? Yeah, it just doesn't have to fly.
Okay.
See where I'm going?
Sounds like my ex-wife, though. She a bird?
I am not coming in.
You don't have a comment on that one? All right. Well,
no,
I guess we're moving on. Oh my goodness. Ryan Gill stirring the pot. Making the comment, I heard Mikhail likes seagulls. Mikhail, I want to make it very clear. Ryan Gill said that, and I'll be sending you his location data so that you can thank him. Very clear I didn't say it. I didn't realize this. Ted was reading a copy that Stewie, our broadcaster, had delivered us. That you were reading this, right? That
Nope.
Oh, Ted was not reading it. It almost sounded like it. That Stewie's provided us the definition of a bird. Birds are a group of warm-blooded vertebrates consisting of class Avians, characterized by feathers, toothless beaked jaws, the laying of hard-shelled eggs, a high metabolic rate, four-chambered, hard, and a strong yet lightweight skeleton.
I mean, that was close. I just missed out. Yeah, the other bits.
Toothless beaked jaw. Interesting. That really does sound right. You have a comment now?
Nope.
Moving on?
Nope. Yep. Moving
Close
on.
racing here, just about 3 wide coming into the third sector. Sam Gaskell working their way through, and you mentioned quite early on in this broadcast that the curbs are sometimes evil. Some curbs are fine, some are evil, but that's the whole point. Some of the original curbing in motorsport in the pioneering days, that's what it was meant to do. It's sort of meant to spit you back and keep you on the racetrack, keep you from going over and losing control of the race car. Now, for the most part, unless we're at Le Mans usually, or any French racetrack, curbing is a sort of a suggestion more than anything else. Drivers will take liberties whenever they can, i.e. turn 1 here at Barcelona, where we almost leave the racetrack, and that's legal, and it is legal. But the curbs is cambered the opposite direction of the racetrack on purpose to spit you back out onto the course. And we almost saw Sam Gaskell get out of control there in the sort of S section entering turn or sector 13, sector 3.
Yeah, Gaskell had a slip, but this Ferrari here, the 20, had a massive slip coming out of turn 2. Luckily, no contact with anyone else. Not like these two having a bit of a rub.
Oh, they're going at it.
This is interesting, Jesse.
Well, I think that's mostly fair up until that point.
What a save! That's
touch there.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Gorka is going to get away with that, I think. Schubeck is not going to particularly like that from the Vincenzo Racing Group. As well, one went off the track, one touched the other. I'm not a steward today, but I'd say, you know what? I'm washing my hands of this. You guys put yourself in that situation, and nothing happens, so play on. But I'm not a steward.
This Lamborghini doesn't look quick. They're either, I'm gonna guess they're on double stinted tires, because they are losing ground now to this Mercedes in front. So even in the slipstream, not really. I guess they're staying there, but it's not really getting the corners ever. They can brake quite late. Maybe it's older tires. Who knows? Here comes the 20.
Nicholson into the pit lane.
Oh, it was correct.
They cannot make it to the end from here. They're about 25 minutes short of doing that. But they will, basically what this is telling us at home is that they're going to have to do an extra stop. Though now, we made such a big deal of the 44 doing something similar and have to take an extra stop. I reckon there's going to be several cars that are going to have to do that now, and it's less of an issue.
Well, the 20 has come down with an hour and a half left, so I think they are going to do what I said to do, is take 45 minutes of fuel and then come back in and take the next 45 minutes of fuel for the remaining stint, which has been their whole plan the whole time, really. 25 lap stints. Very interesting. I think wherever they end up now, once they come out, where they going to filter out, I'm not too sure. There's 21st at the moment. Martin Lauren has 22nd. There you go. So they're going to keep filtering back until they cross the end of sector 1 to sector 2 line. But wherever they end up now, I think that's where they're going to be for the end of the race. Because I don't see them gaining any more places unless it's just on pace alone. But a very interesting strategy from the team there.
So it's interesting. The 20 is going to have 7 stops, all things told, because they've got to do at least one more, and they're on 6 now. The 44 is going to have 6 stops. Pretty much everybody else is going to have 5. So we've got all these cars that are doing different strategies. I will... Yeah, I don't know if anybody else will take an additional 6. I was getting confused, though, because the 20 was on 6, and I was also under the impression that the 44 was going to have 6. The 99 will also have a 6th stop as well. Minimum stops is 5, of course, and that's the number you want to aim for, unless you think that you can hit one more time and more than make up the difference in the delta. See, Jax has pointed out that it's an American and a Canadian in that STR Mustang. How about that for diplomacy? I do love that. I do love the insert the handshaking, bro meme right here. American, Canada. Can you think of a more beautiful odd couple? Well, you cannot. But I believe a lot of the parts of the Mustang do come from Canada. I believe they're assembled in America, but they are, the parts come from Canada, so you love to see that. It all works out. Grim's made a reference in chat that I don't get. Very rare indeed that I don't get to. Usually him and I are on the same page with these sorts of things, but I don't get that one, I'm afraid. I'm sorry I've let you down, Dad. What is this going on about Tilka's sausages? I don't
No, chat's gone mad. Just looking at the reports that have come through in the last 10 minutes. Lap 141, turn 1 involving the 769 and the 202. Warning for 202, excessive dive bomb. And again with the 769, lap 141, turn 5 with the 255. Warning for 255, avoidable contact. 769 getting a bit in the wars there, the 2 cars. And now 255 pit entry. No pit entry violation found. That was lap 131, and for the 45, the same no pit entry violation found. That was lap 132. So I wonder if someone's reported that, or if the stewards have just looked at it and gone, actually.
They can't. They can't just look at it. It has to be reported.
Yeah. So someone's gone. Someone's trying to.
Someone was trying to catch
some places.
Being a little sneaky sneakerson on that one, huh?
Yeah. So
didn't work out for them.
Very interesting indeed. But I mean, that's why the whole system's there, is to go in racing control and report something, even if it's not going to end up anywhere. Report it. That's what we say to our weekly series as well. If you think someone's in the wrong, or someone's done something wrong, report it. And if you get the penalty for it, even though you think the other driver's in the wrong, then well, that's how it goes. But most of the time, it just comes down to a racing incident or no further action, because that's what the stewards do. But I'd rather people report stuff than just sit there and moan about it, because nothing gets done if you moan about it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what Chief Steward Bill Roberts always says, and I think it's one of the frustrating things for the entire stewarding team is teams will not report things when they know they have to report it. They won't report it, and then they'll complain that the outcome was not in their favor when they could have clearly reported something. And I've told them on several occasions, racing drivers just like to complain. I'm a broadcaster today, and I still like to complain. It's just, it's part of it. If I was a pilot, I'd be the pilot of the complain, because it's just the way it is. I get it from both sides.
Is that meant to be a pun?
I'm not very punny, am I? Yes, of course it is.
Oh.
I love to break out the pilot jokes. I love it. Pilot of the complaint. Oh man, I do fly the complaint from time to time. Ask anyone who has to live with me. But that's the thing. We like to complain. We're human. We will complain. We don't, as you well know, Ted, sometimes you can't fix the issue. You just want to complain. But in the steward's defense, the issue can be fixed, and they're intentionally not doing it. It goes both ways. I noticed you didn't have anything interesting to say now that Katrina's back. Indeed. Quite indeed. He's left me alone on the commentary for the moment. Magnani leading in the 201 over everyone else. Naldi 16 seconds back in the 27. Michael Moning in the STR Mustang in third place. Del Fonte is cycled back up to fourth position. The car is slightly off pit cycle, I believe. They're early. We'll see how much that plays up here late in the going. Coesfield in the 42. We haven't talked much about the 42 Mustang today, but they have been up there consistently, the home of sim racing esports. They make up the third of our top 5 Mustangs. Gerardus in the number 1 West competition car is up to 6th place and is quite close to the back of Coesfield for that top 5 position. Walshingham behind them, Rodriguez, Hansen, Zerbin, the top 10 as they run. Quickest lap, Sam Gaskell, some stint ago. I believe Gaskell's double stinted that car, or he's double stinting in that car, I should probably say. And going well. Nobody's been able to best their time despite the fact that the temp is coming down. 38 degrees, 33 ambient. Give it about 3 more hours past race end, and it'll be a lovely non-sweltering evening here on the coast of Spain.
That's another thing, Jesse, with saying earlier on in the broadcast, with the when they scanned the tracks for the game, different times of year. Obviously, Catalonia, I presume, but how hot it is. Obviously, that is obviously down to Brian Gill's settings as well. But it's very, very light. So this is obviously about summerish time. And so if you look, as like I say, if you look at Donington, at this time of day, it's starting to get darker. The sun is still quite high in the sky. There is no sign whatsoever this is gonna get into a night setting, but it has got more shadows on the track, as you can see. Sun has started to set, but it's just an interesting little detail. You know, it's not just the same for every track. It's not like they just scanned it and went, just put the weather or the sun and that the same for every single track. But it's quite a nice detail.
Going to turn into a lovely evening here. Going to hand out some hardware, some prize money. Going to be a couple of really happy teams about that. One team that appears to have rebounded quite a bit. It's the 255 competition car, your champion-elect. Essentially, all they have to do is finish this race, get some points, and it doesn't matter what the 71 does. 71, first and foremost, needs to win the race. They are inside the top 10. High is 9th currently, but in no danger is Philip Minard. In fact, they could run dead last as long as they finish the race, and it would not matter otherwise. But the reason I bring it up, 255 Aston was well down the order, outside the top 20 so earlier on, but they've figured it out. It could have just been strategy that put them down there. Car doesn't seem to lack for pace now. Prina next on their list for 16th in the 202 Gladius car. Mr. Carr, the one at the front of the field.
They probably got some tunes on, Jesse, just enjoying the drive.
Some what?
Some tunes. Music.
You mean tunes?
Tunes. I don't know. Tunes. British, isn't it? Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know, mate. I can hardly speak English though.
I'm not done with my Mike Mouse facts, by the way.
Okay.
Without looking it up, what is the most popular language in this part of the world, in this region of Catalonia?
Oh, okay. Oh, the region, not the country Spain, but the region.
The region of Catalonia. First of all, Could you point to Catalonia on a map?
I don't think so.
I actually couldn't. I'm going to full transparency. I got it wrong. I flipped Catalonia and Valencia
Ah.
from where they are. I knew where they are, air quotes, but not where they were. And Valencia is south of the region of Catalonia, where Barcelona is. And because there's racetracks in both, I guess I was a bit silly and I flipped them.
Well, I would say they speak mainly Spanish, right?
They do speak
That's your
Spanish
question.
here.
That's your question is what language, right? They speak the most.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is a trick question because
Well, it isn't a trick question, but it is incredibly close. Spanish is the most popular. 44% of all people that live in the region speak Spanish, Espanol. Care to guess what the second most spoken language is here? And this is a trick question.
well, it's not English because
no.
that's the obvious. That's the obvious one. Like,
Half of a percent of all people in the region speak English here.
Oh, wow.
1%.
0.5%. That's very low. I'm gonna. Something in me wants to say Portuguese, but then something in me wants to say French for some reason. Because obviously.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the question again.
Next to each other. Go on.
In the region of Catalonia, what is the second most spoken language?
Yeah, that didn't help me.
It's Catalan.
I was about to say, is it like a dialect? Is that what you call it? Like it's a
They
branch
claim
off
it's
from...
different enough to be a different language, and trust me, if American isn't a dialect of English, I assume Catalan's different enough.
You see what I mean? You see where it's
No,
going
I
at,
absolutely understand.
'Cause-
36% of the population speak Catalan, and it's 2.9 million people in this region speak Spanish, Espanol. 2.3 million speak Catalan.
Interesting.
It is incredible. More people in this region speak Arabic than English and French combined.
Oh wow.
Isn't that interesting? I find that very interesting indeed. That is the language makeup of this region of the world. So if you are an English-speaking individual and that's the only language you know, I would suggest you brush up on your Espanol because they know hablo inglés.
You know, if you asked Ryan Gill that, he would have known the answer.
Well, I didn't, but he has answered us in our chat.
Yes.
Catalan is more different to Spanish than American is to English, and that is a very scary thing. But very well put. Of course, Ryan Gill lived in this country for many years. Quite fond of the area as well. So, Les Stevenson has come in with an additional Barcelona fact that I'm not going to fact check. I'm just going to take him at his word. Did you know the Eiffel Tower was originally designed for Barcelona, not Paris?
That's interesting. But okay, here's a question for Les. Why was it not?
So,
why was it moved to Paris? That's the question.
That is interesting. Why was it? I do know that the type of structure that the Eiffel Tower is, it's a lattice work tower, and they were very popular turn of the 20th century. You weren't a civilized place unless you had a lattice work tower. It was like the thing to have. We have several in America that nobody cares about. They're all across Europe. In fact, if you've toured Europe, you've seen lattice work towers before. I do know that the one in the Eiffel Tower, that was put up for the World's Fair, I'm pretty sure. But why was it originally supposed to be in Barcelona? And is it related? I don't know. We'll have to wait for Les Stevenson. We're on pins and needles over here, Les. Get a move on and tell us why. that was the case. And also, why do you know that? Would love to know both. Closing in on the final hour of the race, and if you've been listening to us the past 20 minutes, welcome to the RCI podcast. We get asked all the time, why don't we make a podcast? What do you think we're doing? What do you think we're doing all the time?
Me and Jesse, you've been used to this for many years. When
RCI
we used to do this for Night Owl, didn't we? Sorry, now we used to do this all the time. It was just like, okay, this is the point where in the race where not really much is happening. Yeah, got a few cars here following each other quite closely for position, but we just sort of relax, talk about random facts, and most of the time it's nothing to do with racing.
Sometimes we talk about birds. Sometimes we talk about latticework towers. Sometimes we talk about dialects. Very, very, very scary proposition, that, considering we speak two very different versions of English, isn't it, bro? We have been joined by Les Stevenson today. Les, we hope you've been enjoying your sort of day off, but you've come into the booth to do a little bit of work. I've got to ask, how come you knew that and none of the rest of us knew that? There's got to be a reason.
Ryan Gill told me. No, he didn't really. No, it's just Google, mate. Sorry, I got to hold my hands up. It's Google.
Interesting. Well, somebody fact-checked me that the Eiffel Tower, the designer and the reason it was erected in Paris was for the World's Fair, right? And they originally, as far as I recall, this is going back to my schooling days, so this may be aged information, but the original plan was to tear it back down again. But they kept it, and it became a landmark, an icon. And also, technically, you're not allowed to photograph its lights that it has on it because they're copyright protected or something.
Wow.
We're talking we're talking about Paris. We're talking about gay old Paris, and we're in Barcelona. So there we go. But there is a connection to the two cities.
Well, there we go. You learn something new every day. Every day is a school day, Jesse.
Yeah, well, with me, every day's a school day because you forget as soon as you learn something. Grim has a particular request from you, Les, if you wouldn't mind indulging him. Quick, tell everyone about your epic win last week. Go on.
Well, it certainly wasn't Monday he must be talking about. He must be on about Saturday with the community race, where Grim and myself managed to win the silver category for the race, and then go on to gain enough points to get the silver championship overall. So yeah, pretty damn epic.
It was pretty epic indeed. So we're going to turn this into a championship interview. If Grim wants to jump in here, if he can hear us, and have a championship interview, because what Les and Grim are talking about is, find it, board. They are talking about the RCI 6-Hour Community Series, which runs as a sister series to the Esports Series, and it runs a week prior. Congratulations to everyone that finished that series, but WOR JSM Motorsport Lambros team won it in the Community Pro Championship over Nearly On Pace and Sky Simsport, the top three, T-Monkey Racing and SBR, the top five there. And in silver, it was the Kaiju 203 winning the championship over the Wheelie Slow Racing team. Not Sheep Racing, third place. Kraken Engineering and Wheelbarrow Racing, the top five in silver. Did RCI really win all three podium spots in the silver category accidentally?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks that way. But no, it was a great series, and we had loads of fun as always. And can't forget Tom Watts, who stood in for me at Silverstone when I couldn't make that race with Grim. So those two won that race, and then like I said, we managed to get the win at Spa. And congratulations to Not Sheep Racing and Wheelie So, because to get on the podium as well for the overall champ is pretty darn good going. I'll be happy with that. I'm still over the moon with first place. So yeah, many congratulations to all, and what a great championship it was.
I gotta say, forgive me. Have you won an endurance champ in RCI before?
No, this is my first ever endurance champ win, and I've won a race with Tom Watts for dropping the hammer. We won at Valencia in the McLaren. That was a pretty epic win that time as well. But no, this is my first endurance champ victory, and couldn't have done it without obviously the helps of Tom Watts and Grim as well. So yeah, no, it was pretty done. Like I say, I keep saying epic, but it was awesome. It was epic.
Grim also inquires how you intend to celebrate in about a week's time with alcohol.
Well,
Can confirm, deny?
100%. 100% there will be alcohol involved, and I've been asked to try. I haven't yet to do it. I nearly did it. I didn't quite get around to it in the end, but apparently Captain Morgan's Gold with Fanta and cream soda.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, so that's a new one for me, and I'm
some experimenting on the horizon for Les Stevenson.
Certainly will be, and I'm sure many others will be joining me in celebrating as well with quite another epic event happening next weekend.
We're talking to Les Stevenson, part of the Kaiju racing team that won the 6-hour community series in the silver class. Looking at their stats, it was pretty damn consistent throughout. Fourth, first, fourth, second, first. I mean, no wonder you lot ended up walking away with the championship in the end. But, I mean, goes to show consistency is one thing. Getting a couple of trophies in there as well, it means more. I mean, it means a lot when you win it by yourself, right? You win a weekly championship or whatever by yourself. It means more, doesn't it? Whenever there's other people that you've had to do it with or that you've been in the war with, and it's more rewarding than doing it by yourself. I'm sure you've won championships solo weekly series, right? But
yeah.
Your teammates, it makes it that much more special.
Yeah, of course it does. It's I know I say it many times on broadcast. You know, the team events, the endurance races. That's my favourite part of this. Is doing it as part of a team and making sure. You do have a bit of nerves, of course you do. You don't want to let your team down, and you put that extra effort in to make sure that you don't let them down, but equally you get a good result. Sometimes it's completely out of your hands as to why you don't necessarily get the result you wanted, but at the same time, as long as you put the effort in, and it's all about that camaraderie as well. We have a good laugh, and I mean, we all know what Grim's like. He's hell of a good laugh. Tom's the same, and and the rest at Kaiju and dropping the hammer. Have a really good laugh, but at the same time, we really get stuck in and help each other out and put the best efforts in possible to get the best results. And it's always that sweet moment at the end when even if it's just a top 10, when you realise they're going to be your best, that's going to be your best result. Sorry, and a top 10 could even be just as pleasing as a podium. But to get the win, I mean, obviously, as you know, is the dream. And when it does happen, it's pretty darn amazing.
Well, you've done me out of a job, but anybody else you want to thank or congratulate for the campaign?
Well, for my wife for allowing me the time to do this with commentary as well.
Now, that's a man that's been married, Ted. Take notes. That's a man that's been married. He knows. Put the wife first. Prioritize
time.
Can I just say as well, whilst listening to the commentary, I'm quite surprised, Ted. I thought you were the sweet man that would have written your wife, or sorry, I don't know if it's your wife or girlfriend actually, Katrina,
girlfriend,
a poem, or a nice card, got some flowers and chocolate, and then to hear that she's had to go out and buy herself flowers.
We don't do Valentine's
in the sale as well.
Les, you and I are on the same page, buddy. Okay, like she may say, here's the thing about women, all right? Women. Yeah. She may say it's okay, and you don't do Valentine's. It's okay.
Yeah,
I'm not made of money.
Every year, Ted, I always
make
say,
her a flower.
It's just a day. It's just a day, but no.
Yeah.
For a fact that one time you don't do it, you'll have
a week on Monday is our anniversary, and it'll be 8 years. That's when we celebrate.
That's
no
when you
ring,
celebrate
huh?
again. Sorry, Ted. Yes. I'd like to thank my folks for allowing me to have the time to do this and putting up with the times when it doesn't go so well. And but again, thanks to Kaiju Racing, the guys there, especially Grim, Bill, Aaron, Rob, anyone else I've forgotten to mention, and then obviously dropping the hammer. Been a bit sort of disbanded this series just for a few different reasons, but likes of Rudy, Neil, Tom, Callum, everyone like that, K-Boss even chipping in at times, even though he's technically part of the opposite team. But it's all good. It's all good camaraderie, and I'd just like to say thank you to everyone. It's just a great community to race in, and we always have a good laugh.
That's the whole point of the community series. Of course, the esports series, we have the biggest teams in ACC come in, but we didn't want to not have. It wouldn't be fair to ignore the community that makes us who we are. We just run an identical series for them. We don't disallow esports drivers, but we prioritize the community. And it's nice to know that there is teams, I would say most of the teams, because even the team that won the pro category, the WRR JSM team, the Lambros team, they're made up of two different teams by the looks of it. And I know Nearly On Pace is a team that's formed from members of the community that found each other. Kaiju's no different. It's a community effort, it's a group effort, it's a village effort. And it's lovely that the community part of it, the thing that brought you together, it's in the name of the series as well. And that's what brings you together. You win together. It's almost like a fairy tale ending. What's next for Les Stevenson, though?
Well, it's Night Owl. Night Owl! Tonight. So, yeah, I'll be doing a little bit of practice for the Circuit de Catalunya. As we've got currently going on in this, I must say it's been a great race, hasn't it? Really, I mean, it's not been the most exciting of races, but at the same time there has been quite a lot of action, and it's been intriguing to see how everyone else has taken the strategies so differently. I mean, obviously there has been looks to appear to be, and a majority have gone the standard sort of 5-stop route, but there have been the odd team that have gone differently. But I honestly had the 45 on the cards for a win today, and I got that a little bit wrong, didn't I? But no, it's Night Owl next for me, Jesse. You answered the question.
I guess I meant more in the future. Pit stops ongoing. Anyone who pits now can absolutely make it to the end, and Thomas Schimadat is one of those for West competition. They're the first out. They can make it to the end as long as you get within an hour and 5 minutes. Everyone should have been fine. More pit stops going on. Valentin Berriesen sings into the 123 as well, and that's not Walshingham in the background. Yes, it is. And it is. I'm incorrect. That is Aiden Walshingham, who just came out of the pit lane as well. All these cars, Dario Emulio, Walshingham out of the car, Emulio back in, the Veloce Thrustmaster 800. They are good to the finish. Yeah, this race has been pretty epic in consideration of how many different leaders we've had. Could you briefly tell us, racing in the IMB Community Series, what it was like? Was it a lot of back and forth? Was there a common denominator in the silver class for you lot, or someone that you were always battling against, or did it feel like a different kind of vibe every week?
I mean, every week, or every month, there was always different cars at the front. But you did have your usual contenders, as you've seen through the consistency. For the 203 with me and Grim and Tom, we were somewhere around in that top 5. But you had the guys that were really slow, not sheep, that would always tend to have a bit of bad luck and then get back through the order. But generally speaking, it's a shame really. Like number 38, I think it was, Kraken Engineering. Those guys had some real bad luck, where I believe they even had a couple of disconnects. So it's a shame really, to see that. But at the same time, it makes it for interesting racing, unfortunately to the misfortune of others. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it was quite a mix really, and with everyone sort of doing different strategies, it was quite, it was different every single month.
I mean, you love to hear it. You love to hear. It's just the positive memories out of a series like that. And here's the greatest thing: you're champions of that silver class, and nobody can ever take that away from you. Anyone gives you any guff, say, "Look, I may have put the wrong tires on Monday, but I am the IMB Community Series Silver Champion. along with my
Yeah,
teammates.
that's right, Jesse. Thank you.
Right, I'm here to help. All right.
For anyone that doesn't know, I honestly thought it was going to rain on Monday night, and it did, just much later than I originally told by my little bit of software on my PC that told me otherwise. So unfortunately got it a little bit wrong and paid the price for it in the end. But I stuck it out to the end and got a top 20. If that's something to cheer about, I'll take it. But yeah, either way, you live by your mistakes.
Lorenzo Magnani brings the Gladius Competitions 201 down to the pit lane. Now, will that trigger others coming in? We'll have to wait a minute. 27 did not come in. They're going to continue on. They're going to do a longer or a shorter stop, assuming, here at the end. Less fuel and try to make up some of that ground. They've fallen some 8 seconds behind Magnani prior to the stop. Michael Moaning, everybody else continuing on. I see them streaming by. They're not coming in as of yet. Matteo Naldi, BF Racing Esport into the lead. About half the field here or so still has a pit stop left to give tonight, but as Ted Edwards rightly pointed out earlier, if you come in now, it is a shorter stop because you need less fuel to get to the end. Well, been talking to Les Stevenson from Kaiju Racing's 203 in the IMB Community Series. Just want to go over it one more time, give them their shine that they have absolutely deserved. For the IMB 6-hour Community Series runs a week prior to this, wrapped up 1 weekend ago this time. The Lambros winning it in the number 61 Lamborghini in Pro over the 899 nearly on pace Bentley. Sky Simsport in the AMR V8 Vantage, the 47 finishing third in Pro. And in the silver class, Kaiju Racing 203 wins it over the Wheelie Slow 131. Not Sheep Racing in the 12, finishing third. And it was pretty close. Everyone still had a shot in both classes at the podium at the end. Once again, thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring that community series, giving everyone in that series a shot to shine. We thank you so much for your sponsorship, your partnership, continuing going forward. And we implore you, go check out IMB Racewear, link in the description.
It's a shame it wasn't much closer towards the top there, Les, at the end of that champ.
No, but you had a good season, mate. It's.
I mean, round one, I put it into the wall twice.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, no, I hadn't driven for 6 months, and yeah. 15th place after 15th place, and then yeah, you guys did really well. It was fun. It was really fun. Obviously, you guys in the Bentley, which had the weight taken out for most of the rounds, and then we had the weight added in for the Mustang. Balanced it out pretty well. But yeah, you guys just did a brilliant job, and it was fun trying to fight you guys, but it was just that Bentley was so quick. But no, I don't think I'm going to do another championship, unfortunately, but that was my highest finish, 2nd place ever in endurance, so I'll take that. I think that's where I finished mainly nowadays, is 2nd place.
Well, no, at the end of the day, you should be proud of it. 2nd place is a good finish, as Kevin said, looking for an overtake. But yeah, it's you should be proud anyway. You had some good races like we did. I thought the race overall were generally, or generally, so I say, clean and respected. But yeah, we had some good battles, and then there were some battles that we just knew there was not much point battling out too much because they were way quicker than us. But it was definitely interesting with the pro drivers added in the mix as well.
Yes.
Trying to get out of the way of those guys as well. So, no, it was very. I loved the championship, but then I might sound a bit biased because we ended up winning it. So,
yep.
Do you think you would have? I mean, obviously, winning it is the best possible outcome, but do you honestly think that, though, Les, that if you finished 2nd that you'd look back on it any less with, you know, having won already in the series? I mean, honestly, I mean, obviously winning is the icing on the cake, but still, if you would have finished in a podium spot, would you have looked back on it differently?
Only very slightly. I still would have been over the moon finishing in the podium positions. You know, it's the first championship that I've done with Kaiju Racing, so it was a proud moment regardless, really. And then obviously to win it, there is slightly thicker icing on the cake, if you want to put it like that. But no, I love doing the community racing. The only time I don't enjoy it is when I'm in a car I really don't like. And you know, I liked the BMW for the first race. After that, I was bored out of my mind, and the rest of that particular championship that I did, I really didn't enjoy it as much as I should have done, which is a shame. But the Bentley, on the other hand, absolutely love that car if it's bopped. If we don't have any custom BOP, then it can be, well, it'll be a nightmare because it's just too slow.
That's one thing I'll say about the Mustang as well. Sorry, Jesse.
No, please.
I'm glad we added bop onto the Mustang, because it would have been too overpowered, and it made it a fair fight, and it was still fun to drive. Yeah, the tires wore a bit quicker, but you just get used to driving the car. And Daly joins in chat and says, "You had me, laughy face." Yes, Daly, we had you. Okay, Mr. Esports. But yeah, we had a good team, to be fair. You know, I think we equaled ourselves out with the drivers. I think it's the same with you guys. Kevin was our slowest. Then you got me in the middle, who hadn't driven for 6 months because just got bored of racing. And then you got Daly, who does it basically every day. And it was a good mixture because yes, we were qualified very well, got out there in front, and then slowed down a bit in the middle or whatever, and trundled to the end sort of thing, and just it had fun. And it's fun when you have a good team and a good car, like you say. It's and when you have a good bop like we do at the minute, it's more enjoyable.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And you know, it's interesting you say about the different levels in the team. You know, I wouldn't necessarily put myself at the top of the team, that's for sure. And but there were races where I was just a little bit, you know, I just edged it a little bit. But you know, for me to do qualifying in a team event tells you everything. You know, it means that one particular track I must just be that little bit quicker or consistently quicker. So yeah, guys, if you ever see me out in qualifying in a team event, then watch this space.
That sounds similar. If I've ever had confidence in qualifying in a race, you should probably just go ahead and sign up, because I have had maybe 5 times in my entire life qualifying confidence, but it's very funny indeed. Les, are you staying with us, or are you we're gonna go 3 wide to the end? No pressure. You can do whatever you want to. For those of you who don't know, obviously an accomplished sim racer. We just talked about him winning the IMV Community Series Silver Championship with the Kaiju team. He's also a broadcaster. He's commentator with us here and the life of the party typically as well. So no pressure. Are you staying with Ted and I, or are you going to bow out? Or
my wife's always said that 3's a crowd, but you know, this occasion we'll go 3 wide.
I don't want to know what she means by that. Alberto Prina for Gladys Competition, trying to fight off Sean Arnold for the Veloce 55, and does so, but only just through that section of the racetrack. Les, always glad to have you with us. Ted, today's race strategically has been a little bit all over the place, and we're not quite done yet. I would kill to see the pit stop intervals one more time as the Gladius car comes in, the 202, and that's kind of more to my point. We will see the pit stop times and stats whenever the leaders do come in. The main group, led by Naldi now in the 27, with Moaning in the 38, Del Fonte, and I think even Coastfield as well. They have not pitted. Magnani in the 201 has pitted and does not need to come down to pit lane again. Everyone in front of Magnani in the 201 absolutely has to pit. And as if on cue, Moaning for STR in the pit lane.
But remember, in about 5 minutes time or so, the 20 will come down for their last pit stop. I remember that one because they are on a super crazy strategy. They're sitting in 11th for the minute. They have made their way back up. Now, obviously, that's due to different pit strategies and that. So we just have to see when they do the final pit where they end up. Very, very odd strategy, as Les pointed out earlier in the chat, and he is here with us now. Doing 45-minute stints is odd.
It is. It's not unheard of, but yeah, it is a bit. I mean, I noticed it was talked about earlier on, as you said, and you know, when you look at it timing-wise, it's sorry, as we see the Ferrari taking the inside line there. Nice cut, you know, switchback, should we say? Switcheroo, I think, is probably one that's used commonly. Nice little overtake there. But yeah, you know, a 45-minute strategy, like I said, it's not unheard of. It does statistically take you a longer amount of time, if that's the right wording, over a you know, traditional sort of 4 or 5 stop. There was contact, we're being told, and but yeah, it's an odd one. But let's see how it works out for them. I mean, to be in sorry, to be as high as they are in P10. See another overtake here. Is there any more contact now? It looks like they've managed to keep side by side through this. Oh, and there is a bit of contact, I'm sure of it, but not quite getting the move done. But yeah, to see them up in P10, I know they've got a pit stop yet to go, but it certainly looks like it hasn't quite paid off how they probably wanted it to, but maybe that was their only way to get to the end with those tyres.
Yeah, because you're going for an extra... Sorry, Jesse.
Sorry, I was just going to say it was a little bit of a slip from the 777 off of the final turn, and I don't know if Shimata needed any help, but certainly got it. The 777 slipped a little on the curb, went a little bit too far for my liking, and I think that gave Thomas a little bit of a run for West competition and able to get back by. Well, here is the pit table. Any car, as far as I know, that's pitted from lap 165 thereabout and on does not need to, oh yeah, I'm absolutely right. Any car that's pitted from lap 165 and onward does not need to come back in. That also includes Breccia down there in 22nd and 164. They will be able to make it as well. Anyone that has pitted on lap 130 something, they do need to come in. That includes Del Fonte, as Naldi and Moning came in on subsequent laps. Humble in the pit lane now. So that will leave Arnold, of the top runners anyway, that leaves Arnold and Del Fonte, the only cars yet to pit. I'm going to ask you this. Sorry for cutting you off a second here, but I got to ask you this question. Is going as long as you possibly can the right strat here for track position this late? Because assuming everyone's double stinting, which they should be, all the front runners anyway, is going as long as you can the right strat here, or would you have come in directly on the hour or something like that?
I think going longer because you take less fuel. So you'll be a lighter car, and if you're taking tires, then it might not be too bad either because you'll be lighter and more grip. But it's yeah, it's one of those that you just don't know until you do it. Obviously, some people might come in earlier for more fuel and a fresh set because that's how they see the pit stop time. You know, take tires is maximum of 30 seconds. Doesn't matter how much fuel you take, it'll still be 30 seconds. So it is interesting to see, but I think I would have gone longer, take the less fuel. If I had a spare set of tires, probably would take them. You might add another 5-10 seconds onto your pit stop that would have just been fuel. It depends how your tyres feel really as well, but we'll just have to wait and see. Did hear though, P7 or now P8 Humble has got a drive-through.
Yeah, you can't see it, slightly obscured by the pit graphic, but it is there. Drive-through for speeding in the pit lane, and that is going to undo all of that work. Les, what does that feel like? That's
just heartbreaking. Yeah, gut wrenching, I think, is another phrase to use. But you know, this late on in the race, you can't really claw that back. It's just a case of swallow your pride, go through the pit lane, serve that penalty, and come out and basically do your best to the end and see where you end up. But to be the person to get that drive through within the team, personally, sorry, from a personal point of view, would be very, very gutting, and you can't help but feel like you've let the team down there. But it is what it is. You've got to serve it and get on with it.
But
You've
Edwards,
got,
you concur?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, it's a horrible thing. I was about to say to Les, I'm pretty sure, well, I definitely have, we've got the track limits drive through before, and I've definitely got speed in the pit lane. I'm guessing you have as well, Les, and probably Jesse. It is the worst feeling, especially when if you're doing solo race, it's all on you. You know, you've got no one else to worry about. You've made a mistake. But when you're in a team race, it is one of the worst feelings, especially if you've had someone put a really good stint in, gained loads of positions, loads of time, and just been very good with the car. You get in, and then you go and mess it up and have to do another drive down the pit lane. Now, it might not seem a lot, but that's still like at least 20 seconds. I think here it's like 20 seconds. It's quite a long pit lane. So you're losing.
179. Sorry to interrupt. 179 coming out of the pit lane. The 27's able to go by. The 201 has gone by ages ago. So down to third place is the MG ITJ setups car. But it was the quickest stop that we saw, just as close as you could be, under 1 minute. 59 seconds, 0.99 repeating. But they are down to third place on that. And it is a clear runaway for the 201. Sorry for interrupting, Ted.
That's all right, but yeah, it's a horrible feeling. I've done it many times with Daly. Me and Daly have been teammates a long time. Me and Grim have been teammates for a long time as well. And I feel like it's always me who gets the drive-throughs, and I always feel horrible about it because you shouldn't be getting a drive-through, but because you're pushing the car that much, and maybe you just lose a bit of concentration on where you've put the car, and then you get that warning and you just keep racking them up. It's horrible. It's like Donington, for instance, the chicane, so easy, especially when it's damp, is the easiest time to get your warnings. But it's one of those things which you learn not to do, and I've had a lot of practice in learning not to get track limits.
I've had a lot of practice the opposite direction. I've had a lot of practice getting them. I don't know how to not do them. Maybe you should teach me.
All I was going to say was I'm assuming also what you're sort of referencing to as well is a bit similar to myself. You know, you're in a team event, and you know there's one member of that team that traditionally gets those track limits. And I don't know about you, but there's been many 24-hour events where we've been on track limits after the first couple of hours, and you've then got to do the next 22 hours on tender hooks, making sure that no one else in that team gets a track limit, to then get yourself a drive through. And there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure with that, and but there's always one person in the team, and I'm never going to name names, Grim or Neil. But you know, you're always gonna have one member of the team that's gonna accumulate those track limits to potentially get a drive through. And am I seeing this right?
Wait, did they get another one?
Oh, folks, it's gone really wrong. They got a
right?
drive-through penalty for speeding into the pit lane. They've come back out on the racetrack, and not a lap or two later, they've received a drive-through penalty for track limits now. Back-to-back drive-through penalties for ACC assigned penalties at that, mind you. And that is what we say a double whammy.
We haven't seen that in a very long time. That is one of the rarities in RCI. That's very upsetting for that team. I feel for them right now because it's bad. Like, especially when you only got 40 minutes left of the race. See, this is where I was going to come back to what you were saying, Les, about being on those 3 track limits. One more and you get the drive through. Now, in endurance race, if you've got many hours left, we normally look at it as, do we just get the extra track limit, do the drive through, and then we can push because we're not worried about getting it? Because when you have 3, you don't push as hard as you can, so you're under driving the car, and so your tires are getting colder, your pressures are getting lower.
Guys, we have additional problems for the Humble 47 car. They have retired that car, and I think we know why. I think they sped coming into the pit lane, and we're going to get a third drive-through or maybe even a stop-go at that point. If you're serving a penalty and get a penalty, doesn't it just upgrade it? I'm not sure. Either way, it was probably going to be a subsequent penalty. The 47, less than 40 minutes away from the checkered flag in the season, Sky SimSport has retired the car.
I can't help but think there was maybe a bit of rage going into pit lane, and not intentionally sped into pit lane, but trying to maybe just not concentrating, and with the red mist in front of them, unfortunately maybe made them speed into pit lane, and that's just gut wrenching, isn't it, for the team and for that person that's driving, and that's a real shame. Like you said, this late on in the race. It's just awful news for the whole team, especially when you put that much effort in. But it's done. Not like they've obviously subsequently retired because of it, and unfortunately that means they're now out of the race. But going back to what you were saying, Ted, interesting you say you maybe start thinking maybe to serve that drive-through now because you've got, say, I don't know, 20 hours left of a race. An interesting way of thinking like that. I mean, I've always been one of that you just sometimes it can actually help you just coming off the limit a little bit to maybe save tires or maybe a bit of fuel, or you maybe you end up being faster because of it. You're not pushing as hard, and then you actually find that braking a little bit earlier, for example, or keeping it within those white lines that you should be doing, you end up going faster. But it's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, it's we've only done it a few times, but it's one of those things. I don't like to have 3. I like to have spares, because then I can get towards the end of the race. Okay, I maybe have to just use one quickly, just to try and gain an advantage, which you shouldn't do, but they're there to be used if you want to think of it like that. You only have so many of them, but if I have 3, then I'm really underdriving the car, and that's when my pressures get lower, start sliding more. Then I'm most likely going to get a drive through to get because I'm going wider and getting looser. So it is a different way of thinking of it, and you wouldn't think like that. You think, oh, I'm just gonna keep 3 and try and get to the end of the race, but you probably just lose so much time from it. But it was when I first heard slash thought of it, it seemed very weird and backwards thinking, if you like, but it is a strategy.
I'm over here shaking my head, guys. That is a horrible way to end a championship. You can almost forgive them for wanting to give up in that case, but Joe Dauber has also pointed out that suspect that's the same Sky team that lost the IMB Community Series in a similar fashion with disconnects. So this 6-hour series will, for them at least, be something that they would love to desperately move on from in the future. Well, for the remaining drivers, the remaining teams, there's still hardware to be handed out, and as we near the final 35 minutes of the race, with these 3 still going at it quite handily. I'm showing that with West Competition. Yumulo, in 9th place, getting pressured by Gaskell. I thought Gaskell was going to overcook it. They didn't. They didn't quite share the space on the exit of that corner. They're going to be dead set side by side. Yumulo and Shimandat will continue. Actually, that's Gaskell. Will continue to race each other side by side. The one for West Competition will very nicely drive away, and I think these 2 are going to be stuck behind a lap car for sector number 1. There's going to be more contact. Gaskell down the inside. Yumulo again over the curbs, bouncing off of it. Will have to surrender the position. Dario doesn't gain, or Gaskell doesn't gain. Dario holds. Nope, wrong again. I was right the first time. It's all 6s and 7s.
Well, either way, it was a bit of argy-bargy, or as Ted calls it, cuddling.
He does call it that. What is wrong with that man? I mean, he's not wrong. At some point, it's just,
I like to call it hard racing and each other not giving each other.
I'm going to call it hard cuddling, I think is what I'm going to call it. I'm going to split the difference.
But it was, certainly going down to turn 1, I always prefer to be on the outside. You've got a bit of a better turn in, and you then got the inside for the next part of the chicane. So But then again, you get the outside on the next part, the last part of that sequence of corners. But for me personally, I always prefer to be on the outside. And I honestly thought the Ferrari was going to be able to hold that, but as we saw, there was a bit of a argy-bargy, and the Ferrari ended up going off track. But what about you, Ted? But certainly for me, the left-hand side is preferred for me.
It's I'm not too sure. I haven't driven around here for a very long time. I just like not to go too wide with people sometimes. But yeah, the Ferrari has 20 kg added ballast. So the Ferrari this time is the heavier car. I think it's the heaviest car we've got here compared to the Aston. If I have a quick look at our BOP for this race.
Here we go, Ted.
Here we go again. Part 2 electric boogaloo.
Yeah, so if we look at the Aston Martin, -8 has over the Ferrari with the +20. Lamborghini has +10. That's probably why that's struggling. Mercedes has -12. So that's why the Mercedes doing well. Bentley only has -3. I was completely wrong. I thought it had more taken off, but Bentley and Mustang this time not having massive added or taken away weight to the cars. Mustang on +3. So very interesting for this track. Like, I think you can agree, Les. Every track we've seen in both series, because obviously they mirror each other with the tracks, has been quite high, or let's say quite low for the Bentley and the Mustang.
Yes, certainly has. Yeah. No, for Ferrari, it's almost been they've had
almost nothing. Yeah. It's very interesting of how this track has changed the BOP for these cars, and yeah, I did not expect it today, but it looks pretty even. The Fords got 3 in the top 5 at the moment. We've got an Aston Martin on top with a Ferrari in second. Still pit stops need to be done though. I know first place does need to do a pit stop. The last
I don't think so.
Oh no,
I don't think so. I think pit stops are done.
Lap 168 was their last pit, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and also we can see the number 20 car is also pitted now as well, so they've now gone straight outside the top 10 now and down in P17.
Yeah.
Well, we have seen Sam Gaskell was able to get around Dario Yamulo, and to great lengths to do that, in fact, but was able to do it. Gaskell in the 45 in front of the Veloce Thrustmaster 800. 7th place settled for the moment. Did anyone catch Shimitat in front for West competition? We'll have to see. Here's Abeladze in the 255 competition car, your champion-elect, looking to make up a spot on Rodriguez in the 777 Williams Academy car. Williams somewhat obliges by going around the outside, giving the inside to the 255. I think that is as nicely as it's ever going to go for a position change up to P12. Is Abeladze in their campaign, a victory lap, if you will, at this stage. Final 30 minutes of the race, and here's how the championship points are as they run. They've actually would have just been updated because of that pass right there, but makes no difference. The 255 competition car out in front of the championship, your champion-elect, B Alien Academy 71, has done a valiant effort today, being inside the top 10, being in front of 255 competition, but they needed more than that. They needed to win. They needed a colossal failure by 255. That hasn't happened. If anything, 255 has sort of come back through the field, as you can clearly see, up into the top 12. But B Alien Academy does have 323 points. Now follow the points from here on out. As they run, Visceral Esports has 260 points in third, the number 44. MGITJ Setups has 258, 2 points behind Visceral.
It's just been updated, Jesse, if you want to...
Oh, it has been. I'm outdated software and information. Ryan Gill, who, by the way, first spotted that the earlier car was receiving a third penalty and was retiring. Well spotted by Ryan Gill. Got to it before I could. Eagle-eyed Ryan Gill, we called. But here are the updated points as they run with 30 minutes. 255 competition, 373 points. B Alien Academy, number 71, has 314 points. Visceral Esports number 44 has 265 points. MGITJ Setups, the 178 car, has 262 points. That's 3 points in it between Visceral and MGITJ for third place. CRT.Pro has 246 points. Veloce Esports 55 has 242 points. They are tied with the number 39 Jardier Community Team on 242 points apiece. Veloce 55, based on a countback system of finishes and performance, would take 6th place over them on a countback. In 8th place, Team Racing Point number 32 has 239 points. Visceral Esports has 235. That's the 45 car from Visceral. And Gladius Competitions, the 201, has snuck inside the top 10, completely knocking RCI Esports Blue out of the top 10 based on their excellent performance today by the 201. They've got 233 points. So what does that all mean? Well, there's 3 points in it between Visceral and MGITJ. If one of those drivers gains or loses a position, then it becomes incredibly dicey. Same thing can be said for the fight for P5, 246 in 5th place, 246 points for 5th place. You could go all the way back to Visceral Esports 45 team that has 235. That's 11 points. That's only a couple of positions. A drive-through essentially changes the 9th place car and could put them into 5th is the scenario we have here. Still very close.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. It's been incredibly close, well, from sort of position 2 downwards throughout the entire season, or championship, sorry. So, well, series is the correct word should be used, but yeah, it's been a great esports series for this 6-hour series that we've had here at RCI, and you know, it's all the way to the end. I mean, 26 minutes left to go, and we're still talking about who could potentially finish where, just for one position change through the end of this race. But 45 was my pick today. Doesn't look like that's going to come to fruition, but still a decent finish inside that top 10 will give them a little bit of contact again.
Oh, more and more. Got
As
into
they do.
him a couple of good times. Dario Yamulo not giving up, has not forgotten how hard Sam Gaskell was racing him. And they're, what do you British people say, taking 7 bells out of each other or something?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing right now.
Kicking 7 bells.
Kicking 7 bells out of each other. I have no idea what that means. Where we're from, we don't kick bells. We ring them with a little gongy thing. But, you know, to each is their own, I suppose. We have a very famous bell in America that has a crack in it. That's why we don't kick them anymore.
I think it's sensible now for Gaskell here to really sort of take a breather. Got 25 minutes left to go. Yeah, they do have the legs on the Ferrari down the straight, so maybe this time round, give the tyres a little bit of a cool down, play behind this Ferrari for the rest of this lap, maybe even the next, get the composure, and then see if they can get the move done again going down the straight. But as I say that, it looks like the Ferrari is pulling away, so Ted.
Yeah, well, you say they might try and relax a little bit. I don't think that's going to happen unless 25 minutes left. These are esports drivers. These aren't me and you. Me and you, which is like, okay, we need to collect ourselves, get these tyres a bit cooler, and then go for it. These guys are just going to go, I can go for it. So it's going to be very interesting. But yeah, the Ferrari was pulling away just then, especially on the straight, which was quite interesting. I didn't think the Aston Martin was that slow in a straight line compared to the Ferrari, but
I think it's just slow out the corners for personally. I don't know if that's totally true, but it certainly looks like it.
Yeah, I know back in the day when they added this Aston, it had turbo lag like crazy. They have reduced that and has made it more fun to drive, but might still have a little bit of lag out of the corners, especially when you're up against Merc like this, or a little bit of contact front left to rear right.
Hey, Robin's racing. Come on.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, I like to hear it.
But yeah, there's a few different battles going on here. Here's a battle for 9th place. Aston Martin of the 71 and the 44 Lamborghini.
Battles all over the place, gentlemen, honestly. I mean, we got battles inside the top 10, just outside the top 10. They're racing in the back. There's going to be a lot to keep up with. Prina and Gorka's going at it, or at least they were a moment ago. Novikov and Jardier racing each other quite hard indeed. Now we got this battle. Kevin Toddy down to the inside in the Visceral Lamborghini, looking to make up a spot here on Hansen in the 71, and does.
Yeah, what the Lamborghini lacks in straight line makes up for in the corners, especially against an Aston Martin. Like I say, Aston Martin's just an all-round good car. Not great in any particular area, unlike some of the cars. I know I was seeing Joe Dolber earlier saying about the no Porsches in the esports, which he was quite upset about. And yeah, there is no Porsches. I actually didn't realise that until he said.
Yeah, we all know that the Porsche, you know, with the double stinting, is kind of sort of a no-brainer. At all.
It just chews through its rear tyres, and it's a shame that it does that because it is quite a fun car to drive. I remember when the 992 came out, and it sounds nice, feels good, drove better than the old one, for me anyway. But yeah, they did a little tweak to it and started chewing through the rears a little bit too much towards the end of even just the end of one stint. So it was very unfortunate. It could just be the way I drove it, but obviously looking here with the esports drivers, no one really wants to drive it.
Yeah, it certainly appears that way. And I don't know about you, Ted, but the Porsche for me just has that. I'm driving it currently in the Monday Champ and the Deutsche Masters Season 2, and it's really fun to drive until you have that sudden odd moment. It's like that pendulum effect. All of a sudden, the rear just decides, you're not having that move, and before you know it, you're sliding or you're spinning. So it can be unpredictable in the wrong hands or the less talented, such as myself.
Oh, you're talking about me for a second there. A couple of things coming in from the steward's box. Been very quiet the sort of final third of this race. That's how we like it. A couple of things though, no big deal. No further action for a reported incident on lap 176 between the 44 and the 138. No infringement found. I assume that's a pit entry situation, but no infringement found there. That's the third or fourth one of those that we've seen today. Also, no further action between an incident involving the 44 and the 138 in the very next corner. The 138 turns across the 44 and spins themselves out, so no further action. And most recently on lap 182, a warning given for car 45 for avoidable contact in an incident versus car 800. But no penalty there, as that counts as a first warning.
So you guys, this CRT Pro team and the Williams team here, and the Mercedes, they're on a right old ding-dong these last few laps, and see the Mercedes back in front now.
Are you saying that as far as Valentines go, there were no cards exchanged between these two?
I think CIT have ended up having to go to the supermarket and buy themselves discounted flowers.
I will say today is my favorite day because we're going to go grocery shopping after this, and it's going to be Temptation Aisle down that middle one, because I know what's going to happen, and I'm going to have to, not only am I going to have to be strong for me, I'm going to be strong for my partner, and we're going to have to leave with the same amount of sugar content than we came in with, because it's, dude, come on, it's 50% off, but got to remain strong.
You can do this, Jesse.
Thank you. I needed that. I needed the motivation. I needed it. You know who doesn't need motivation? CRT Pro. Novikov has all the motivation he can handle. He's got a windscreen full of Rodriguez's 777, and he's going to be going for it here at some point. They've sort of taken it out of each other, but they've been somewhat cordial enough that it hasn't impeded them, the battle. They've impeded themselves, but they're sort of by themselves, so sort of allowed that liberty, at least for the time being. Final 20 minutes of the championship and indeed the series. And right now is the time I want to take time to say thank you to all of you, whether you subscribed over on YouTube or you donated or you subbed, you followed over on Twitch, or of course dropped a prime or a sub over there as well. Commenters, lurkers, all of you, thank you all for making this series making it as special as it possibly could have been. We have enjoyed putting it on for you. We thank Stewie for doing the broadcasting heavy lifting. For behalf of my department, all of my broadcasters, too many to name, but Ed Edwards sticking out the long hours with me, Les Stevenson putting in the work pretty much every single race. Matt Malcolm's been here. John Dalton in the first part of the season put on driver duty. He's in this race today. He was last time out as well at Spa. But again, too many to name. We've got a talented group here. Kevin Boss was in the booth as well. Mitch, if I'm missing anybody, I do desperately apologize. I'm scatterbrained as usual, but my entire broadcast team, the stewards, thank them as well. Without them, this would not be nearly as watchable or as safe as it is. Nuremberg going down the inside, and the dynamic motorsport by Kalinic car felt like they were let in there a little bit by Hansen, and might have been by the 71. Top 10 for dynamic motorsport now. But thank you to the staff, the admins. Thank you for all of your support. We appreciate it. All of our partners that have been revolving in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. You can visit their links in the description of the video or on our website, racerci.com. If you're interested in racing in iRacing, ACC, or LMU, we implore you, racerci.com, check it out, get involved. We've got series coming up or already in progress that you can join right now today. A big shout out especially to IMB Racewear. They sponsored the entirety of the IMB Community Series that runs a week prior to this but mimics the schedule. We thank them, of course, also for sponsoring the Spa race 1 month ago.
Well, I just noticed car 20 in P16, they have done their pit stop now. Oh, hello.
They're back at it again.
Oh!
Oh no, it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. Alexander Novakov has spun around and he's going to try and drive off of the racetrack. He doesn't see the Ferrari that was going to take avoiding action and has a collision with the 55, I believe that was.
Yeah, and then
it was Sam Arnold in the 55. That wasn't a Ferrari. That was an Aston.
It was no. It was it? I thought it was the 20 Ferrari.
It was a 20 Ferrari. All right. So
yeah,
my eyes
who
are
I was
broken.
just
It was,
talking about.
Yeah, it was Adler. What were you going to say prior to that contact?
I was going to say they've done their pit stop and they were up to P16 after their crazy strategy they've done of what, an extra stop than, or 2 extra stops than I think everyone else. But this is how it all started. Going into T1 wasn't too bad. Got pushed off onto that curve.
Oh, he tried to rejoin.
Yeah, and that's what I said earlier was it's off cambered, that curve, and it pushes you back into the track. And like you were saying earlier, Jesse, these curves are meant to push you back onto the track and, well, push you into another car, and that's why you see everyone going for the anti-cut. Maybe they're on... Hello, there's a car up there.
Oh my goodness.
That's the...
That's the leader of the race.
Yeah.
That's the leader of the race. That's the Gladius Competition 201. They had a 6-second gap, and it's absolutely gone. Eric Del Fonte's right there, and he's done him. He's got the lead. Magnani has had some sort of humongous error here. Was it contact with another car? The car wiggles. It's off the track, and it is. It's contact with the 20. Oh, an additional contact. Rally driving. And that is the rally course, I'm pretty sure, but these are not rally cars. Lorenzo Magnani has lost the lead to Del Fonte here.
That's incredible. The last the last 15 minutes of the race, that has got to be heartbreaking, and to basically get involved with lap cars as well. And I mean, that's for their own doing, I must say, from my opinion. They didn't need to be as hard as that, but equally, I suppose maybe the 20 could have given a bit more room. we'll have to allow the stewards to decide that one. But either way, they've lost the lead of the race at the moment, and they've only got 14 minutes now to battle it out with the 179 with Del Fante behind the wheel and to get this done. But wow, right at the last section of the race.
Well, I do feel sorry for the stewards, but I did tell you, Les, they are not going to let up. They're not going to take it easy. They're going to fight for every single bit of track they have, even if it's about knocking behind them. And I'm going to stop talking about 20 because that's twice now.
Every single time. Ted, what is it about us on comms where at the end of every race, you can go all the way back to Night Owl, this happened all the time. What is it with us? Where it just completely, look, we were coming to a natural conclusion. I had thanked everyone, including the lovely viewers and the staff and the partner sponsors. We were wrapping it up with a nice bow, and what just happened? I will say, Del Fante was catching the 201 Gladius competition car. The MG ITJ setups was. Prior to that, the gap was already coming down. Did Magnani feel the pressure of needing to get by these cars at an expedited rate, put a car between them, realizing they were losing pace perhaps? I think Del Fante would have got there anyway, but that is a horrible way to lose the lead and potentially the race win.
Yeah, it's I see a drive-through for the 99 car. That'll be a track limits down to 23rd place. But it's yeah. Both the incidents we saw, obviously the one at Tantu and the one down near the hairpin, is it's one of those things of the 20 car just bounced off that curb straight into the 201, and then the 201 couldn't do nothing apart from just go across the I think the AstroTurf it is. I don't think it's a painted surface, but yes, it sucks. It does, especially when you're not that far away from finishing the race. 12 minutes left. I think it's about 15 minutes left when all that kicked off. So it's unfortunately
just to rewind the clock slightly, Ted. I was glad you were talking at the time into turn one with the CRT Pro team and the incident that happened there, because I was literally just about to say what great respect we've had between the Mercedes and the Aston Martin, and then that all kicked off. So I was so glad you were talking at the time. But wow, what an ending to this race! I mean,
you know, lads, the last time I saw a race car around Barcelona take the rallycross course in the infield, well, it's somebody in this room, and they have a beard. So, Ted, process of elimination, whom am I talking
about? Is it Les?
You know it is. I saw him do this about a month or so ago here in a race that I was calling. I remember remarking at the time, I said, and I quote, "I have never seen a car take that line through the corner after an incident. And now I've seen it twice in the same year." That's absolutely incredible. I guess I've caught, well, he is the IMB Silver Community Series winner. I can't say I've ever seen them take that, but I believe that's what that is. There is a rallycross course here, and I believe that's what that's modeled after, the dirt there. There's an AstroTurf sort of surface that Ted was talking about, and beyond that there's a rallycross loose surface that is used as part of the circuit in that section. But I've seen it twice in 1 year after not seeing it for 4 consecutive years. Absolutely insane. Coastfield's going to be knocked down a spot here. It looks like Shimitat in the West competition car up into the top 5, or should I say back inside the top 5. Everyone, collectively, let's breathe in and out and reset. Del Fante, the leader of the race in the 179, has just taken the lead for MG ITJ setups, was closing in on Magnani in Gladius competition anyway, but removed all doubt whenever Magnani had contact with the number 20 Adler, who had been in 2 incidents in as many laps, it seemed like. Magnani losing ground. Now, can Naldi get up there in the 27 car and take away second place, I wonder? Can you imagine in the final 20 minutes, after leading the majority of the time, being shuffled back through the field? That has got to be frustrating.
Yeah, it sure is.
Sorry, go on, Ted.
It sure is. The 201 has lost so much time now to the 179. The 2.5 seconds back. So that's going to grow and grow and grow over the next 9 minutes. And Nolly 3.4 back. We'll have to keep watch on that car. There you go. 2.7 to the leader now from the 201. 3.1 the 27 to the 201.
Oh.
So that's getting smaller. Can it get small enough that they can get the slipstream and then try and go for some moves before the end of the race? We just have to wait and see. It's getting spicy, Jesse and Les.
Yes,
The Homa Sim Racing Mustang is ailing, Les, as you can clearly see.
it certainly is, and I'm just starting to wonder whether that losing the lead there, whether they do have older tyres. The problem is we don't know. We won't know till the end of the race. But yeah, to be pulling the gap. I mean, you quite rightly said, the Ferrari was catching, and then eventually with that incident, the move was done. But you've got to wonder whether they are on an older set of tyres or slightly more worn set of tyres. And Del Fante's pulled an absolute blinder there, and with a little bit of help of a back marker and a bit of woe has allowed them to take the lead. And it certainly looks like looks like they've got the win now.
I am very rarely speechless, but 2 days in a row on this channel, RCI TV, we have seen late race drama of the like that we almost never see in the way of contact with a back marker or a blue flagged car in this case. Absolutely incredible. Dennis Adler is going to be beside themselves for Madcap Racing, because they didn't want to be involved in any of those incidents. That's for certainly true. You could probably argue, I didn't, we saw it on the one replay, but I'd probably argue that they were the victim actually somehow in all of that. They just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. But nevertheless, racing goes on. Sam Gaskell for Visceral hasn't got by Coastfield, and I thought they would have done. I really do think the 42 is suffering from some late run handling issues. The Homa Sim Racing Esport car will give up the inside here and give up the space indeed to Sam Gaskell in Visceral Esports 45. Them up an additional spot here. Now Gaskell has time to get up there and fight Yamulo, who is the dark car in front of the bright green Lamborghini. I think they'll have a legitimate shot, actually. 1.5 seconds, still just enough time to get it done. Naldi not catching quite quickly enough, Ted, to get back to get by Magnani and take P2 in the 27.
Yeah, 2 minutes has passed and they've dropped a second, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But not many laps left. The lap time is a 1 minute 46 and a half, roughly, or 140. Yeah, 146 and a half is roughly what the top guys are doing at the moment. So 3-4 laps left. It's not going to be a lot of time to gain. 2.2 to Magnani is Naldi, so it's going to be close. It's going to be, if they're gonna fight on the last lap, it's going to be all or nothing, and we might have some tears being shed if things go wrong.
Well, we already had them. I think we've already had them, Les.
I agree, and it's I think at the moment I would say
there he is.
There he is. There's our very own John Dalton steering that Bentley around this interesting course. I don't mind this course. I know a lot of drivers cannot stand it. It's a kind of a Marmite track, really. But I think it's got a bit of everything. But I do understand a lot of people hate this third and final sector. But you can see John really, grabbing the bull by the horns and getting that Bentley hopefully maybe even 24th. But anyway, it's been up. What an end to the race they've got. I never saw that coming. I'm going to be honest. I see Del Fante was closing that gap, but a little bit of contact there. They'd see them closing the gap, but never thought they were going to have that sort of incident there with the number 20, and then obviously Del Fante would manage to get through and get the lead and pulling away quite nicely. But I certainly think the top three now, famous last words, is probably going to be the final top three.
normally this part of the race is where I say checking in the final time with the stewards, but I can't say that because so much has gone on. But let's get you caught up. 10-second time penalty for car 138 for avoidable contact on lap 192. That was deemed avoidable contact and not an unsafe rejoin because they were trying to exit the racetrack instead of join it, but it is indeed avoidable contact. So 10-second penalty for the 138 for the contact with the 20. No further action for the same exact incident reported from the other side, I would assume. Deemed a duplicate incident. Warning for car 24 for avoidable contact on lap 192 between the 799 and the 24 on the same lap 192. That's what we have in right now. But it is possible that they are looking at more incidents. We'll keep you up to date.
So guys, the last few minutes remaining, and you can see Jay O'Sullivan there just trying to close the gap, but without a little bit of contact would be nice. But yeah, really getting on the back of the Bentley now as we see them going down. That's a good position there with Felipe Fletcher trying to go for that in the hairpin, trying to get the switcheroo done. Looks like they might get it done, Jesse and Ted. And yeah, it looks like move's done. That's another position for the RCI blue team. Really struggling today, but nicely up into P17 now. So it's a nice little move there towards the end of the race. But you were saying earlier about thanking everyone within the staff, and from me personally, thank you, Jesse, because you probably didn't mention yourself as usual. Thank you for getting us in the. You do everything, Jesse. That's the difference. So I want to thank you for being who you are and keep doing it. But I just wondered, guys. I don't know if you guys have spoke much about it. I'm always a big fan of what these teams do with their liveries, and I'm going to stick it out there and say that I've got to be honest. For this series, for me, the Gladius Astons have got to be probably my personal favourite of liveries.
Okay, so you're actually picking a favorite. That's very very interesting. I mean, they are nice. If I believe I picked quite early on in the series. I'm gonna stick to my pick, the Skidmark Racing team. They have the most creative, inventive livery. I love how they use a tire track as a racing stripe. What's not to like? I'm a simple guy. I like it when the name is worked into the paint scheme somehow. Very nice indeed. That's about as good as it gets for me.
Go on, Ted.
I can't pick one. I like the number one car because it's a wacky purple and pinkish scheme and design. I think the 800 is the black and purple Ferrari. I could be wrong. And then I like the Ford we just saw, the grey with the green lines. That was quite interesting because it looks like a livery that would be on a real life race car. It's
almost
well made.
Monster Energy sort of
yes,
style.
yes.
Yeah,
it's very nice. Oh, I will point out, 27 is now within a second of 201 on the last lap.
Last lap of the race, and what a race it's been for MG ITJ setups, and just about close as you like with Gladius Competition and BF Racing Esports. Matteo Naldi has caught them. They've got one lap. We're going to need a one-lap hero here out of the Mustang to get by the Aston. And while they fight that out for the final time, thank you to everyone who's followed us over on Twitch. If you haven't already, it's free. Follow us. Why not? We'll be back live on Monday for the final round of the Deutschland Masters Championship in ACC. We're at the Nordschleife, 90 minutes to crown a champion. Mateo, Jason, oh dear. Thank you so much for your follows, and anyone who's subscribed over on YouTube. We do apologize. We can't see that in real time, but we see it stack up, and we appreciate you subscribing and joining us in the chat. So one final time, big thank you to everyone who has made this championship possible, and a huge shout out to Ryan Gill. This was his idea. This was his baby. He set this up, and he made this work. So shout out to them, the stewards. And with that out of the way, We're about to crown a winner, a champion, and maybe even reverse these two positions. Ooh, this is close quarters racing. It shouldn't make a difference what happens here, but it may do. Eric Del Fonte, though, clean and green to the finish. One final turn is going to come to the line and win it for MGITJ Setups in the most dramatic of fashions. What a win from them. Lorenzo Magnani from Gladius is going to hold on to P2. Matteo Naldi third for the 27 Ferrari, and you love to see a happy ending for a lot of these teams. A lot of racing still left to go here, though, guys. Like this.
Certainly is. It certainly is. You can see Kevin and I trying desperately to get that last position done, and I've just noticed as well Philippe Breccia for the RCI Esports blue team coming in P16 as well, as they've obviously a lap down. But yeah, even into the last chicane here, Jesse and Ted, we're seeing late drama and some great stuff. Now we're on with Abeladze in the 255 competition car, which surely now it's done and dusted and crowned champions.
Well, they certainly are. As soon as they cross this line, Abeladze and the 255 competition team, they've been a factor since the very beginning, and they've never let up the pressure. Even when they didn't have the car to win, they've been in the mix. They've been around the winning formula all season long, and they are going to be crowned your champions of the RCI 6-Hour Esports Challenge. Final finishers coming across the line. Everyone trying to finish up the championship, and there's nothing like it. Hard to explain. The feeling of finishing up a series like this, you've been in it 6+ months, and it comes down to the end, and no matter where you finish, it feels like almost like a weight off your heart a little bit. Getting to the checkered flag, you feel like that every race, but you get to the end of the championship, you just sort of numb. Almost. A couple of final things from stewarding. No further action, no infringement found between the 201 and the 20 on lap 193. In turn 3, there was a 5-second penalty given to car 20 for avoidable contact versus the 201 in that turn 9-10 incident. So the 20 car got a 5-second penalty. Here are the provisional finishers pending any post-race penalty. Del Fonte and MGITJ win it here in dramatic fashion over Gladius competition. And what can you say about the job they did in the 27? They were in the fight today. They could have used only 1 or 2 more laps, and they may have had a shot at taking second place. But for BF Racing Esports, it is P3. Moaning and the entire 38 team in 4th. The number 1 BMW in 5th, and it goes on. The 800 in 6th place. Gaskell, Coesfeld, Toddy, and Nuremberg, the top 10. Abeladze, Hanzik, Hansen, Adler, Arnold, Breccia, O'Sullivan, Rodriguez, Gorka, Novikov, the top 20. The list definitely goes on. We started with 30 cars, had some retirements today. Well, my goodness, what a race. Ted, can you sum up what we've seen today, perhaps?
Madness, Jesse. It was chaos from the start, sort of mellowed out in the middle, as it always does, and then towards the end there, geez, it was a free-for-all for positions and many incidents. I do feel sorry for our stewards, and I do appreciate them so much for taking their time to go over the incidents and being here for the full 6 hours plus. So yeah, it was a crazy race.
Well, we have, I do believe, we do have Tobias Schur and Lorenzo Magnani with us from the Gladius Competition 201 car. What a race you guys had, racing back to P2. But my goodness, just from start to finish, you were always in the battle. Talk us through your race.
Hi everyone. Yeah, such an amazing race. Starting from very good quali, then just 0 mistake and perfect pace for heavy stint. And such a shame that we couldn't fight for the position, but that benchmark crash us out. That's such a shame, but anyway, it's a P2, so We are still happy, not bad.
Well, you did really well in the final championship standing provisionally, pending any post-race shenanigans. You did end up in 13th place after that, and I mean it's a podium here today, and I think we take away that as a net positive. Magnani and Shirt, you both shared the lead out there today. I mean, was the strategy set in stone from the get-go, or did it change over time reacting to other people?
We did change a bit. I mean, it was planned to do the one tire stints at the beginning, but because of pace difference with this very hot temperatures, we tried an undercut and it worked quite well. So strategy-wise, we're a bit flexible in the race, but the main strategy stayed the same. Which also was the reason we were a bit slower then towards the end, because we were always a bit earlier in the pits for the undercut. But in general, strategy was very good. Race.
You could say that again. It was an absolutely brilliant race. It was very, it was amazing from us because we weren't sure who was going to emerge strategically as the front runner, and then all of a sudden it was you guys, and you sort of ran away with it. And no matter what anyone else did, strategically, you guys had it. You had the pace to stay out there in front as well. How bad, guys, were the tires after the double stints?
Well, actually, with a good setup, the tire were not that bad. You could still doing some very good laps also in the second stint, but yeah, that's also because we work a lot on the setup to have a very good car in these last laps. Yeah, the car was feeling amazing from every stint.
Well, you looked amazing out there, guys. Anyone you want to shout out? The team, the family.
Well, yeah, shout out to our team. Our other two cars competed in this race. Yeah, a bit frustrating in the end that we didn't have the chance to fight for the win in a normal way, but still it was a good race. Yeah.
Lorenzo, comment?
Yeah, I want to thank the team for the amazing job that we did in this championship, even with some like bad luck with two disconnection. We ended up the championship with one win and one second place. So we're very happy and want to thank Giacomo Chiappe, Beppe, Matteo Marano, and Luca Matrejani that are the team leaders and also every teammates that we have in the team because we just help together to enjoy and improve day by day.
We love to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, folks at home, so close, but such a thrilling ride start to finish. A brilliant job, you have to be said, about Gladius competition, the 201. Put on a show for us today. Congrats, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye bye.
From second place to the eventual winners in the final race of the championship. And guys, where do I start? What happened out there? Strategy was all over the place. There's contact. You were catching them at the end anyway. How'd you pull that off?
Thank you. I think the strategy was good. We chose to do the second stint with used tires, so we lost a bit of track positions. But then we can go full gas and we recover very, very well. Also, the last stint with used tires was very nice.
You had tires at the end.
Yeah, the tires were good. I didn't expect that, but I had a lot of pace, but also I saw the other Ferraris, so I think the car helped us a little bit.
That's incredible. We talked all race long about tire management, who was going to have a set at the end, and would it factor in. Turns out it was everything. It meant everything. Emmanuel, I got to say, some hard stints out there from the both of you, but just in the middle of the pack, making up spots, not losing too much time. but it's always nice to be going forward. Was there any point where you knew that, hey, we can win this race?
Yeah, I think it was the key. And also I have to say thanks to all the drivers because they were all very fair. One of the reasons because we didn't lose so much time in the overtakes.
It is impressive. I mean, from your perspective, I can't imagine you passed so many cars over the day because the strategy kept flip-flopping. You had to pass cars you had already passed before, and then all of a sudden, at the end, you're on the right strategy. What does this win mean to you and your team?
It means a lot because this championship was not our championship. We had always something goes wrong, especially in the first stint of the other races. We always lost a bit too much, but this time we were more patient and we can recover at the end of the race.
Anybody you would like to thank the team, the family out there?
Yeah, thanks to the team for the strategy and for preparing the car and for the support, and also to my family and also to me because I think I do very well, so I'm super happy.
Would Emmanuel like to say he can speak in Italian if he likes? We don't mind. It's up to him.
In italiano se vuoi. I think he had
Apparently not.
a mic problem.
No,
And
that's
also
completely
obviously
fine.
thanks to Emanuele because it's not easy to do only one or two races and take the pace. So also congrats to you, to him. Nice teammate. Always fun to race with him.
I mean, you can say that again, Eric, because you guys are the winners of the 6 hours of Barcelona. A hard racetrack, a hard race, and you guys are the ones that emerge victorious. Congratulations on winning, and we hope that you have enjoyed your time with us. But more than anything, we've enjoyed having you. You put on an absolute show. Be very proud of yourselves. Congratulations.
Sure. Thank you so much, and have a nice evening.
You too as well. Ladies and gentlemen, MGITJ setups your winner here at Barcelona. From the race winner to the championship winner, Philip Minar joins us. And welcome in, Philip, again. I feel like I've talked to you just about every month now.
Yeah, so same to me. I've been here for a few races. Yeah.
Well, I mean, should we just put a cot in the corner for you or something? I guess you basically live up here now, whether it's race wins or championship wins. Today it is the latter. Surely you knew coming in what you had to do to win this championship, and the answer was not much. But even early on, you were back in the mid-20s. It wasn't looking so good. If something would have went wrong, were you ever nervous?
I mean, to be honest, no, not at all. I mean, I think we did the numbers, the napkin math behind or before the race, and we saw we need P32 to win the championship, even if B Alien wins the race. So we took it super easy that race. I mean, no real pressure. Obviously, a win or a podium would have been nice, but a championship's a championship. Although I would say it's strange winning a championship without winning a race. A really strange feeling, but still number one of the champs. So we're pretty happy. I think that's the first championship under T55 competition for us ever. So yeah, I'm super happy with this.
Well, it comes too, with all the added goodies that an esports championship does. There's a prize pool. You get the lion's share of that with the new team, and it's absolutely is a checkbox. It's job done for you guys. Considering you said that you weren't concerned, did you still breathe a little sigh of relief crossing the stripe for the final time, knowing that it was in the bag, nobody could take it away from you?
Absolutely, yeah. It felt so relieving, like just finally finishing it. Just like all that stress just fades away, and you can just rest easy after the race and know, you've done literally the best you can, and you'll be one in the championship. it's a great feeling.
Philip, I gotta tell you something about you. You are the most successful South African that we've had in RCI since the very early days, where we were dominated by a lot of great South African talent. And obviously, it's been diversified over the years. But I think this is up there as far as representing ZA, as you call it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've got my teammate Jordan, Jordan Sherritt. I think, I think in terms of pace, he's probably a step higher than me. But I guess on paper, I think I've done a bit more. But who knows? There could always be something in the future. But yeah, I mean, we're a small community, as South Africans, and we all know each other very well. And I've known the top guys in SA for years, and it's a very tight community, and we all support each other. And yeah, it's actually, I haven't really thought about that being like the nearest SA in RCI. An interesting like thing I haven't really thought of.
We had a lot of help early on by the South African community when we first started, and we honestly wouldn't be where we are without their help, and that's drivers, that's staff members alike. So it's kind of cool to see a South African at the top step of the podium again. I'm nostalgic, you have to ignore me. But absolutely brilliant going by 255 competition. Anybody, and I would hope there are many people you would like to say hello to and thanks out there.
Oh yes. Well, first and foremost, the organizers, the event organizers, the stewards, the admins, everyone who made everything possible for the championship. I mean, it's not easy getting a championship like this, and making people show up. So many people show up at the last round of any championship you do. Still having 30 cars is really good for a last round. And on my side, at least, for my team, I've got to just number one thank Boris, CEO of LFM, and my boss for making all this possible. I think without Boris, I would have never sat here, and achieved what I have achieved. And all our sponsors, Sync Mesh for the gloves I used today, keeping my sweat off the wheel, and Go setups for all the bases we've used and the setups. And obviously my teammate Slava, I mean, he's been ridiculous this whole season in qualifying in the rain. So fast. I just wish come to interviews, but he's the English is not that great,
and that's perfectly fine. Abeladze, he's always welcome here. He can speak in his native language. That is perfectly fine. All are welcome here. There's an I in RCI, and we mean that.
Yeah.
Just because we do interviews in English doesn't mean we have to. We've done them in other languages before. Dutch, to name one most recent, but absolutely brilliant. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to let Abeladze know he's always welcome to come here and speak in his native tongue.
No, yeah, I'll tell him for the future. But yeah. In terms of people, I've got to probably say my dad, my mom, my sister, for always watching the races, hopping in every now and then, and my granddad also watching the races. And I guess everyone who supported us, who I don't know of. And obviously, for the first few races, our ex-manager Fred, always being there for the races and helping us with strategy and kind of guiding us. I mean, yeah, everyone who just supported us. I think you can't really quantify support. I think any support is the same, and I'm really grateful for it. I think all of us at UF5 are grateful for the support, any support. That's all.
That's absolutely quite lovely. You can tell that Philip's done that before, by the way. He's very well spoken. Man, that probably wins a lot of races, does a lot of interviews. But I'm going to ask you a serious question as a finale. There's a lot of chaos out there today. You guys benefited by running a solid race, a good strategy, and staying out of it. Are you aware of how many different leaders and drama unfolded throughout this entire event, or were you sort of in your own world, picking them off one at a time?
I knew of some incidents, and I know the strategies were really, uh, how can I put it? Like, pretty much Marmite. It's like one team did this and the other team did that. But I didn't really pay attention to the leaders, but I'm guessing it's something like 18 or 12 different leaders, somewhere in that range. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a huge number.
Well, I got to say, you had love the entire time from the drop of the green flag in Kailami. I'm pretty sure we started to now. There's always people in chat cheering on the 255 competition team. And why not? A brilliant organization. The livery's great. The team chemistry seems there. The strategy was on point. And finally, the hardware delivered. The lion's share of the €7,000 prize pool goes to 255 competition. Congratulations on the championship.
Thank you. I will indulge in this winning.
There we go. Allow me to indulge myself. Congratulations, Minar. Thanks for coming and talking to us. Give our best Avalodzi, will you?
No, I will.
Your champions. Well, Les Stevenson, that's just about it. The epilogue has been written. The book has been closed. A worthy champion and 6 chaotic races that you could go back and watch again and still not believe how they turned out, and especially today, how much drama unfolded in the final 30 minutes.
Yeah, what a series, and you've already touched on it. There's many people to sort of congratulate, but also thank, and it's interesting. You put it as over the last 6 months, and I never really thought of it as that, and it has been. It has been over the last 6 months, and I even forgot that we raced at Kyalami at the first race. So no, it's been a great series, and some great competitors, and Philip there, of course, mentioned that it's a great showing for the last the last race of this great series, and it was a great showing of everyone. Over 30 cars turning up, and for it to end like that is great, and it wasn't without its drama. But what a series it was, Jesse.
Really was brilliant from start to finish. Once again, thanks everyone that behind the scenes that makes this possible. Ryan Gill comes up with the ideas, and he tells us to figure it out. And I think we all do a really great job, whether that's stewarding, event management, broadcast, we all put it together. I couldn't do what I do without every single one of you guys in my department. Stewie putting up with us for 7 hours every month or so. That's probably all he can take, but it's been brilliant. Ted, 7 long hours with me in the box today. Thanks for not going insane.
It's all right, Jesse. I love commentating with you, as you know.
Well, it's been a brilliant championship, but we're just about to wrap it up, and where better to end than looking at the final championship standings. 255 competition. We just talked to South Africa's Philip Minar just now. He is a lot of money richer than he was coming into today. Him and his team, that is. 275 points to the good. B Alien Academy holds on after a very nice second half of the race today. Stayed inside the top 10. Did B Alien Academy. 304 points for them. Solidified P2. Visceral Esports 44 emerged as the front runner in the gaggle that was third place back through ninth early on, and they never forfeited their advantage in that Lamborghini. 268 points to their name. Fourth place, just off of the podium, MG ITJ Setups, all the way up here with that win today. And you could tell in that interview how much that win meant to them. 266 points. Fifth place belongs to Jardier's community team, the number 39 AMR Vantage. What an excellent resurgence that was. Some races, it didn't seem like it was on, but they were able to claw back, and every time they got knocked down, and they're rewarded with a P5 in the final standings. 248 points to their name. Just outside of the top 5, Veloce Esports number 55 had 244, 4 points more than RCI Esports Blue, who at one point wasn't even in the top 12 in our projections earlier on, so they were able to get some points back, at least stay inside the top 10. Team Racing Point, frustrating for them, fell off a podium position today, just had a miserable race, did that 32 Ferrari. They're all the way back in 8th in the championship, 239 points for them. Visceral Esports, the number 45 car on 235 points, 1 point behind them. The CRT.Pro team today had their issues at times, but get rewarded with a top 10 in the final standings. Outside the top 10, Veloce Esports Thrustmaster put up a valiant effort, 231, 1 point behind them. BF Racing Esports off the back of a brilliant race today. 1 point behind them, Gladius Competitions 201 in 13th place. We talked to them early on, and they were a little frustrated with how it ended, but still a brilliant podium to finish the season. In 14th place, the West Competition Racing number 1, who looked like they could have been on for the win early today. Strategy didn't favor them, though, and they finished 14th in the champ, 208 points. Sister car, Gladius Competition 202 has 199 and rounds out the top 15. The STR Esport number 38 has 192 to end the season. Home of Sim Racing number 42 has 92 points as well. STR wins the 16th place position based on a count back scenario. Vincenzo Sapiri Racing in 18th place has 167, tied with Ren Welton for Ignite, but wins it on a count back. Madcap Racing rounds out your top 20 in the 20 on 146. Couple of more pages. The Williams Academy 777, 144 points for them. Dynamic Motorsport by Kalinich, 140. A little bit of a gap back to Brabham Motorsport 52, 116, 1 point in front of the Visceral Esports 123. G League Esports Elite rounds out the top 25 at 106, 2 points in front of Sky Simsport in 26th. Skidmark Racing, my favorite livery in the field, on 93 points, 1 point in front of the RCI Esports Red team, who themselves were 3 points in front of the BS Plus Competition 89, and rounding out the top 30, the Williams Academy 776 at 83. Bravo Motorsport 62 has 78 points to finish the championship. 5-Star Racing Ace on 70. Drive Just Boys Classic, who was on pole position today, ends with a 60 nice amount of points. Vesta Sport in 34th with 60 points. Prime E-Racing has 55 marks at 35th place. Ren Welton for Friends, the number 72, ended with 44. Pradham Esports with 32. Flyby Prime had 22. Drive Just Boys FU2 had 14. And Flyby Esports did not receive any championship points. There may be an additional page with some other drivers that did not get any championship points. And indeed, these teams did not score any championship points. Ted, what an amazing championship. Deserving winners, memories that I think we'll reflect on for a long time. Could you pick a moment from today specifically that was your absolute favorite?
That's a difficult one, Jesse, because it was such a good race. Start to finish. You had contacts, you had good moves. I think there was at one point, I think probably one of my favorite ones. There was two Mustangs on the back end of a BMW. I can't remember which cars they were, but both Mustangs got past the BMW into turn one, and that was
very good choice, is what I was going to say. Well, Les Stevenson, you've been here with me in the box. You've been stuck with me in the box for the majority of this series. Do you have a favorite moment of the series that you can reflect on?
My favorite moment, of course, is just being in the booth with you, Jesse. No, I can't single out a particular moment other than what's currently fresh in the mind, and that's obviously the late drama with the Ferrari there, with the MG ITJ setups, getting the win done in the last 15 minutes. And but yeah, it just the whole series just been great, and you two nutters today doing the length of commentary that you've done, and I don't think I would have gone insane, but I certainly would have had good fun. But no, fair play to you guys for doing such a long stint, and Stewie, of course, who's behind the cameras, being here the entire time as well. So great work, guys, and thank you to everyone at RCI in any form that you've played a part to make this happen. But no, what a great series.
Well, folks, I couldn't have said it better myself. My favorite moment is also the ending of the final race, coming down to the final laps in the final moments, where we had a surprise winner. What can I say? I agree with the Stig on that one. Just absolutely brilliant. Consolation, second place. Some of the battling up in Leocop in round number 1 at Kyalami was insane. The amount of dives and maneuvers that they were doing was absolutely incredible, especially in a time where we didn't know what the BOP was really going to favor. Was it going to rain? Was it not going to rain? Just some crazy driving, some excellent final lap battles in that one. Big thanks to our partners, AK Esports, Coach Dave Delta, Greenman Gaming, Moser Racing, IMB Raceware, and a big shout out to Motorsport UK for recommending us as a esports community. We thank all of them, especially IMB Raceware, who sponsored the entirety of the IMB Community Series and the IMB 6 Hours of Spy in the Esports Series. We thank them and our many partners for their contributions to the prize pool and prize considerations. And most of all, we thank all of you for watching and all the drivers for taking part in the series. It is that sad time where we say farewell, but fret not. More endurance racing in ACC on the horizon to be determined. Thank you all for being with us, for your likes, your follows, your subscribes, everything across the RCI family of channels. Your lovely words, your comments in chat. We read them. We appreciate them. We appreciate you. On behalf of the entire RCI family and community, thank you very much for watching. We hope that you've enjoyed not only today's broadcast, but the entire broadcast of the RCI 6-hour esports series. And until next time, you can find us at racerci.com. And until then,